if they can achieve that, I think they'll be over the moon.
What are you expecting from the Australian bowling attack? Quickly, look.
I think they'll get wickets and they'll get better catching from their fielders than what England do.
All right, Ian Chappell, see you tomorrow. Kristen Beams, likewise. We'll be on air tomorrow with Grandstand Cricket from 2 p.m. local time, 2:30 Australian Eastern Daylight Time, with Australia at stumps on day one. 89 overs bowled. England nearly made it through the 90. 2 for 221. Marnus Labuschagne not out on 95. Steve Smith is there as well, not out on 18. A day Australia dominated without exceeding the... getting really above 2.5 runs and over throughout the day. On behalf of the entire Grandstand Summer of Cricket team, I'm Andrew Moore. Thanks for listening to Grandstand at Stumps. Can't wait to have your company from a hot Adelaide Oval tomorrow. Good night.
Grandstand at Stumps.
Bowl. Struck on the pad. That looked plumb.
Digs in a shot ball again. This time he swats it up in the air. Cuts it all the way for 6. Hits him straight down the ground. That'll be 6.
ABC Sport now has its very own newsletter, and we'd be pumped to have you on board.
Woohoo! The ABC of Sport will provide a wrap of all the best stuff that's happening in sport every week.
Simply go to abc.net.au/connect
and get ready for a sport hit in your inbox every Friday.
Get on board with the ABC of Sport newsletter
for content that makes you think
or allows you not to.
For the latest sports results and stories from around the globe and at home, check out ABC Sport on our social pages. Just search ABC Sport wherever you scroll.
Here's a surprising fact. The average person will spend 1.3 years of their life just doing this. No, not washing the car. Not what you think. No, it's working out what to watch on the telly. Huh? Surprising, right? But don't panic. You can save a lot of that time on ABC iView. Jaw-dropping comedy, eye-popping drama, and all the mind-blowing telly you could wish for. Download the app now on your phone, tablet or smart TV. ABC iView. Don't be surprised if you're surprised.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Now to some breaking news. Australian Test cricket captain Pat Cummins is going to miss the second Ashes Test because of a COVID scare.
Steve Smith, back as Australian captain for the first time in 3.5 years.
It's a huge honour, obviously. It's been a pretty interesting morning. Feel for Paddy. I'll try and lead on the way he started last week and hopefully we can have a really good week.
Grandstand Cricket.
The Ashes.
Broad is in. It's down the leg side. Oh, and it's a brilliant one-handed take from Joss Butler. And Stuart Broad does get the early wicket. And it is Marcus Harris. And that is a blinder of a catch behind the stump.
Wonderful catch. Warner gets a short ball and whacks it off his hip for 4. Boy, that went like a tracer bullet off his bat. And that brings up 50 for Dave Warner.
Well, there's the Aussie 100. 1 for 100 in the 46th over of the innings.
They've worked hard for it, haven't they?
They have worked very hard for it.
It's one of those hard grinding days, and I think it's a big tick for us.
Robinson to Labuschagne. He makes contact with a push down the ground, and that is a hard-fought half-century for Marnus Labuschagne.
Stokes tries again, and he bowls short, and that's caught and covered by Broad. He smashed it straight at him. Warner can't believe it. He's out for 95, and at last, England pick up a wicket.
Grandstand Cricket.
Olsen Labuschagne gets an edge drop. Joss Butler has put it down. He put on the iron gloves and Joss Butler spills a sitter. Labuschagne survives. He's on 95. He's finally nicked one, and it was a very, very ordinary drop from the English keeper.
Joss, he's going to hurt tonight, but he's going to have to get out of bed and come again, because that's what Test cricket's all about.
The Ashes, live from the Adelaide Oval, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
A very good afternoon from a hot, sunny, windy Adelaide Oval. Welcome to coverage of Day 2 of the second men's Ashes test between Australia and England, with Australia currently in the box seat to resume in about just under half an hour's time at 2 for 221 after captain Steve Smith won the toss yesterday, batted first. Marcus Harris fell early for 3, as we just heard. Dave Warner, frustrated but out for 95, and then generously handed his gloves to a young fan on his way through the gate. Marnus Labuschagne, he's been on 95 for 19 deliveries and was dropped on that score by Jos Buttler. He'll resume with his captain Steve Smith not out on 18. And still to come for Australia, the vice-captain Travis Head on the back of his 152 off 148 deliveries in Brisbane. All-rounder Cameron Green, Alex Carey, Michael Neser on debut, Mitchell Starc, Nathan Lyon and Jai Richardson, the only wicket takers for England. And they used 6 bowlers yesterday. Stuart Broad and also Ben Stokes after his festival of bounces yesterday on day 1. It's 36 degrees at the moment. There is a nor'westerly blowing across the ground, and we're broadcasting the pre-game show from just to the left as from our broadcast area from the sight screen, looking across to that beautiful old scoreboard at the cathedral end. I'm Andrew Moore alongside Dirk Nannis and Kristen Beams, part of the Grandstand cricket coverage. Beamsy, good afternoon. Nice to see you again. It's hot. It's going to be a tough day, you sense, for England in the field.
Yeah, it's very, very hot, and I'm sure that they've been talking about that and how they're going to try and manage things today. And it's a really tricky time for England. They need to try and take wickets. They need to try and get some early inroads. But if they don't, how are they going to play out the rest of this day? Because it's going to be very difficult for bowlers. I'm expecting short spells from these quicks, but how many times can they back up in this day if they're unable to take early wickets?
Dirk Nannis, good afternoon to you. It's one of those days for the bowlers, I guess, especially with not too much cricket under their belt, especially now Broad and Anderson. Could be a tough day, could be an opportunity to take some wickets if Australia pushes hard for quicker runs.
Oh, it is hot at the moment. I don't feel at all for the task that Australia are going to set for England here. It is going to be incredibly difficult. Probably the only positive I take out of day 1 is they shared the overs around a bit, and so they've only sort of bowled 14 to 16 overs each, the quicks, so they won't be completely beaten after day 1, but it's going to be a really tough ask for them to come back into this contest, because yes, the ball's moving around a little still, but it's not moving a heap. They're going to have to bowl a damn sight better than what they did yesterday to make any inroads.
Second new ball is 9 overs old, and ironically, Dirk, the man who bowled the most overs for England yesterday was their oldest, the 39-year-old James Anderson, wicketless. He should have had a wicket of Marnus Labuschagne at the end of the day. Bearing in mind as well, not only his age, but the fact that he hasn't played any cricket lately, how tough will it be for him as a pace bowler to back up and feel fresh enough today to get the job done?
Oh, incredibly hard, but he's not someone who necessarily bowls flat out 100% all the time. He does have gears, and so he's not going to be completely beaten up after day 1. That's probably the only positive I can give. It is going to be hot. It is going to be oppressive. For me, I think the big change in what England do is where they pitch the ball. If they can pitch the ball up, I think the pitch is doing enough to catch the edge. We saw so many plays and misses yesterday, but that was all because of the length that they bowled. If they pitch it up a bit, Anderson's shown that he can get the ball in the same area time and time again. I think we saw that yesterday. It's just that where he put it wasn't correct.
Incidentally, joining us shortly will be Australian squad member Usman Khawaja, and we'll also hear from English fast bowler Stuart Broad, who's playing his 150th Test match. Beamsy, the Australian tactics today are going to be interesting, and I wonder whether this is where the day-night aspect will kick in tactically, because bearing in mind that the run rate was difficult for the Australians to keep accelerating. Say you get to the tea break and things are still going okay for Australia and they say 400. Might they declare an hour earlier than they otherwise would in a day test match to get that opportunity to bowl 15, 20, 25 overs under the lights with the new ball tonight?
Yeah, I think they will, and Steve Smith mentioned it at the toss to say that, you win the toss and you bat first and you get the chance to control the game a little bit more. So I think they will do that. I think it won't be as tough for them as it was yesterday, but that's going to be fairly dependent on the bowling and how negative the bowling is, I think. But early on, I think they'll give themselves a chance in this first little hour probably, and then they'll probably try and accelerate it a little bit quicker than probably what they did yesterday. But I think that'll be the real battle, is if England really sort of jam on the handbrake and say we're gonna bowl really short and it's going to be a barrage, is how much the Australian batters are actually going to try and take it on to move the game forward, and I think they will do that.
Yeah, I think what Steve Smith said there, that you can control the game. I think you can by batting first, but you have to play really well to be able to control the game, because that means that you have to bat for at least a day and a half to be able to pick a time to declare and then control the game from there, and the periods with which they can bowl. But I think they were given that opportunity a little bit yesterday. I think England will pay the price for doing that. I think from an England perspective, I think you wanted to press the game a little bit harder during the day yesterday to be able to get in a better position. Maybe there's a few more runs on the board, but you would hope that there were a few more wickets. I think that's a missed opportunity for them.
Beamsy mentioned the short pitch bowling, Dirk, and it was a feature of Ben Stokes. He bowled 78 legal deliveries yesterday. 68 of them must have been short of a length at the very, very least. Again, a player hasn't played since March, only bowled a handful of overs in Brisbane. How does he find that energy again, and does that continue against any Australian batsmen as they come in, or was it targeted specifically for Labuschagne and Warner?
I think that's probably... I think he'll be feeling that a lot more than Anderson's 18 overs. Bowling short is incredibly difficult on the body. Maybe... I was trying to unpack why England went to that plan yesterday, and normally I have sympathy for the captain and think, oh, they're thinking this. This is why they're doing it. I don't agree with it. This is why they're doing it. I could not think of a reason yesterday, a valid reason, that England would go to that tactic for that amount of time and so early in the game. Maybe they saw Wagner and bowling here a few years ago with short stuff and unsettle Steve Smith. That's the only thing I can think of. But quality players against 125k an hour bowling that we saw yesterday, it's just not going to work.
We saw Mark Wood Beams intimidate at times with that kind of bowling, and admittedly 10 or 15k an hour quicker than Ben Stokes. Were you surprised to see that tactic ongoing all day from that one bowler in particular?
Yeah, and there was obviously a bit of a conversation to say, can you do it? And they've spoken a lot about Stokes and saying, like, oh, he can do any job, he's going to keep coming for us. But I think that's not really the right way to think about it in the second Test match on day one in a 5-test series. And I agree with Dirk. I think you've got to have the right bowlers to have that plan. With Wagner for New Zealand, it was a good plan for him, and it was something, that I think he could execute consistently. So it actually made more sense, whereas it seemed like, okay, we need to go to this plan. Okay, who can do it? And I think for Ben Stokes, he's not going to be able to do that plan again today for very long.
And that's what Wagner does. He always does that, and he does it extremely well. Stokes doesn't do that all the time. They're asking him to do something that he's not normally into, it doesn't normally do. So I just think it's flawed.
You get the feeling Neil Wagner dreams of bowling bounces when he's asleep. Can't wait to get up and bowl some more. Kristen Beams, Dirk Nannis, I'm Andrew Moore. Welcome to day 2 of the second Ashes Test here at Adelaide Oval. Australia to resume shortly on 2 for 221. You'll hear the first ball with the voice of summer, Jimmy Maxwell, and also Ian Chappell. Now, Dirk, if you just move to your left a little bit, turn around, and Usman Khawaja has joined us here, part of the Australian squad. Uzi, thanks so much for your time. What was the feedback you were getting from the top order last night after they came in? Because from here it looks a great pitch, but clearly took the batters a while to settle in. What was the feedback?
The feedback was that it actually did nip around for the whole game. I think probably didn't see it as much because England had the tactics were a bit different. They went after the short stuff. Almost got Marnie a couple of times doing it. But Marnie and the other guys said they actually nipped pretty much the whole way through. Even the old ball seemed off the wicket a little bit. So they felt like there was plenty of in it, even before the new ball was taken at the end.
Was it one of those innings thus far for Marnus? I'm sure you've experienced a lot, where he's fighting and the ball's beating the bat the whole way through. He gets dropped a couple of times, but here he is, 95 not out. That would be in their own way a special innings for any batter, wouldn't they? That you can fight through.
So those are the best innings. Those are the toughest innings because you're playing with yourself. You're playing, with your mind up in your head and trying to figure out, I want to score runs. I'm a run scorer, but I can't score runs right now, and you have to battle that. And it's very hard for us batsmen to battle that because we want to score runs. So you have to put your ego aside, and Marnie did it beautifully, to be honest. The way Davey batted yesterday, we all know what he strikes at in any cricket, in any form, and he had to put his ego aside yesterday, and the way he batted and the way he played, was pretty awesome because you saw different gears of Davey Warner, which was very special.
What did you make of England's bowling yesterday, and are we going to expect the same out of Australia, or is Australia going to go about it very differently?
I think we'll go about it a bit differently. Yeah, as I said, I still think there's plenty in the wicket if you bowl the right areas. I think pink ball is soft, and at times, it can do nothing, but then suddenly out of nowhere it just does something. So, look, there's no right and wrong. If Marnus, I think he got dropped on 14 yesterday. If that, it was a tough chance, but if that chance was taken, then the whole complexion of today could have been very different. So, those are things we love about sport. Hopefully, if we get our opportunities when we bowl, we take them. But obviously, it's still a long time to bat at the moment. Fingers crossed. We can bat, and we can bat, long enough to get our get our bowlers into the nighttime session with a new rock.
On your own game, Uz, you haven't played Test cricket for a couple of years. Your off-field life has changed markedly. What's your attitude now to international cricket? Has it changed?
I guess it's a little bit different in that I was in international cricket for a while. I was in there for about 5 years playing international cricket, and then obviously got dropped. Hadn't been playing international cricket for 2 years, so I've been on one side of the fence and then gone on the other side of the fence, and if anything, it just gives you perspective. I've got a beautiful family, a lovely daughter, but it also gives you perspective that when you stop playing for Australia and you're playing state cricket, that life isn't too bad either. I had a lot of fun. I love playing for Queensland. I was doing a lot of things that I didn't get to do while I was playing international cricket because I was at home and had time to do things. So I guess when you get that perspective and you come back into it, you probably don't put as much pressure on yourself either way. You want to perform. I'm still mighty competitive. I want to do well for my team. But at the same time, I know that to get the best out of myself, I need to be in a mind state which allows me to get the best out of myself, what I've been doing in Shield cricket. So I'm going to try to do the same thing if I get a chance at the next level. But it definitely gives you perspective when you've been on both sides of the fence.
And you touched on captaining Queensland. Incredible moment yesterday that came about through to strange circumstances. Talk us through Nisa.
Look, he's a character that everyone loves, and I'm really close mates with him, and the way he is, the personality is infectious. I don't think you'll find a bloke in Australian cricket who doesn't have a nice thing, or not a nice thing. He's loved by everyone. So I think for Nisa to, it's funny, everyone's saying Nisa. I think he's told everyone that that's how you say it. I've been calling him Ness the whole time, so it's really hard for me to say Nisa. So I love him, and the skills he has, what he's been doing for Queensland. He's been leading our bowling unit for such a long time. He's been, I think, Queensland Player of the Year 3 out of the last 4 years. He thoroughly deserves his opportunity, in funny circumstances. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. So I look forward to seeing him out there with the pink ball. I think he'll be doing well.
There was a lot of debate about that yesterday morning upstairs, and then the audio came out of Ness saying, "Call me Nisa."
Yeah.
So your week, Dave Warner, I don't know how real it was. Talk about him being in doubt and obviously battling with that rib injury, so you were going to be the replacement. How hard is that mentally, to whether you thought Dave Warner was going to be sweet all the way through, to be in that space where I could be playing a test in a couple of days or not? No, even if it's a 90% chance of not playing, how do you keep yourself in that mental space? I guess experience counts there.
Experience does count. It's a cliche, control the controllables. Whether Davey was going to be fit or not wasn't in my control. My control was trying to, honestly, just getting in the nets, preparing like I was playing. Mentally, it's a little bit tougher because you don't know for certain, but in my mind that I was playing until the coin toss went up, and it was all said and done. I was pretty much ready up until that point, and then as soon as that happened, then I probably switched off a little bit more from then. So for me, it's business as usual. Going forward.
So you weren't greeting him at breakfast with a friendly pat in the ribs? There you go, Dave.
I did joke about it. I asked him if he got pink ballitis because he sent me out opening there once before already. But no, he laughed about it. I think, he got 350 or 330 odd a couple of years ago. And the way he batted yesterday was exceptional.
Usman Khawaja, we appreciate your time this morning. Enjoy the rest of the test.
Cheers, thank you.
Usman Khawaja, day-night test this afternoon, I should have said, not morning, because we're well into the afternoon. Like I said, it's 36 degrees here at Adelaide Oval, but there is this breeze that's keeping things semi-reasonable, and there's a high cloud cover, nothing threatening, but it is at least keeping the direct sunlight from absolutely smashing us and everyone else who's sitting outside I noticed the Richies are here in the full suits in front of the Gavin Wangadine stand down near the scoreboard. That'll be nice and cool through the course of the day. I hope they keep up with their sports drinks through the course of the day. But we had over 32,000 yesterday. It's a COVID-restricted capacity of around that much, and the first 3 days have all been sold out to that COVID capacity. Beansy, just on Michael Nisa before, Stuart Broad's about to join Henry Moran. We spoke to him last night, and it's a great story. The young 31-year-old now, but grew up in South Africa, 236 first-class wickets before finally getting this opportunity. And he was speaking yesterday about, I just can't wait to get out there tomorrow. Weird, isn't it, for a debut that you waited so long for, and you've sat in the sheds all day one, and you're going to have to wait probably 3, 4, 5 hours today?
Yeah, well, he spoke about saying, I always love to bowl first, and I think bowlers generally like to do that just to be able to get out there and get the nerves out. But it's been a really big wait for him, but it must be such a nice feeling, I think, to have form on your side. He's done well in Shield cricket. You deserve your opportunity, and you actually get to stand at the top of your mark and go, I know what I'm doing. And not everyone gets that opportunity. Some players get picked for all different reasons, whether it's just sheer pace, swing, spin, potential. But he is a guy who has been picked on form, and he has had that form consistently time and time again. So that must be such a nice feeling for him coming into this game.
I reiterate that. Absolutely, thoroughly deserved his position in the side. It's great to see a Shield-winning team, the leader of their attack, getting an opportunity after putting season after season of good performances on the board. It's just well-deserved, and I love seeing those sorts of stories.
It was cool just seeing the look in his eyes, even last night after play. It was a guy on debut. He'd waited a long time. He always wants to bowl first. Dirk, I get the impression every now and then you wouldn't have been unhappy on a hot day, flat pitch, for the captain to win the toss and bat.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you're looking forward in this game. The weather gets mild after today. This is the last hot day, then it's pretty mild. So Australia, weather-wise, are in a wonderful position in terms of keeping their bowlers fresh.
Now, England has finished its warm-up, and it shouldn't have taken long today. Stuart Broad's just wandered over to join our colleague from Test Match Special, Henry Moran. Henry?
Well, first of all, many congratulations on 150 Test caps. Is the challenge today as big as any you faced as a bowler in Test cricket?
Yeah, I mean, it's, losing a toss on a pitch like that, I thought it played much slower than any of us were expecting, I think. When you lose the toss as opening bowler, you just want to try and set the tone and create chances. And actually, I thought we did that in the first session yesterday. We obviously picked up 1 wicket, but felt unlucky not to have picked up 3 or 4. But once that, we know that it gets flatter in that afternoon period here, and you're sort of hoping and waiting for that twilight period for it to nip around. But then, of course, day one, you've got a 70 overall ball when that happens. So disappointing not to have got more than 2 wickets. But on the flip side of that, Australia never got away from us. They had 2 batters in and in the 90s, but never the economy rate got away from us. We didn't feel like the pitch moved particularly. I felt like, was there a chance we could have gone fuller? But then, we've been told this morning this pitch has moved as little as any pitch since 2014 in Australia. It's moved the least out of any pink ball games that have been played here. So when you talk about going fuller, you need the ball to be moving, because at world-class batters, if you bowl much fuller with a dead straight ball, then your economy rate's going to go. So position today, the great thing about Test cricket, you get to come back and have another go. There's still a chance Australia could be 300 for 6, and then that makes yesterday our day. If they go and get 500 and start bowling with a pink ball under lights, it's obviously Australia's day.
No chances in the slips, but a couple put down by Joss. How is he?
He's fine. Yeah, I mean, that happens. It's one down the leg side was a great was a great effort. A glove down the leg side always tricky when bounce warfare's happening. And then the second new ball, bit of a wide one from Jimmy that got slashed. He would expect to take that, but that's cricket. Everyone puts chances down. He'll be hoping to get another opportunity today and grab that. And as bowlers, we have to try and give him that chance.
What's the plan?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to. We've got a relatively new ball. We do know that that's more useful in the evening time than the daytime. But we need 3 wickets in this first session. There's no doubting that. How we get them, it's not been a pitch where you feel like you can bring the stumps into play. Like when I hit Harris yesterday morning, that's as full as I can bowl, really. Hit him on the knee roll. I thought it was carrying into leg stump, umpire's call. For that to be going over the top shows that bringing the stumps into play is going to be really hard on this pitch. So, particularly if you don't protect that with your field. So, if we go fuller, there'll have to be a change in field, I think. And you keep using our bouncer. I thought Marnus looked really uncomfortable with Stokes yesterday. How the ball kept popping up out of fielders' hands, I'll never know. Out of where we had fielders, he probably had 6 or 7 chances that he could have got out to. But we need to just keep plugging away. We know it's going to be hot. We know the wind feels really warm today. But can we be as relentless as possible and not let Australia control the day while the sun's out?
Get well today, Stuart. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Stuart Broad with Henry Moran. Now, Dirk, in commentary yesterday, you were critical of the length the English quicks were bowling. You've heard that justification from a man in his 150th test. What do you make of it?
Wow. I just think he is completely divorced from reality. That is just absolutely farcical what he said there. The ball may not be moving as much as we've seen in other test matches, but when every single ball is going past the edge by a considerable margin, you've got to pitch it up further. And that ball from Marcus Harris that was going over the stumps and going down, that nipped a fair way. But the fact that ball's going over suggests that you need to pitch the ball up further. And let's say you pitch it up further and get driven down the ground a few times. I'd rather see that wagon wheel with the ball going straight back past the bowler and having the batsman drive and try and induce the edge so that the ball doesn't have as much time to nip and beat the bat, it actually catches the edge. I'd rather see that and have the scoreboard at the end of the day read 6 for 270 rather than come at the end of the day saying we bowled well, I thought we did a really good job and we toiled hard. But it's 2 for 220. You're miles behind the game. You need to start winning tests to get back into this series. By letting the game drift as they are now, you're just kicking the can down the road. You're going to run out of time to try and win the test match. I just think the messaging around England and their excuses about what's going on and their tactics is just, I think it's farcical.
It felt like they opted out of the plan to bowl full before they actually did bowl full. And I think that's the key thing for me. Like, I didn't see them push the ball full and get pumped down the ground a lot to then go to a different plan. And I think that's probably where I would be most critical. If they did get hit down the ground a lot and there wasn't a lot of sideways movement, I can sort of understand it a little bit more. But I don't think we saw that yesterday.
I disagree with that a little because in the half hour after the first interval, I thought they did pitch it up and there was a notable intent to try and pitch the ball up. They did get driven a couple of times. But their counter from that, after half an hour, well, this isn't working. Now we're going to just bowl short stuff. Let's go 6-3 leg side field and start bowling short. That's going from plan A to plan Z, X, missing every single letter in between, which is where traditional cricket is played. You're not always going to do like what Australia did here last year to India and roll them for 36. That's plan A. Plan B and C is grinding teams out, and we didn't see them try and grind Australia out with good fields, bowling straight, trying to hit the stumps.
Incidentally, while Dirk and Beamsy were talking about England's tactics, you heard a bell sound in the distance, followed by a cheer. That is the Bradshaw bell that was unveiled yesterday, and it heralds the life of Keith Bradshaw, who was a very good first-class cricketer and the chief executive of the South Australian Cricket Association until he lost his very brave long fight against cancer earlier this year. And his family were here yesterday to ring that bell for the first time, and it will ring 5 minutes before play in every game from here on out at Adelaide Oval. It's something he instituted at his time as an executive at the MCC at Lords, and now that tradition in the name of Keith Bradshaw will continue here at the Saka. All right, we're a couple of minutes from going to Jim Maxwell and Ian Chappell for the first ball. Australia 2 for 221. Marnus Labuschagne 5 runs away from another century. Beamsy, when does his graph slow down? Because he averages well over 60 in Test cricket. Yesterday he became the 5th fastest player in history from any country in the world to reach 2,000 Test runs. He sometimes seems to bat with incredible good fortune, but he capitalises, and here he is again on 95 not out. Where does this man's graph end?
Yeah, he's been unbelievably good, and he worked through some challenging periods as well. He had a little bit of luck, and sometimes you need that, and I think we would all say he's probably had a bit of his share of that luck, but he loves to bat, and I think, again, we seem to be going back to it a little bit with the tactics, but I think the tactics really suited him. He didn't have to play a lot. He wasn't challenged as much as I think he could have. So all of a sudden he gets to just get in and bat. And for guys that like to bat for long periods of time and without getting too bored, it's no surprise to me that we're now seeing him 95, and he'll probably get the chance to accelerate and catch that run rate up a bit.
And down the other end is a guy who averages 70 winning captains. It's a pretty formidable partnership to walk out and have to start bowling against.
All right, give me a one-word answer. Is Australia bowled out, or are they declaring today?
Definitely not. That's 2 words. I think I reckon they'll declare, but I reckon they'll declare sometime at the second end of that team. Right, where are we these days?
I asked you for the time, not to make you watch. What about you, Beebsy?
Declare.
See, that's so well done, so professional. Thank you, Kristen. The players are coming out to the field, the Englishmen. I'd like to thank you for listening to this pre-game show, and thank you to a couple of our local stars of ABC Radio in Adelaide, Aaron Bryans and Adam Jones, and Fletcher Doherty from our digital department for holding umbrellas over us, or at least trying to. They are the smallest, most bright orange things you could ever see, and they nearly covered half of our heads. But thank you, gentlemen, for trying. All right, time for day 2 of the second Ashes Test. Let's head upstairs. The voice of summer, Jim Maxwell. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Andrew. Hello, and welcome to the show. Wonderful to be here. And I pay my respects here to the traditional owners of the scorecard, Rick Finlay. Thank you very much for passing that on to me. All the numbers are here, and they don't look very exciting in terms of a wickets column for England, but not bad for Australia at 2 for 221. It's nice and warm, and even warmer in the commentary box than usual, because by special request from Ian Chappell, I've opened the window. How are you, chaps?
Good afternoon, James, and good afternoon to all of our listeners. Yes, I agree to you opening the window. I'm quite happy to have the atmosphere floating in. And I happen to agree with what Dirk said, that if you listen to and believe everything you're told at the English press conferences, well, then you'd probably still believe in Father Christmas and Easter Bunny.
Virginia's listening. Yes, there is a Santa Claus. I'm sure some of you remember that. Rick's looking mystified. Don't you remember the letter? Oh, come on, Rick. We've got to do a bit of education for you on Father Christmas. Now, in goes Anderson, first ball, and would you believe it, Labuschagne is moving his foot away to the offside and raising his bat and allowing the ball to pass for the 275th time so far in this innings. Oh dear, what a surprising start.
Steve Smith's on strike, mate.
Oh, it's Steve Smith.
And he just...
That's all right. Thanks very much.
He just marked his crease through to China, I think. I've never seen a bloke mark his crease so hard, so often.
It could be either of them, but Anderson bowls, and this time he plays. Bat to ball. Pushed it back down the pitch. So, was the criticism of England justified about not bowling fuller and straighter and trying to hit the edge? Or was the tactic of going to the bouncing ball and bowling deliveries that batsmen were leaving most of the day a better one, given that Australia, well, they're only 2 down and not a lot of runs? Can England knock them over for 300?
I'm a bit along the idea that Australia will declare and probably bowl once the sun goes down.
Here's Anderson in again, bowling. Smith is leaving. So that's 2 leaves and a forward defensive shot. And the suggestion is already that perhaps get a bowl a bit fuller than that to make the batsmen play. They wasted so many balls. They were probably knackered at the end of the day yesterday with a second year ball, but Robinson barely made the batsmen play in the last 20 minutes of the day.
Yeah, I mean, the point about the England press conference is exactly as Kristen said, that do you keep pitching the ball up and perhaps get driven occasionally, but also give yourself the opportunity to hit the edge?
Anderson moves to Smith. Smith's back and he flashes it away through point and away towards the boundary. A little bit of width from Anderson, and Smith got on top of the bounce and sent it spearing through the offside behind point. First runs of the day to Australia. A convincing shot from Smith, who moves to 22.
And I think that's the point. I think what Kristen is saying is right, that they could have afforded to pitch up a bit more.
Anderson bowls again, and Smith is leaving. Slightly fuller, but just offline. And went through to Butler.
And I think by getting rid of the tactic A pretty early on and going to the bouncing ball, you really sort of threw the baby out with the bathtub. I really think that England should have been trying to get 6-7 wickets down by stumps. If they'd done that, then they're in a pretty strong position.
Anderson from the river end, and Smith is leaving again. So he had 4 leaves, a defensive shot and a back cut for 4. 2 for 225. Now I need to tell you that the Australian men's cricket team are paying their respects and showing their love and support of the grief-stricken Devonport families, who must be in unimaginable pain following yesterday's tragic events. It was deeply saddening for everybody. Today, Australia and the match officials will wear black armbands to honour those who lost their lives. Tasmanian police have released the names of the 5 children who died in a jumping castle accident at a school in northwest Tasmania. They were all students of the Hillcrest Primary School in Devonport. 3 other children remain in a critical condition in the Royal Hobart Hospital, while another child who was injured has been discharged and is recuperating at home. So our thoughts with those families, with those people, and that's why if you're watching the game today and you see the black armbands, the Australians and the match officials are showing their respect. So down at the top end of the ground, at the northern Fig Tree Cathedral end, in a bit of broken sunlight, there's high cloud around it. It's a very warm day. The temperature did manage to drop from 36.7 on Rick Finlay's thermometer to 36.1. And Broad comes running up with 2 slips, and he's defended back down the pitch by the ever-present Labuschagne, who's on 95.
So in the end, I'd have to agree with Dirk Nannis in saying that at 2 down, Australia are well in front in the game. And the thing about the tactics of England, they seem to pretty well play into Australia's hands, in that Australia wanted to make England bowl a lot, wear them out, and I'm sure that they'd love to declare after 2 sessions and then bowl at night.
Broad goes in, wide of the off stump, very wide, and Labuschagne allows it to pass. So he's got a bit of a mixed field here, 2 slips and then a ring of fellas to stop the singles.
And I mean, the thing about the England press conference is they make excuses for their poor selections. Now, I don't think there's any way in the wide world you should have been picking Butler. He's far from the best wicketkeeper. He's not even the best wicketkeeper in this squad. Johnny Bestow's a better keeper. But Folkes is the best keeper of the lot.
Yeah, I don't get that one as Broad bowls, and he's on the length, full and straight, and Labuschagne is forward over the line, blocking it.
And England say in the press conference, it was bad luck. Joss Butler dropped the catch at just before stumps. Well, he also dropped one down the leg side. He should have caught both of them, but definitely the one just before stumps should have been caught by any wicketkeeper, a club wicketkeeper. But England make excuses, say, he's just got to get back on the horse. Well, what about your poor selection in the first place? Picking Butler ahead of Folkes. That's incorrect in my opinion.
Broad bowls, and it's pushed away around the corner by Labuschagne down towards fine leg, and Wokes comes in to throw in just on that score. Rick's got some numbers on catches spilt and caught over the 2 test matches to date, which is a pretty good number for Australia, but an unhappy one for England. What have you got, Rick?
Both teams have actually offered 18 chances over the two test and a half that's been played so far. Australia have caught all 18. England have caught 12.
Dropped 6. Yeah.
And Butler's dropped, what? 3.
Mm-hmm. Now Smith has got the strike as Australia moved to 2 for 226, and it's Broad who sweeps into bowl. And Smith, he walks across and he does the little nurdle right off the line of middle and off. Just takes the ball around the corner to Wokes and gleans a leg by, as it turned out. A leg by. Well, there you go. 2 for 227. Smith is 22 and Labuschagne 96.
And the thing about selection is you make a selection and you've got a pretty fair idea what might happen in the series. Now, if you're going to pick Butler as a wicketkeeper, you're saying, well, we're prepared to accept his drops in the hope that he'll make enough runs quickly enough to validate his selection as a keeper. Well, I don't think that selection's ever going to be validated.
Broad bowls now with a deep backward square, and he's outside the off stump, and Labuschagne on the customary reflex withdrawal as it goes to Butler. 2 overs gone, 6 runs scored, 91 overs bowled, and it is a very warm day here in Adelaide. But, of course, with the window open here, we get the benefit of the breeze, the refreshing breeze that's coming down the ground.
Keep talking, you'll convince yourself, Jim.
I'm trying to convince everyone else in the box because they're waving their armpits around, sweating furiously.
But the thing about a selector is you're saying, oh, well, that's part of cricket. You get drop catches. Nobody tries to drop them. Well, that's dead right. Nobody tries to drop them. But if you pick a player knowing that there's a fair chance he will drop some, then why are you picking him?
Here's Anderson bowling, and he's punched away down towards mid-off, and Stokes is there to field it.
Now, if you're picking Steve Smith, who averages, say, 70 in Test cricket, and Steve Smith catches, let's say, 70% in the slips, then that's a justifiable selection, because you're saying, well, we're prepared to accept the odd drop if he's going to average 70 with the bat. I would make that same selection. But with keeping, it's a bit different. That's your job as a keeper.
Anderson bowls. Smith's on the move, and he's after the short ball. He tugs it around the corner down to fine leg, and he gets a single. And he looks intent on moving the game here. 2 for 228. Smith is 23.
Yeah, Smith's certainly been prepared to play the pull shot and the hook shot. On that occasion, he got one from Anderson that was short, and he made sure he rolled his wrists and got it to ground pretty quickly.
I'll give you a little conundrum question, Rick. I know how much you love them. As Labuschagne scratches out his guard down at the northern end.
Just before you do,
right,
just working on Ian's ledger.
Yeah.
Butler has made 62 runs off the bat, but the runs he has given away by dropping catches is exactly 100 at the moment.
Right, now he's beaten outside the off stump almost. It just hit the, I think, up round the glove or the top of the bat as he poked the bouncing ball away on the offside a little uncertainly. He got squared up by a ball that moved a tad, and it hit him on the thigh pad, well up and outside the off stump. Missed the bat. But another one of those sort of moral victories for the bowler, moving the ball away. 2 slips behind Labuschagne. He needs 4 for 100. And it goes back and across and plays inside the line of the ball. And in the history of Test cricket, right, have 2 batsmen with the averages of these 2 ever played together. This average or more. One of them averages, what, in the 60s and one in the 70s? Something like that? I assume Bradman batting with someone who fills the bill, but 2 mortals batting together they ever had 2 with those averages. Here comes Anderson, and he leaves another one outside the off stump. 2 for 228. Plenty of time to contemplate, Rick, because you just think dot, dot, dot as they leave every other ball.
I doubt that they have, because Bradman would have been up around the 100, but the people batting with him, whilst they had good average, McCabe would have had he'd have been about 48. Ponsford in Shield cricket, yes, he would have been about 70, 80, same as Alan Kippax.
Sid Barnes had
not
quite
in
a good
Test
average.
cricket.
In goes Anderson, back goes Labuschagne, pushes it down the pitch. Another over goes by. We've had 3 of them. 7 runs scored, and Labuschagne still pushing towards his 100.
Yeah, Rick's probably got the answer.
He's looking, I think.
Sid Barnes didn't play a lot of tests, but he would have averaged 60. So Bradman would be near enough to 100, and Barnes 60. That'd pass your test, wouldn't it?
But I just think the accumulation of partnerships that these two are building will put them ahead of the field, the way things are going.
Yeah, well, Barnes wasn't around a long time, but he had a few decent partnerships. I mean, they both got 234 at the SCG.
Said he tried to jump the turnstile at the MCG, didn't he?
I'll tell you a lovely story about Sid and passes.
Now, Broad is bowling and Smith is leaving outside the off stump. Just assume, if I don't call the ball, that the batsman's left it alone outside the off stump, because it's happening 60% of the time.
City, I apologised to one of the Greencoats for forgetting my pass. And the Greencoat said, that's okay, you're a Channel 9 man. This is back in the day. And he said, I'll tell you a story about Sid Barnes. Sid Barnes arrived at the Sydney Cricket Ground, didn't have his pass, and the Greencoat said to him, where's your pass? He said, I don't have a pass, my face is my ticket.
Yes, Broad runs in again, and Smith lets it go. Yep, same old flavour.
And apparently the Greencoat brilliantly said to Sid Barnes, well, that's strange. He said, my boss told me this morning to punch every ticket.
That is very good.
Yeah, it was a great answer, yeah. But Sid was notorious for not having a pass and jumping turnstiles and whatever else.
Average 63 in tests.
63, was it? But that's up in the top 20, surely.
Only 1,072 runs, though.
2 slips weight. Broad is running in. Smith is leaving the ball alone outside the off stump. Just put it on a disc, a cartridge, and keep playing it. 3 in a row now in this over.
But England bowled where they wanted to bowl. If you listen to their press conference, they had a plan, and they did what they planned to do. But I think they've got to revisit their plans. I mean, if they think that having Australia 2 for 221 at stumps is a good position, then that's not the game of cricket I wanted to play.
So we're going for the 4-peat now, as Broad charges in, and he drives sumptuously for 4. A spanking cover drive, whistles away to the boundary, and Smith gets his second 4 of the day. He's 27, 2 for 232.
And here's another example of the plan not really being what they tell you, because Smith allowed the ball to pass, ones he didn't want to play. As soon as he got one where he wanted it, he picked the gap, and he found the fence. And that's the thing. Australia are finding the fence on a pretty regular basis. So what does that tell you about the balls in between that they're letting go? They're not doing much damage.
So Broad once more moves up towards Smith, and Smith is forward and punching his stroke towards mid-on. But Anderson is down there to stop it. 2 for 232. And thanks to a number of people who have been in touch. Grant in Hobart enjoying the call. Very nice of us to mention and pay the respects to the Devonport community. A lot of very sad people down here. Life can be very cruel. Thank you.
That's an absolute horror story, isn't it?
That's terrible. Just terrible. Broad goes up and bowls, and Smith down the leg side tried to help it on its way. He didn't. And now he wants a change of gloves, as he does every couple of overs. 2 for 232. Labuschagne inching towards literally 100. He's added 1 today, and Smith has added a couple of boundaries and a single.
I found one for you. Curtis Patterson and Travis Head. Curtis Patterson averages 144.
Yeah.
Travis Head averages around 40, so there's 180 between them.
That'll be hard to beat.
That trumps Labuschagne and Smith, only 120.
Yeah. Yep.
No, don't accept that, Jim.
Well, one game.
No, don't accept it.
Why?
Well, because one game. I mean, yes.
You've got to have played 10 games.
Smith and Labuschagne have been together for quite a bit. I mean, Sid Barnes got more than 1,000 runs. That's got to count for something.
1,000 runs should be a qualification.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Rick, go back to the scorebooks.
Damn.
Anderson runs in and he bowls, and Labuschagne is almost gloving one in the air, but he doesn't. He keeps it down to poke it backward point. Bring the gully in. Do something a little bit different. Anyway, Labuschagne struggling to find that delivery he can put away. That hit right on his top glove and must have hurt a little bit, which suggests there might be a little bit of excitement for the pace bowlers later on when Australia gets a chance to bowl. I mean, he's sharpish, but he's not rocket speed. He bowls again. Back goes Labuschagne. Plays this down to Hamid, who's on the scamper from cover to stop a run. 2 for 2, 3-2.
It'd be interesting to know what an English batsman thinks when he sees Labuschagne fended a ball, it hits him on the gloves, throws his bat on the ground in disgust. Well, it really didn't bounce all that much. Labuschagne was playing forward at a ball that he probably could have comfortably played off the back foot in the middle of the bat. But that will leave a bit of a message on an England batsman's mind.
Anderson bowls, Labuschagne defends, and he runs it very fine between second slip, and it's going down to the boundary for 4, and that's his 100. And Whoopi, full of delight. He's raising his bat. He's looking around the ground. Steve Smith comes down and gives him a congratulatory hug. That's a wonderful landmark for Labuschagne. Another Test century, and it's been one of his grittiest performances. Playing, pushing, missing, taking a few on the body, and now, yes, it always seems when he's batting that that's the way you should bring up 100, with a thick edge beyond the field and down to the third man boundary. 100 not out for Labuschagne.
Well, Smith is only just heading back to the other end. Now, the umpire's fine for Smith to say, well done, get back to your end. But he stood there for a couple of minutes having a chat.
Anderson goes to Labuschagne. Labuschagne taken on the body, but no LBW shout because of the bounce, and not for the first time. He allows the ball to take him on the 5-pad.
So that's where I have a problem with the administrators. OK, it's a great achievement to make 100, and as a batsman you acknowledge the crowd's applause. The other batsman lets you know that he's happy you've made 100. He can do that from the other end. He doesn't have to go right down there in your face and spend 5 minutes talking to you.
Anderson goes in, and Labuschagne is defending a ball away on the offside, just spearing in near the line of the stumps, and he watched it as he's done throughout this very vigilant, dogged innings, taking Australia to this pretty strong position. They haven't lost a wicket this morning, 2 for 236, and that 100 rig came from
287 balls, and by comparison, Travis had different circumstances, I know. 85 balls for his at the Gabba, so over 200 balls more for Labuschagne on this occasion.
Well, Travis Head be out there at some stage as Anderson bowls around the pads. It's beautifully played away by Labuschagne through mid-wicket. It's going out towards the boundary. It will be overhauled as Wokes gets to it, and they take 2 more runs. So Labuschagne, he's on the move. 96 to 100, 102 now, 2 for 238. And Ali Mitchell is about to come in and join Ian Chappell.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
Morning everyone, morning to you Ian.
Hi, Ali. How are you?
Very well, yep, but just recovered from being outdoors in the heat. And what a wonderful moment for Marnus Labuschagne.
Yeah, I've just been talking about the umpires not moving the game along. I don't think the administrators understand that that's really not part of cricket. They think that standing there and chatting for a couple of minutes is part of cricket. It's not. It's well played. Now just get on with it and move the game along. But the administrators don't do it.
Here is Smith facing up as Broad with his white headband on. He's in down the leg side. Smith letting it go. It goes through to Joss Buttler. I was interested in Ian as well, listening to the conversation about the wicket keeping earlier as well, with Joss Buttler having missed those chances. And of course, inevitably, because of those chances being costly, talk turns towards the other alternatives. And Ben Foakes, I was reminding myself of the circumstances around his career. And he was actually, he finished the tour of India as England's first choice keeper and suffered a freak injury. The leg slip in place here is Broad in again to Smith, outside off stump though, and he defends it to the offside, stepping forward, and there's no run. 2 for 238 the score remains.
Yeah, the secret with selection is to be ahead of the game, not behind the game, and to me that's where the England selectors are. I mean, as soon as they picked Joss Buttler in the squad, it seemed to me that they were going to pick him as the keeper, and to me that was an incorrect decision, as I think a couple of their other decisions are incorrect, but Buttler is the most outstanding one.
Broad in again. Smith steps across, and it's down the leg side once more, and that was spilt, not taken cleanly by Buttler. Yeah, Ben Foakes got back from India. I think when the tour of South Africa, some doubts were raised about his batting and ability to deal with shorter balls and bouncier pitches, although Alex Stewart, who's his director of cricket at Surrey, who absolutely believes that Ben Foakes is the best wicket-keeper that England could field, has said he's never really shown signs of that for Surrey. But he was earmarked to keep wicket for England in the first tests of this summer against New Zealand, but slipped on the dressing room floor and ripped his hamstring. Broad in again, and Smith has squared up a touch, defending. The ball balloons away off the outside edge. Bat and pad involved. Out towards the gully region, he was not in control of the shot. Broad turns on his mark.
That's the thing with England's selection. To me, you've got to pick a team, and you've got to say to yourself, now, would this team beat Australia in Australia? That's where Australia are hardest to beat, at home. And you ask yourself that question, and you wouldn't pick this England side if you were fair dinkum about trying to beat Australia.
Smith on 27 here, allows one to go through pretty harmlessly past his off stump.
Now, England were unfortunate. I mean, if they'd had their original pace attack, which would have been Jofra Archer, Mark Wood and Ollie Stone, now that's three genuinely fast bowlers who, you know, if you look at the history of cricket in Australia, Larwood helping to win in 32-3, Typhoon Tyson winning in 54-5, John Snow winning in 70-71. Pace bowling does make a big difference in Australia, so they were unlucky there.
Here goes Broad, last ball of the over to Smith, looking to play it right off his toes. He's struck on the pad low down, and there's no run. He rehearses that swish of the bat in his idiosyncratic way, and it is the end of the over. 2 for 238. Labuschagne is face up on 102. It's next over. Smith 27 from 92, and their partnership is worth 62 runs together. Tell you what that did lead to, Ian, just with the Foakes situation, because he was injured. It was at a time when Buttler was being rested. Again, a sort of rest and rotation policy, a decision taken because players who are either at the IPL or, there's a whole debate to be had about the decisions to simply rest players. So Buttler wasn't going to play those first two matches, and that led to a test debut for James Bracey, Gloucestershire wicketkeeper, who was rather thrust into the England side, but it was not a happy debut for him. He looked a little bit like a scared rabbit behind the stumps at times. It was not a tidy keeping performance, so he was in and then he was out, and then Buttler came back. Here is Ollie Robinson from the City end of the ground. Ollie full, he's got the edge and got the wicket, and there is a catch for Joss Buttler. He's held on to one, and it's Labuschagne who's gone for 102. Robinson comes on, gets the breakthrough so desperately needed by England.
Well, Labuschagne is leaving at around about the same pace as Inzamam Ul Haq. and Simmons from the West Indies. It bemuses me. He plays really well. He gets 100, and then he rehearsed the shot after he was out, and now he takes an age to walk off. I would have thought when you get out, you want to get off of there and get out of view as quickly as possible. Anyhow, he doesn't do that, Labuschagne. He's now soaking up the applause for having made 100. It was a fighting 100, and some talk about no ball, but...
It's a crowd no ball, is it? Is that? Oh, I'm not sure there's anything behind the line. No, there's not. Can you believe it? Labuschagne is being called back. He's walking back out to the middle. The crowd were being shown the vision on the big screen, and seemingly, we haven't had full confirmation, but Labuschagne is halfway back. The close-up says the crowd say it's a no ball, and I think Natty in our close-up also says he hasn't got anything behind the line.
Yes, I mean, Labuschagne has been incredibly fortunate throughout his, well, the part of his career that I can remember. The early part was overseas, but since he's been in Australia, he's had amazing good fortune. Not only have they dropped catches, but they've dropped dolly catches. But when you get reprieve like that, as Warner got reprieved in Brisbane, it's just not acceptable. And, you know, England can go on about the number of people they've got in reserve and the number of people who are sitting on the sideline. But if they've got so many people on the sideline, why haven't they read the riot act to Joe Root and told him to get a move on with the over rate? Why aren't they telling their bowlers, this is bloody ridiculous to put your foot over the line and lose dismissals? That's 2 now, and 2 really important ones.
England, as Robinson is in again now, and this time he's forward looking to drive Labuschagne, and he finds mid-off. Joe Root's face was like thunder. You just couldn't make it up, could you? The no ball to Warner at the Gabba, and Labuschagne has a grin as wide as the River Torrens on his face as he walked back out to the middle. A reprieve having got to 100, walking off. And I think the first thing he probably heard was the roar of the crowd before he would have even have known that it was being replayed on the big screen and deemed a no ball. Robinson in now into leave outside the off stump, through to Buttler. It's the one catch that Jos Buttler has held after the wicket of Marcus Harris. So in the first moment he would have felt enormous relief that he'd taken the wicket and then overturned. And Rolly Robinson, it'll be interesting to know, well, we've got to presume with the third umpire technology working for no balls that he hadn't up to that point bowled any no balls as per the Stokes situation. And he goes up past the umpire, right arm over, bowling fuller to Labuschagne, with a whip of the wrists, picks it up to Broad, who's there at mid-on.
You'd have to say, I mean, I've said it many times, Joe Root is not a good captain, but he's also not a lucky captain. Everything seems to go against him. Now, you very rarely get a captain who is not so good, but he's lucky. Doesn't happen too often. But Joe Root is definitely an ordinary captain and a captain of misfortune.
He desperately needs some luck. There's Robinson, bowls again. We heard Labuschagne say it. Another dot ball.
What I'd be really interested in, having not played under this system, is your feelings as a batsman when you've walked, 70 yards to be near the boundary rope and suddenly you get the call, hey, come back, mate, it's a no ball. How you switch from, and maybe there's a reason why Labuschagne doesn't get off in a hurry, because he's expecting he might get called back. But I'm wondering how you switch your mind.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. As Robinson bounds in again, more on middle and off, and behind square. Buttler moves forward, picks up, the single has been added. Labuschagne 102 is Australia 2 for 203.
And
Australia 200. Get the numbers out in a moment. Australia 2 for 240.
I mean, then you've got the bowler in Ollie Robinson who's thinking he's got a wicket. Now his mind's got to change again. Very difficult situation.
Last ball of the over from Robinson, left alone by Smith. So this partnership can extend, and it has been a start that England, for a moment, desperately they wanted and needed. And then from joy to utter deflation. Ian Chappell's making way, and Dirk Nannes is going to be joining me in just a moment. Partnership then is 64, Labuschagne 102. England thought they had him. Butler thought he'd taken a catch to relieve some of the disappointment of putting him down on 95 last night. But Ollie Robinson has overstepped. And bowling discipline and the no balls, it's something which has been discussed quite a lot about when you're bowling in the net. How often are coaches actually watching bowlers' front foots in net practice to ensure that they're not overstepping? Dirk, you might know the answer to that. How are you?
Good afternoon, Alison. Not often is the answer there. They might do it every now and then, but then you get on to other stuff. Generally speaking, the bowling coach is camped somewhere away from being able to police the no balls, because that's not really their main job. Probably something you shouldn't do, though, step over the line. As a matter of course. Mind you,
That's legs done.
you come out with start of the over just as you're working your way into it. You can understand why.
Yeah, it was first ball of his spell, wasn't it? Well, how's this for the field for Stuart Broad to Labuschagne? One slip, cover and mid-off. Everyone else on the leg side got a leg gully, fine leg. Catcher at short mid-wicket, a shortish square leg, deep square leg. Broad is in and he bowls on length, and Labuschagne is defending, drops it into that onside, and Burns moves forward from that catching position, short mid-wicket, and picks up. Did you hear Stuart Broad this morning with his... Did you guys have a chat with him as well this morning about the bowling tactics?
We commented it at length.
Yes.
And I said it was completely divorced from reality.
Well, it made me feel that, a lot of mindset to not want to concede runs, the idea that he didn't want the economy to go through the roof, and that was why we weren't bowling full, contain the run rates. Broad in now, defended by Labuschagne coming forward, but it's played completely into Australia's hands, who only lost 2 wickets. Now England back in the field and looking to probably end up being in the field for 2 sessions, while Australia, in their ideal world, look to time their declaration perfectly to unleash Mitchell Starc under the lights. But I wonder whether that defensive mindset comes as a result of England's failures as a batting unit. So there's no confidence, or that there's a lack of confidence in the bowling unit to be able to reply to a hefty first innings. So that's their sense of we need to contain and try and not let the run rate get away. Broad in again, flick to square leg along the ground, straight to the field and no run.
That's just really, though, trying to control damage rather than win a game.
Which is a very negative mindset.
Exactly right. That's just trying to come and have the mindset that we are going to draw this game. It's just not right. You cannot allow the opposition, you can't allow the game to drift like that. If you need to win games of cricket, you need to always be pushing the game forward. And I don't think just being defensive and being content with the ball going past the edge.
Broad short ball pulled, it's gone past. Short square leg. Whether he got a hand to it. Broad had his hands on his head. It's Ollie Robinson who bowled the no ball a few moments ago, where he thought he had dismissed Marnus Labuschagne. Pulled straight to him while he stuck out his right arm. I reckon it took the fingers, did it? He was at... Whoa, went past the fingers.
To be fair,
It's a hard chance.
He didn't even have time to extend his arm out to his side by the time the ball got to him. That's how hard that ball was hit. So, can't call that a chance, can you? Rick, you calling that a chance?
Tough.
I think I will.
Really?
Tough chance.
Oh, tough.
2 for 241 outside the off stump this time. Broad to Steve Smith, who's on strike on 27. It was pulled firmly. I don't know if he was standing a couple of yards further back, I'd have had more time to get there. But it was. I wonder whether it just seemed slightly flat-footed, unless it was just the sheer pace. It was a pretty full-blooded pull. Fingers to it. It would have been a very good catch. Let's put it like that if he had taken it.
Stunning catch if he took it. Just a reflex one. Either stick or it doesn't.
It's the kind of catch, though, that you've sometimes seen, say, Pat Cummins take an extraordinary catch like that, an athletic bowler in the field. But for England, things are not going their way. Smith on 27, slip and a leg slip, broad in outside the off stump and left alone. So England's morning is not going much better than their evening last night. Australia 2 for 241, Labuschagne on 103, Smith 27, and Dirk Nannes, you're about to be joined by Andrew Moore.
Grandstand Cricket, the Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
I always let the good ones go.
Thank you, Ali. Good to see you, Dirk, as Ollie Robinson on his way from this, the city end. Bowls to Labuschagne, doesn't offer outside the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. 2 slips a gully, a short cover, mid-off, very straight. Likewise broad at mid-on, short mid-wicket in Anderson. There's a square leg in Stokes and a deep backward square with Australia 2 for 241 as England's woes continue to.
Just so desperately unlucky. As a fast bowler, the first ball of your spell, which is what Robinson had Marnus Labuschagne caught behind on, you tend to try and work into your spell.
Robinson to Labuschagne, again outside the off stump, no shot off.
So the first ball, you're sort of fumbling about, trying to get the ball roughly on the right spot of the pitch. You're going to feel the creaks of your body from all the bowling you did yesterday, and you're not necessarily thinking, right, this is going to be the best ball I bowl. And you tend to know that probably your stride length is going to be the least that it's going to be all day as well until you really get into your work. So you tend to kind of just start a fraction closer to the pitch on your run-up.
Robinson to Labuschagne, defends a straighter delivery this time, and the ball is square on the offside to Ollie Pope at backward point. Score remains 2 for 241.
I was someone who always started in the exact same spot. But my first 3 balls of an over of a spell, I was probably 2 feet behind the line. And that's probably going too far the other way, isn't it? And you've just got to back yourself over time that you get it pretty much right most of the time. And they do. And unfortunately for him, he's missed on this.
And unlike the Ben Stokes one in Brisbane, I mean, we're talking millimetres here with Ollie Robinson's first deliveries. He bowls to Labuschagne and the ball leaves him outside the off stump. Labuschagne shoulders arms. And dot balls so far through this over, the 98th of the Australian innings, meaning the 18th with the second new ball. What are you seeing with the ball in terms of movement and bounce so far on day 2?
I still think they've got a bit of a phobia to pitching the ball up enough. But this is a tough wicket to bowl on. The length has to be absolutely spot on, otherwise it's a hard volley.
Robinson, Labuschagne doesn't play a shot. Shout for LBW, give it out. Now, once again, height may be the issue as Labuschagne will come and talk to his skipper, Steve Smith. Robinson celebrating. He's been fired out for 103. It's 3 for 241. And Labuschagne is checking it out. He's gone to the DRS. What's your initial instinct here, Dirk?
Director, we have a review for
That's
LBW.
probably the first ball that we've seen you misbehave. Really did keep low. It seemed to nip back in a long way off the pitch. It's no shot offered, so it doesn't matter where it struck him.
All right, so we haven't yet seen our first replay. Here we go, and ironically it's not the no ball. Cuts back in, gets him knee roll. That looks as out as it can be.
Shot involved.
Yeah, just over on the top bar of the knee roll. Struck him in front of off stump, going to hit top of middle and off.
Impact in line. Wickets hitting.
Out. Have they checked the no ball? Maybe they did that as a matter of course, but we haven't. That's normally the first replay you see.
Thank you.
Out. Marnus Labuschagne's innings. He's ridden his fortune throughout, and that's not to take any credit away from him, who's battled and battled and battled, and he's out for 103. He's faced 306 deliveries. With 306 for Labuschagne, 305. 305 deliveries, and he hit 8 boundaries. He was there for 400 minutes, Marnus Labuschagne, and now, as disappointed as he'll be, out for the second time today. He can accept the applause of the crowd of over 10,000 here at Adelaide Oval on a very, very hot Friday afternoon. Now he waves his bat. Labuschagne 103, Australia 3 for 241, and Ollie Robinson does get the breakthrough.
And he was gritty and determined yesterday and rode his luck earlier today as well, and deserved his 100 in the end, but at last England would be thinking there's a sniff.
So he's out, and the round of applause you heard was for the South Australian Travis Head, coming out to bat after his magnificent 152 off 148 deliveries at the Gabba. And what was the score when he came into bat for Australia? The third wicket fell at 189, and here it's 241. He came in not long before tea on day 2, and here he is. What are we? Not yet an hour into day 2 in Adelaide. 300s, average of 43.5. Travis Head, only 27 years of age, and the added weight in this Test match of being the vice captain. He turns 28 in late December, just before the new year. Debuted in 2018, 21st Test, and 307 50s, couple of ducks, 6 Test against England where he averages just under 43, and 15th Test in Australia, 992 runs at 52.21. Travis Head, and he'll take guard with 2 slips, a gully, a point, shortish cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square. Robinson on the way. Travis Head taps, raises the bat, and he's forced to defend away on the offside to Milan at cover. Dot ball, and even that gets a cheer from his home crowd. 3 for 241, and that ends Ollie Robinson's over. 18 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 35.
That dismissal, Marnus Labuschagne tried to do exactly what he had done for the rest of his innings, in that they were leaving on length, but that one was probably the first ball we've seen really misbehave in terms of height. Ball kept low. I think he knew as soon as he got struck he was in some trouble. It shows the benefit. Just bowl at the stumps. That's what they need to do. When all else fails, don't try and get too funky and try new tactics. Just stick with the old, because they generally work.
120-run partnership between Labuschagne and Smith, and I know, Rick, you're doing all the figures, Rick Finlay, for the extraordinary figures of partnerships between Labuschagne and Warner. Labuschagne and Smith would have a few decent ones going too.
65.
Averaging 65, yeah. So there's a silly mid-on in place. Rory Burns, a Stuart Broad. He has 1 for 40. This is his 21st over. There's only 1 slip, bowling to Steve Smith, and he turns it to square leg. And the ball's picked up by Robinson, only about 15 metres from the bat, well in front of the square leg umpire. No run. 3 for 241. Marcus Harris out in the first session yesterday for 3. And then Dave Warner in the last session for 95. And today, Labuschagne, 103. He was 102 when he was caught by Josh Butler off the Robinson no ball. And Australia only advanced its position by several runs. So Ollie would be well pleased with that.
They deserve it for their toil, not for their tactics.
Leg slip, silly mid-on. Broad bowls to Smith, and the Australian captain ducks under a bounce. A little wayward down the leg side. 135k now, taken by Josh Butler. Here's an interesting one on the SMS, and your text messages are welcome, of course. 0467 920 222 if you'd like to get in touch. After Bradman, who would you say fill positions 2 to 5 as Australia's greatest ever Australian Test batsman? How does Steve Smith and Dave Warner compare with the following greats? Ricky Ponting, Steve Waugh, Greg Chappell, Matt Hayden, Alan Border, Michael Clark, Mike Hussey. That's from Brett at Preston's. Thank you, Brett. That's something you could debate over a quiet one for hours. Broad bowl, Smith on the pull shot, and he gets the ball. He didn't pick it up, Chris Wokes. He moved to his right. The ball was to his left, and it races away for 4 in front of the Chappell stand. Boundary to Steve Smith, and that's his 5th. He's 31. Australia 3 for 245. Wokes had not a clue where that ball was.
Sympathy. Sometimes you just don't pick it up when you're in the deep. That's exactly what happened here. You stand there with your arms out. Looked like a fall, but nothing you could do.
Only looks bad when you guess the wrong way. Right?
Exactly right. I mean, that sort of questions what got cricketers conjobbling in night when they're trying to pick their top 11 or best blokes 11 or
Here's Broad bowling to Smith, and this time he defends inside edge onto Pat. No run as it trickles away on the onside. I'll be conjobbling with you later tonight. That sounds like a plan on the way home. We can conjobble to our heart's content. Maybe about this very issue. So where do you rate Steve Smith, Warner Ponting, Ward, Chappell, Hayden, Border, Clark, Hussey? Give me a 1 to 5 of that list.
I'd pick... I think Steve Smith's got to get in there. I reckon Ponting's got to get in there.
I'll let you contemplate.
Yep.
Broad from the cathedral end. Powers in, bowls to Smith, who defends to the silly mid-on. Rory Burns moving to his right in front of mid-wicket. Dot ball, Australia 3 for 245, 1 ball left of the over.
And maybe I'm showing my age by not having seen enough of Chappell. He's before my time. Didn't see him when I was growing up.
I'm prepared to rate. Gee, it's a good list, isn't it?
It's not a bad list.
I'm rating Ponting 1.
Yeah, but where they batting? Where's Rick batting? He bats 3, sure.
Here comes Broad. I'm not picking him in batting order. It's tucked off his hip, and Hamid is not a good fielder. At leg slip, moves to his right, fumbles it, so as a result they get a run. He's there for that shot, couldn't handle it, and so in the end Joe Root, it's a leg by. Thanks, Rick. Had to chase after it. 3 for 246 at the end of the over. Smith 31 with that leg by. That's 14 extras. Travis Head yet to score, and Smith will keep the strike.
The way these games are played, the rules of these games is that they always get picked in their batting order.
Well, if you only
change the rules and come in here
5. Okay, well in that case, what does that mean? Matt Hayden has to be there. Dave Warner has to be there because they're 2 openers. I want Greg Chappell in my list. I need Alan Border in my list. I need Steve Waugh in my list. I need Ricky Ponting and Steve Smith in my list. That's probably my 5. No, that's 5. You're asked to pick 5. I was running out of fingers, so I kept it to 5.
You need 2 to 5. That's 4 people.
Here's Robinson, starts a new over, and Smith just takes his bat inside the line as it goes through to the keeper, Josh Butler.
Because you picked Bradman.
No, I understand, but I said 1 to 5 of the remaining list.
Okay.
But just name 4 then. I don't want to get rid of one of my 5, so I'm bowing out now. It's over to you, Duke.
Smith, Ponting are playing.
Okay.
Again, I haven't seen enough Chappell because he was before my time.
Elegant. Magnificent in the V. Apart from 1 horror run against the West Indies, had a great career in Greg Chappell and Ian, as this ball leaves Smith outside off stump. Smith doesn't offer through to Josh Butler. 3 for 246. And was at the SCG in his last test match in the 82-83, was it, against Pakistan, where Greg Chappell farewelled the international cricketing world with a magnificent 180.
Michael Clark, whilst he had that unfathomably good couple of years where he's easily the standout player in the world, that's bookmarked by times where I don't think he's in that list.
Robinson to Smith. He squared up a little and the ball runs away to point. And the ball fielded by Ollie Pope. No run. 3 for 246 Australia.
So I'm not going to pick him. I don't think if we're shelving batting order, I don't think Warner makes the list. If you need them in the batting order, then I'd probably take a Warner. The way he breaks games apart.
Brett, what have you done to us? Brett from Preston's with this text.
Oh, we're going to be debating this at the back of the box.
What are we going to be doing? Cajoling.
We have to be doing that while eating, though.
Robinson bowls to Smith, and he's forward defending away to Hamid at cover. 0 runs, 3 for 246. Xavier, a more simple SMS for us. Loving the commentary. Good thing that today night. It means more cricket for the late night harvesting. Good on you, Graham. Listening in Kulak in New South Wales.
Gee, they were heated debates in the change rooms, though.
Were they?
These sorts of lists, good blokes 11, bad blokes 11.
Yep.
People who bluff the career 11.
Here's Robinson, bowls on the drive, goes Smith, just a little wide of mid-off. But it's fielded by Stokes and he prevents a run being scored. So another dot ball, 3 for 246. This is the 100th over of the innings. Yeah, it would get contentious. Well, it did in classrooms, dinner tables, pubs, everywhere. They're good fun debates. Hi, Andrew and Dirk. What do they call the first meal break at a day-night test? Is it tea, dinner, smoker or 11s? From Martin at Port Macquarie. Well, I liked Jim Maxwell when he came on after the tea break last night and said, good evening, good afternoon, good night, whatever it is. Here's Robertson bowls and Smith again squared up. As he defends away on the offside, he comes into field. No runner. Maiden over from Ollie Robinson. He's right on target for the most part there. 19 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 35 his figures, with Australia 3 for 246. Steve Smith 31. Travis Head, who's only faced the one ball still. He's yet to score. Hi Andrew, it's Todd in Wollongong. Greg Chappell is a must. He played when there was no rope to make the field smaller and easy to score runs. He's a great batsman, no doubt, Todd. A no ball. I wondered what you were signalling at, and Ollie Robinson's crossed the line again. Now, Rick, would I be right in saying that's the 9th no ball of the innings, or has it gone up to 10-9? Thanks, mate. Robinson to finish the over again. And defending is Smith to mid-wicket. Diving save by James Anderson. And that ends the over. Another no ball. 3 for 247. 31 Smith. Travis Head yet to score. David Adelaide's joining in. He says AB is in the top 5 for me because he faced the West Indies in their pomp every other summer. I couldn't agree more with you, Dave. He rescued Australia so often. So often.
And that's the time when I started watching cricket.
Right.
On AB. That's... I mean, I still have that West Indies bowling lineup as the people that I always try to emulate in the backyard.
Yeah. Who was your go-to?
Joel Garner, I loved.
Big Bird.
And Kirtley.
And Kirtley Ambrose. Okay, you picked a couple of good ones there.
No, they're okay. You could pick anyone out of those sides, couldn't you?
Yeah. They were fun to watch, exciting to watch, frightening to watch, devastating to watch. A range of emotions watching those great West Indian teams and their unbelievable quartet of fast bowlers. Here's a bowling change from the Cathedral end, and it's Chris Wokes. 15 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 36. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed Travis Head. 2 slips of gully, a point cover mid-off on the offside, and Head is defending on the onside towards mid-on. Anderson will pick up, moving to his left. So he's there. You've got Robinson at mid-wicket and Broad at deep backward square just to our right in front of the Mark Rashudo stand. That stand to our right is divided up into the Gavin Wanganeen stand, the Jack Odie stand, the Max Bashir stand, the Foss Williams stand, and the Mark Rashudo stand. Here's Broad bowling to Head, Wokes rather, bowling to Head, and he pushes it to mid-off. Can't get a run. Top ball as Ben Stokes picks up. Chris Wokes, he's been economical. Have you seen much of a threat there to his bowling, Dirk?
No, and I think that's partly due to the length that he bowled yesterday. But also there's just not a lot of airspeed, is there? You need to have just that little bit extra in the air.
Wokes into Head. Cut shot. Bang! What a way to get off the mark. Too short from Wokes. Head off the back foot, crashes it through the offside. And it's a boundary. He is 4, 3 for 251, the 250 up for Australia in the 101st over.
Just at that pace, 130k an hour, and that's the fastest that he bowls. Everything else around that tends to be, when he's in his rhythm in the middle of the day, he's probably high 120s, and at that pace, you just have to be so unnervingly accurate.
Wokes bowls to Head again, straighter this time, and has defended Hamid square on the offside. No run. Phil says, don't forget Gilchrist in that list as a member. Yeah, no, he wasn't included in the nomination process.
Can I launch a defence for Joss Butler?
What?
Well, earlier today, Ian was going on about how Joss Butler's a ridiculous selection. I disagree. Gilchrist got picked. He was not the best keeper in the country by any stretch when he got picked.
Here's Wokes bowling to Head, defending back down the pitch, picked up on the offside by Wokes.
Who's the best keeper batsman who's played?
I would argue this just to be cantankerous, that Adam Gilchrist was a 10 times better batsman than Joss Butler was. So
I disagree with that. I understand that, but Gilchrist didn't get picked because of his keeping. Joss Butler hasn't necessarily been picked because he's the best keeper in the country. He's the best fit for the team.
Wokes to Head, and he tucks this off his hip straight towards square leg. Picked up by Anderson. That ends the over, and Australia is 3 for 251. Travis Head 4, Steve Smith on 31.
You can only deal with the cattle that you've got at the time. If you don't have the batting depth that you think you need, and you need to strengthen that and pick a keeper that, rather than be 95 out of 100 there, 85 out of 100, then you...
Can you leave,
giving him a mark
can you
out of
leave
100,
the figures
right?
to Rick?
Righto, Rick. Okay.
So 95% of the time he's 85%.
No. I'm just saying these are not, you know... It's like the trump cards, you know, where you get the trump cards and you have to give players a rating out of 100. That's just, okay. Maybe I've picked the wrong scale. You're just picking someone who's not necessarily the best keeper. I think that...
Ollie Robinson is bowling to Smith. Edge! Dropped at second, slipped by Rory Burns, or did it get there on the half volley?
No, just landed
just
before.
Short.
Yeah.
He was tumbling to his right, Rory Burns. He didn't hold it cleanly, but I think you're right. It's right down the far end from us that it may have bounced just short of him. And Ollie Robinson, a rueful smile on his face as he heads back to his mark in front of us. And just watching the replay, Smith, it was a legitimate nick. And just short of Burns. 3 for 251. And Smith this time moves across his crease, wrapped on the pad. A shout from behind the stumps, none by the bowler. And barely having to make a decision, the umpire. Score remains on that 3 for 251. Smith 31 from 110 deliveries.
So Josh Butler has the ability to counterpunch with that. And in a side that doesn't necessarily have that type of player or that batter, and you don't have fantastic alternatives, you've got to pick the best makeup of the team. Yes, I think they've made errors around that. I think they've made errors.
Robinson to Smith, and he drives on the back foot, doesn't time it, and it's fielded by Hamid, moving to his left at cover, no run.
In the bowling lineup, absolutely. But in terms of the wicket-keeping position, definitely not.
I love watching Josh Butler bat in white ball cricket, where he's among the elite. But it does, even for a casual fan, I think you can tell just by watching a day's play, especially at the ground, the elite keepers from the rest, from the batter first wicket keeper. Here's Robinson bowling to Smith, and he's forward, can't get a run to backward point. Score remains 3 for 251. For example, we watch Alex Carey on debut at the Gabba, and he took 8 catches, which is a record on debut, but none of them he had to move further than about a foot either side, so they weren't difficult. But he looked so clean in everything he did, so polished in every movement he made. And you compare that to watching someone like Josh Butler behind the stumps, it really is a stark contrast, isn't it? Whereas, you know, back in the day, 30 odd years ago, it was strictly keeper first, and if you scored some runs, it was a bonus. Robinson bowls to Smith, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Another beauty from Robinson. He probed forward, did Smith, and through it went to the aforementioned Josh Butler.
It's a terrific little spell of bowling. Again, this ball, it's perfect length. That is hitting bang on the knee roll. It's exactly the ingredient they were missing yesterday, was length, and that's what they're trying to do here. And they're getting rewards. Yes, not that they've only got the 1 wicket so far, but they're getting far closer to the edge to bring about some dismissals.
Robinson into Smith to end the over. A straight delivery. It's defended with an open face by Smith. Back down the pitch. Robinson picks up to end a maiden. Australia 3 for 251. And by my tally, we've seen 13 overs in that first session for the addition of 30 runs. We're going all right there, Rick? 30 runs at it. And the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne. LBW Ollie Robinson not playing a shot for 103 from 305 deliveries and 8 fours. Thank you, Dirk. A double change coming up as drinks come onto the field with Jonathan Agnew and Kristen Beams coming in. And with drinks on the field, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, Glenn Lauder with the latest from the newsroom. A major health response is underway in Tennant Creek in the Northern Territory. The town's now in a 3-day lockdown. Of 6 new local cases in the NT, 4 are in Tennant Creek. WA will introduce harsher border restrictions with Queensland and Tasmania from Sunday. Only exempted travellers will be allowed to enter from Queensland. Tasmanian arrivals will have to self-quarantine for 14 days. A free trade agreement between Australia and the UK will extend the length of working holiday visas and increase the age limit on eligibility. Tariffs on 99% of goods traded between the two nations have also been removed. And scientists have discovered the first true millipede deep underground in Western Australia. It's barely 10 centimetres long. It's the first of the species that has over 1,000 legs. ABC News.
The cricket conversation doesn't need to stop at stumps. Check out the Grandstand Cricket podcast with former Aussie opener Ed Cowan and host Corbin Middlemass. That's the Grandstand Cricket podcast. Download it wherever you get your pods.
ABC Sport now has its very own newsletter, and we'd be pumped to have you on board.
The ABC of Sport will provide a wrap of all the best stuff that's happening in sport every week.
Simply go to abc.net.au/connect
and get ready for a sport hit in your inbox every Friday.
Get on board with the ABC of Sport newsletter
for content that makes you think
or allows you not to.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Anderson bowls, Labuschagne defends and he runs it very fine between second slip and it's going down to the boundary for 4 and that's his 100 and Whoopi full of delight. He's raising his bat, he's looking around the ground. Steve Smith comes down and gives him a congratulatory hug. That's a wonderful landmark for Labuschagne. Another Test century. And it's been one of his grittiest performances. Playing, pushing, missing, taking a few on the body. And now, yes, it always seems when he's batting that that's the way you should bring up 100 with a thick edge. Beyond the field and down to the third man boundary. 100 not out for Labuschagne.
Yeah, well done, Marnus Labuschagne. He got there in the end. An extraordinary innings. His first Ashes century. And he's now on his way, though. He's out for 102. And the drinks have been taken. So good afternoon, everyone. It is not a day to be a pom in Adelaide.
No. It's hot. It's hot here.
It's hot.
Yesterday it was actually quite nice here, but...
It's extraordinary because we've got our little open window here. And I'm not cozying up, but just to get a little bit of air. But it's like... Well, you know, on Christmas Day, when you turn your oven on and you get it up to about 180, you're going to put your chook in, aren't you, for Christmas Day?
Yeah.
And you get it up to heat and you open the oven door to put it in and you get this blast. It's just like what it is today. It's just coming through here.
It's so warm, even on the ground. If you stand on the sort of the Astro turf that's around the very edge, it's actually too hot. You have to stand on the grass. So I can't even imagine what it's like for patrons down there.
Very hard work, I think. Woakes continues and Head plays the first ball of this sort of second half session, if you like, out into the offside. And there's no run. So well done, everyone, for coming and sitting outside. And it's bizarre because yesterday here, it was the most beautiful sky. There wasn't anything at all. It wasn't a blemish. But it was only 30.
Yes.
Today, there is no blue sky at all, and it's 38. I mean, you'd think the sun would be beating down, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's just the wind. It's this incredible. In comes Woakes, bowls, and back goes Head. He's pushed it through that offside. Hamid's giving chase from point, or runs out towards the members, and they'll take a couple more. I mean, it's not really small. I mean, there are some shadows, but... Do you know what I mean? It's like it should be a blue sky there. It should be beating down, but it's not like that. It's just this.
But people are taking it on in the crowd, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Like, some people have retreated to some shade, but on the most part, people are sitting out in that heat.
Yeah, no, they're doing it. And I must mention the bunch of bananas up there who are sitting on the hill. Now, I saw them this morning. I went for a walk. In comes Woakes round the wicket, bowls, and an attempted back cut really by Head. He didn't time that. Or short of a length, and Hamid fields it back to a point. I went for a walk today. I thought it was quite challenging, but I thought it needs to be done. So we just walked around part of Adelaide and came around a corner, and there, sitting on a pavement at a cafe, were 12 bananas, enjoying a cup of coffee.
Already dressed up,
sitting out
ready to go.
On the pavement, and I thought, you know something, it was about 11:30.
Oh.
I looked at my phone, and it was 35 degrees. Dressed as a banana, sitting on an Adelaide pavement. In comes Woakes, bowls, and it's played down the ground to mid-on.
With 3 hours before the first ball.
In your banana suit. So I thought, well, fair play. I mean, it shows a certain amount of dedication to the cause, doesn't it? But
Yeah, I wonder if they're washing them at night.
Oh,
I don't know.
it doesn't even bear thinking about. But anyway, well done to those bananas, because that was showing, I say, great dedication to the cause. It was 35, and they were sitting out on the pavement dressed as bananas. What do you say?
Yeah, you just tip
They're up there. There they are. I can see them now at the top, up there sitting on the grass. In comes Wokes, bowls outside the off stump, and there's no stroke from the left-handed head. I don't know. It takes all sorts, doesn't it, Rick? There you go. But we have mad ones at home. I mean, really mad, fancy dresses at home.
Yeah, but I feel like the crowds are so different in England. There's a lot more interaction. As a player, you always felt like there was always somebody talking to you when you're on field. Like it was always fun banter, and
be
the
polite,
dressing up, and I really enjoyed it.
Here comes Wokes, bowls, and defensive shot from head finds point, and that's the end of the first over. After the drinks break. It is a hot day, all kidding aside, but it's a long one for England potentially. Now, who have we got here? We've got Carl, who's on his way to Adelaide Oval again to see another day of no balls. Oh, this is very, prescient. And more runs for us. I shouldn't be reading this, really. Do you guys think this English attack is any better than a Sheffield Shield? I shouldn't be reading this out, should I? Who's put that on there? Andrea.
Put that on purpose just to make me read that out.
To stitch me up. Do you guys think this English attack is any better than a Sheffield Shield side in Australian conditions, especially since Wood isn't playing? Loving the call, says Carl. Well, thank you, Carl. In goes Robinson, lumbering in a bit and bowls outside the off stump. And there is no stroke. Well, they're battling away, aren't they? England's tactics yesterday were interesting, weren't they? If they had taken 2-3 wickets with that pink ball last night, the new ball, they'd look at the score and say, 220 for 4-5, okay, but of course they didn't, and they had a chance to, and they dropped it.
But we have seen shades of that fuller length today.
Yes,
and that has been a good shift, I think.
Yeah. No, it was a funny old day yesterday all round. Robinson again is on his way, and he bowls, and Smith allows that to pass by. Still a very patient innings, and Australia's current captain, 31 not out of 3 for 253. But what's interesting today, though, I'll get your thoughts on this because you've seen much more day-night cricket than I have. There is a finite time, it seems to me, today where Australia have to declare.
Yes.
Like about 8:15 or something.
Yeah.
Say 60 overs. So they get all that session, or most of that time, when the lights are on, balls fizzing around. It did last night. It did do much more. There goes Robinson in the bowls. It's just played carefully by Smith down the ground. There's no run again. So therefore, I mean, England know that, Australia know that. So it's a bit of a game within a game in a way, because both teams will know that Australia will want to have as many runs as they can by that point, because they'll be declaring probably an hour earlier than they would be in a normal game of cricket, and call it that.
Yes.
So they're going to have to play. They have to push on a little bit, and England therefore can make it difficult to score again today and try and restrict Australia to a score that's not going to be a massive follow-on figure or something like that, just being negative. Is Smith just taking his bat out of the way of one outside the off stump there, but again a nicer length from Robinson. 3 for 253. So we've got to keep an eye on that, haven't we? Because the Aussies are going to want to press on, probably this afternoon, to make up for that time that they're not going to have because they want to declare earlier, or need to declare earlier than they would do normally.
Yeah,
that makes sense, or is the heat getting to me?
No, it makes complete sense, and I think we will see them do that.
Yeah.
And I think we will see England go with really defensive fields.
Yeah, absolutely.
We saw Joe Root when he bowled really going at a leg stump line, nearly outside leg stump. I think that will happen.
Yep. Robinson on his way, bowls, and Smith. Well, that's a half volley, really, if I'm honest. And he's just patted that back, just tapped it away into the leg side. That was very full and straight. But, he didn't take on a straight drive there at all. It's just simply patted it away.
Well, Usman Khawaja suggested that they still felt like the ball was doing a bit, and it was a little bit more tricky. So it does seem like they're allowing themselves in this session to just sort of play, but I think we will see sort of a changing of gear in the next session, and then another gear when we get closer.
Robinson in the bowls again, very full, but just a defensive stroke from Smith, and there is no run. All those mannerisms and twitchings and replaying shots and so on that you get from Smith. The end of that over, so 3 for 253. Labuschagne out. Well, he's out a few times today again. Oh, he should have been, but it didn't happen. Finally out for 103. But he was caught behind off a no ball. He gave a catch to square leg that an agile fielder, I think, would have fancied taking. It actually went to Robinson, who's...
Did you say that was a chance or a half chance?
I think it's a half chance.
Yeah, I thought half chance.
You can even be more on the fence and calling an opportunity, if you like.
Yeah, that's far more positive. I think when you're in the team meeting, you say, it was good that we created that opportunity.
I think so.
Yeah.
It could have gone a yard either way, and it could have been more of a chance. In comes Wokes from the Cathedral end. That's driven hard back at him by a head. Full of confidence, no doubt, and a local boy too, of course. So he knows this ground very well. There's a lot of support for him here, no doubt.
He does already look different to what we saw in Brisbane. It felt like he really battled hard at the start of his innings. Looked really uncomfortable, and even well into that innings, it was sort of like, he doesn't really look comfortable, and what a difference it makes when you then show up your home ground with runs under your belt.
Wokes on his way, bowls to him, and again just trying to play positively there, staying leg side of the ball, hitting out to point. And there is no run. 3 for 253 with Head on 6 at the moment. Smith on 31 from 120 balls. Labuschagne's 103, came from 305, so his slowest century, his first Ashes century, of course. But he did an excellent job, albeit giving those chances that England simply can't afford to give.
Jonathan, Labuschagne's 5 previous centuries all scored at over 3 runs per over, and 2 of them at 4 runs per over. This one only just a tad over 1 run per over.
They
very
brought all
different
that
century.
short stuff at him, didn't they?
Yep.
There's Wokes again, and that's an edge. I don't think it carried to Burns. It went very quickly. Let's have a look at that. Bit of body language suggests that it might have done. Burns has got a smile on his face. It went very quickly. It goes back to us.
I think it's dropped short if you've got a smile on your face. You don't make eye contact with anyone, I don't think. Yeah.
Just dropped short, I think. Just one of those that... Wokes looked at him in a... Yeah, he just tried to scoop it up, didn't he? But again, Burns hasn't had a great time in that position. That was before the one that he dropped up at Brisbane last week. Wokes again, and Head punches off the back foot. The ball ricochets from Cover's hands, and so enabling them to take one more run. And England just got to keep going today. It is going to be relentless, and it's going to be very hard work in this. But they've got their 5 quick bowlers, and they've got route, so they can share the workload around a bit. But there's nowhere to hide. It's not as if you can sort of stand in the shade or something. This wind just catches you wherever you are.
Yeah, you look at how many overs they've bowled, and it feels like you could probably add 5 to that based on the conditions. It feels a lot hotter, and especially considering Stokes' overs as well, how many of those he bowled in the heat and short pitch bowling. It feels like a lot more.
It's a leg slip for Smith, and an orthodox slip, and that's turned away into the leg side, running that first one quickly, bustling up towards the other end. He wants a second, but you'll have heard the cry of no, no, no there. There's the fielder from square leg as Milan throws into Joss Butler. Crowd moving around animatedly, trying to work out maybe when do you eat? When do you have your dinner today? When do you have your tea?
It's a bit of a snack day, I reckon. You just.
Do you think?
I don't think you commit.
You don't?
No, I don't think so.
See, it'll be dinner. It'll be lunchtime. I don't know what it's called. Dinner soon, isn't it? What is it? No, that's tea. I don't know. I'm very confused at the moment. Here comes Wokes again over the wicket and bowls, and that's punched away off the back foot. I got back at about close to midnight, I suppose, last night, and I had to make a bit of cheese on toast. Which is not great at close to midnight, is it? But got it wrong.
Something. Yeah,
got it wrong.
Tough.
Yeah, it is weird, and I wonder how the players work out their eating during the day. It's all about sort of recharging process for them, isn't it? Oh, it's another no ball. One of these late calls. So Wokes has overstepped, so there'll be another ball in the over.
I wonder how that gets factored into the over rates and the like. Is that still your penalty?
It must be.
Yeah.
Oh, here's Wokes again, trying to finish the over off. That's outside the off stump. Hammered for 4, and how often does that happen? He bowled a perfect, respectable delivery, apart from the fact that it's a no ball. And frustrated, he served up a long hop off the last ball. It's clattered for 4. I mean, it happens so often that. And it is worrying, his number of no balls that have been bowled. It's not with Robertson or Wokes, but there's Stokes. There's a bit too much of that going on, and England really need to look at their preparations, the nets, how much care and caution and preparation in the practice they're actually doing.
Yeah, it's always a big one in teams, whether, you know, a lot of bowlers will say, oh yeah, it's because there's no umpire standing there, or it's because of the footholes.
We've heard all that before.
It's hard to know how much is a bit cultural versus... and every team does it differently in terms of the rules you set within your own net sessions.
Robertson ploughing into the wind, moves in, bowls outside the off-stump. Smith just blocks it. All that effort to lumber into this hot breeze, and you see Smith's broad defensive bat. Did you find it better with an umpire? Did you practice an umpire standing there?
Yeah, I think it is better just in terms of just knowing where you are to have the umpire there. Plus, I like to get into the contest, and I think you want to train in the same way that you play. So I think I prefer to have an umpire there and then have someone calling no balls to get that game-like feel.
Yeah, I just don't think it happens enough. Robinson again over the wicket, and Smith turns in firmly, rolls away out to square leg. But you can get the best bit of advice probably the best bit of advice I was ever given in cricket. Okay, because most people, like these people bowling no balls in club cricket, listen up. If you're a club bowler and you want the best bit of advice ever, coming from no less than Sir Richard Hadley, okay, who played county cricket at the same time as I played. I've always gone really well with Sir Richard. Brilliant bowler. He was a sensational bowler. Quick from a short run. And goes Robinson again. It's outside the off stump and relentless. You know, full length swinging the ball. He's a brilliant bowler. Anyway, Nottinghamshire, we were playing them one match, and I was in the middle, sort of scratching around. I had been having problem with no balls, and Richard walked past. He was playing for the other team, playing for the opposition. And he said, "Oh, good day, Agnes, how you doing?" or something. And I said, "Oh, I'm doing all right." He said, "How's it going?" I said, "No balls." He said, "I just keep having problems with it." He said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I was moving the mark back a bit and trying to, get the shot right." He said, "Oh, no, you don't move your mark back. You move your mark forward. Put your marker forward, just a couple of feet." Here's Robinson bowling, pitched up, finds the edge. There's no one down at third man, so they'll chase for the backup point fieldsman, and they'll come back for 2 more runs for Australia. 3 for 262. 2 more to Smith, who goes to 34. I said, "You serious?" He said, "Yep, just a little bit, because then you just relax your stride a bit. You're not straining and stretching. A bit shorter strides up, hit the crease harder."
Worked every time.
Best bit of advice he ever gave. And I watched some of these bowlers, they bowl no balls, they put the disc back and put the disc back. So listen out, all you club cricketers out there, and first class cricketers, anything else you happen to be mad enough to be listening to us. Put your marker forward, not by much, but just a little bit, and you just relax that run, slightly shorter strides, boom. That's from the great Sir Richard. Then goes Robinson, bowls full, nudged away through mid-wicket. Good shot this. Chase for Broad, running round from mid-on. He gets to the ball now. They think about the third. They're taking on the throw, and they get there as well. Good running from Smith. He had his eye on that all the way. He knew it was possible, and he goes to 37.
And it's not running overly quick either. I mean, he didn't get all of that, but that's also not helping England. We're seeing the quick bowlers having to chase after balls that are going 3/4 of the way to the boundary. It just feels like not a lot is going in their favour.
No, I mean, there is that old saying that you make your own luck, isn't there? But I think on reflection, they have beaten the bat a lot. They beat the bat a lot at the Gabba.
Yes.
Now, that can be the length that's a little bit wrong. But, they just got to stick to their task here and try and just chip away a little bit. Robinson again moves in, bowls, and the head's hit on the pad. That must have pitched outside the leg stump. Ball running away down towards fine leg. Won't go all the way. It's a very long boundary down there. And so 3 taken. Looking for the umpire there to signal leg byes.
No.
Did he signal leg byes? He didn't signal leg byes. Finally he does. I think he remembered to do so. Anyway, it's the end of the over. And it's 3 for 268. And after this, Jim's coming in from me.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
I could feel at the time there was no way of knowing for the leaves in the night. Who can say where they're blowing as free as the wind?
You a Roxy Music fan?
I am.
Oh, good.
That's why I like it when I'm on with you, Jim, because we always get a little bit as you.
Keeps you moving. Brian Ferry. Yes. And I hope he's travelling well. He's just a little bit older than I am, which still makes him a youngster. Not churning out the music that he did so well some years ago with a list of hits. More Than This, Avalon, Slave to Love. Well, the slaves to love of batting are out there at the moment, and the wickets aren't going England's way. They've actually claimed 2 wickets today, but they've only got 1.
Yep, it's been a tough old day when you've got not a lot to show for it, isn't it?
Well, they're going for the frontline England spinner, Joe Root, 5 for 8 on the Indian tour earlier in the year. Good credentials, but he's on as much to keep the over rate moving along as to get a wicket. But bowling to a left-hander, he might get one to turn, bounce and everything else. Here he comes around the wicket, and Travis Head leans forward and pats it down just behind point. He's going with a slip backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket. 5-4 field. He comes up now and bowls to Head, who's on the back foot, just dropping it down on the offside. It does look a bit of a slow pitch for the most part, and that's why scoring against accurate bowling can be slow, and it has been. Root bowls forward, leans Head, pats it back down the offside. What do you got?
A little milestone for Travis Head last over. He faced, reached 100 runs at Adelaide and 1,000 runs in England with the 1 shot.
Okay.
In Australia. Sorry.
Now, he's beaten outside the off stump. The bails are snapped off, and there's an appeal for a stumping. And I don't think Travis Head moved his foot, and Blocker Wilson feels that because he's not going to his mate upstairs to help him out.
Well, just a hint of turn there, Jim.
It bounced and turned, didn't it?
Just a little something.
Yeah, you want to be on your toes at slip. As Head leans forward to a fuller ball, and he wants a run, he's sent back. And there was some danger there as they found Robinson down at mid-on. He's a little deep. And had they gone straight away, they may have made it. But Smith might have been ball watching. He wasn't interested in going anywhere. And Travis Head had to retreat. Root again around the wicket. Travis Head back. Forcing to backward point. Down to Anderson Fields. And that's a maiden over. 3 for 268 at the end of the over.
Well, that had a little something about it, that over, and just a little bit of bounce, a little bit of turn, and it looks like we're actually going to see Ben Stokes here from the other end. So are we going to see some pitched up deliveries, or are we going to jump straight back into some of this short pitch bowling? I'd really like to see Ben Stokes get the ball fuller. I think he has the capacity to come in and do the short ball plan, but we've actually seen him have a lot of success, Ben Stokes, getting the ball full. So I hope he starts off with a full plan before opting into some short pitch bowling.
Smith has made 37. He's been there for a long time. 126 balls. Head is 11. Australia moving forward, but more in the slow lane than the rapid lane. And that's because of combination of the nature of the pitch, the bowling, and a desire to not make any unforced errors, as it were. Just wait for the ball to put away. We might get a bit of a wriggle on in the next session, but at the moment it's a bit of a watch and wait game. There's no slip for Stokes, just a gully. And he's on his way from the river end. He bowls to Smith, who's going after the short ball and hitting it up and under and away, down behind point for 4. He played a spooning cut shot and steered it over backward point to collect a boundary. He's 41, and it's 3 for 272.
Well, we look down at this field and it suggests to us, and it suggests to Steve Smith, that the ball is going to be short. Got 2 fielders out on the leg side, a short leg that's not that close, and a a square leg that's, I can't even tell if that's on the left or the right hand shoulder, but there's basically no gap there at all.
Well, you wouldn't think he's going to pitch one up because there's no one between extra cover and a wide mid-wicket. Stokes bowls to him, and that's short, and it's a wide. That's how short it was. So let's see if this bouncing tactic has an outcome for England. It didn't yesterday, but then there was a catch put down. So we've got the fly third man, a backward point and an extra cover. And they're all on the onside. Fine leg, deep backward square, deep square, a short leg, a square leg, and a mid-wicket. Stokes goes in again, and Smith defends. Away on the offside, out towards Anderson at extra cover. 3 for 270, 351 added, 52 added today. Labuschagne out, finally, as it were, for 103 LBW. To Robinson not playing a shot, and it was pretty plumb. He got that one wrong. All the others he managed to evade or allow him to hit, and they were missing. There's a short leg there for Smith. Stokes goes in towards him, and he moves back and plays it kind of in the onside direction, and Stokes picks up and he's followed through.
And that's about as full as he can bowl, and that's still a back foot shot from Steve Smith, and that's probably my biggest concern with this field, is just not having any other option than to bowl one way, and it takes all of the guesswork out of it for Steve Smith. Even wouldn't mind seeing the fly slip just coming in front of the wicket, just to give the hint and idea that maybe a ball could be pushed up a little bit further.
Here's Stokes again. Smith pulls the short ball down and away out to deep mid-wicket, and there'll be a single out there to Rory Burns. He had control of that short ball, tugging it down into the turf, away from anyone nearby. 3 for 274. Smith to 42. And now Travis Head will have the strike. And once more they're putting boundary riders in places where they can take catches if Travis Head is tempted to smash it high. 3 men deep on the onside.
It's the same field here,
Yeah.
which I don't necessarily agree with. Head is still new-ish to the wicket.
Well, here's the tactic. Let's see what happens. Stokes goes in, Travis Head back, jumps in the air, thinks of a single. No, Stokes is chasing it, and that ends the first over in a new spell, does it? No, he's still got one more to come. As, the umpire decides,
looking into the sun.
Right.
Or maybe he just had his view obscured by the short leg, maybe.
He's gone out to point. Another good crowd scattered around the place watching Stokes bounce in to bowl, and down the leg side, Head ignores it, and that is the end of the over. So never too sure with the times here, but we've got, it's coming up to 4 o'clock. So, I don't know. What time's the next break? 30 minutes away, is it? Is that tea time or dinner time? Lunch. Long break it's called now. I see. All right. So half an hour to go, folks, in case you're wondering. I tell you, these games, you don't know whether it's morning, noon or night. It's hot, and very hot for England because they can't get anyone out other than Labuschagne, who was LBW. Now, Joe Root, he's bowling his off spinners from the northern end. He goes to Smith, down the pitch, crunch, a drive towards mid-off, and a save out there by Robinson prevents more than a run. Intent there from Smith, 3 for 275.
Yeah, I like the intent. I think that's important, and I think it's also important for England as well. If they're going to take wickets, they need the Australian batsmen to be taking it on. And we have seen just a hint of spin and a little bit more bounce here.
Now Root around the wicket, and Travis Head drives with a clout towards cover, but not through the field. He finds Milan out there. 5-4 field. 2 boundary riders on the onside. Root bowls, Head goes back and says, yep, we'll take the single. pushing it to the left of Hamid at mid-wicket. 3 for 276, head 12. Smith 43. And we're going to have a slip and a short leg. Hamid under the lid nearby. And Joe Root, every now and then he's got one to get a bit of purchase off the surface. And Smith goes back and cuts well. Down towards backward point, third man. And the ball runs away for 4. A little bit of width, room for Smith to manoeuvre the ball as he does so skillfully. He's 47, 3 for 280.
Yeah, I think based on this field that he's got, he has to be on the stumps every delivery, pitching in line with the stumps and nearly going down leg with the majority of fielders that side. So it's going to be a tough field for him here.
Root bowls again to Smith. Smith forward, respecting the length and the probability of a little turn, and he bumps it down the pitch. But batsmen get into a groove against bowling like this, that they know they're going to get something to have a crack at. And Smith goes forward, then he uses the pad. He wasn't quite to the pitch, and he bluffed it away on the offside. 3 for 280, head 12. Smith on 47, and a day of warmth. Not extreme heat, as can be the case. We've been at test match days in December in the past when it's been over 40 degrees and searingly hot. But today it's just warm, very warm. And Steve Finn has moved in alongside me. A wicket for England. Well, almost 2, but they only got 1.
Yes. Yeah, you were on air in the other box, weren't you, when the no ball was called?
I was just full of delight, rapture for England that finally they got a wicket and he got a reprieve. Here comes Stokes. Back goes head. Just nurdles it down off his hip to backward square. 3 for 281. But then he struck gold with the LBW. But slim pickings, slim pickings.
Slim pickings, and yeah, I think the thing about the missed opportunities is it's just a bit longer that the middle order don't have to bat against that slightly newer ball. And then once the zip goes out of the pitch and the heat starts taking effect on a day such as this, then it becomes really tough. And Steve Smith is just about digging his heels in, and this partnership's probably been the most fluent of the innings so far.
So Stokes with his well spread field comes to Smith. Smith tries to play a tennis shot and it's gone over Butler's head. Did he get anything on that, or is it buys? Yep, he got a nick. He tried to play a smash down the back court, and he's brought up a 50 with a top edge over Butler. Another test 50 for Steve Smith, acknowledging the applause that rings out around the Adelaide Oval. And a workman-like innings from Smith. 3 for 285, and Rick.
Smith's 59th time past 50. 27 he's converted to hundreds. This one remains to be seen, of course. So 31 times out between 50 and 100, and he faced 135 balls on this occasion.
A swat shot, top edged. 3 men back, they couldn't do anything about that shot. Here comes Stokes again, bowling short, and he helps himself to a little tug around the corner that's controlled, and he gets another run. 3 for 286. How weary do you think Stokes is going to be at the end of this, running in and pounding them into the pitch?
Well, you'd imagine so, yeah, but he's the sort of man who finds energy from somewhere, especially at important times of games. And I think with no Mark Wood in the attack, I think he's just realised and noticed that he has to be the man, with the other guys pitching it up there, trying to get that movement. He has to be the man to try and provide something different, and that's exactly what he's trying here.
Yes, he's doing that as he goes in and bowls a short lifting ball, which is just dropped on the pitch in front of him by Travis Head. So it is a strange field as it was yesterday. He daren't pitch it up because he's got no one between mid-wicket and cover.
Yeah, it does become predictable, doesn't it, when you're bowling in a manner such as this. But with the field out there, Travis Head has to make a decision. If he's going to defend it, there's a risk that he's going to get caught at short leg. If he takes it on, there's a risk that with the extra bounce that Ben Stokes is getting here, that he could top edge it to one of those 3 men waiting on the boundary.
A gully and a short leg, and a short ball is flicked away around the corner towards a very fine leg, and they trot through for a single. And Travis Head moves along to 14, 3 for 287. You just wonder where the wicket's going to come. Will it be from taking on the short ball? A miscue, just trying to plop it away and sending a catch to Hamid. Where's the wicket coming?
It feels to me as if it's going to come from someone taking on a pull shot and top edging it. We've now got 4 men, 3 on the boundary, and Stuart Broad at deep mid wicket now, a straighter deep mid wicket, 20 yards in.
Now Stokes banging away from this river end, goes in towards Smith. Smith plays the uppercut and misses. Yeah, he was trying to just spear it away down to third man, but he missed out. The end of the over, 3 for 287. Australia on by 66 runs today.
It certainly feels as though something's happening there with Ben Stokes banging them in. Australia keen to press on the scoring rate and realising, having lost 3 wickets in 110 overs, that now is probably the time to start trying to put their foot on the accelerator, so that with half an eye on later in the day and declaration, that you'd imagine it's going to be a declaration, because 7 wickets feels a long way off at the moment for England, with the placid nature of the track, and trying to whiz through their overs and not let their over rate get too bad with Joe Root at the other end.
So Root around the wicket. Travis Head leans forward, pushes away towards mid-wicket. So again the 5-4 field. 2 on the boundary, 1 in front and 1 behind square. Burns at slip, and Root a couple of steps in. Travis Head drives back over his head down towards the boundary at the Moreton Bay Big Tree end. A wallop past Root for 4, 3 for 291.
Yeah, there was nothing really graceful about that, but small step to the pitch of the ball from Travis Head, and thrashes it over Joe Root's head. Not a million miles away from Joe Root's outstretched right hand as he jumps up to try and stop it going past him, but hit too hard by Head really to expect Joe Root to catch that. But definitely the pressing of the accelerator here from both batters, reaching their 50 or 78 balls, by far the most fluent 50 in the game, you'd imagine.
Root bowls, and he's after it. He's bowled! He went for another scoopy smash, and he's missed it. And you could hear the clunk as the ball went into the stumps, and he's been dismissed by Joe Root. Another test wicket of a top order batsman for Joe Root, 4 for 291.
Yeah, slower, more loopy from Joe Root here. The ball before fired in, more of a dart, one day style, but lashed over his head. Here slower, drifts in slightly, and Travis Head, in his attempt to meet the ball on the full, whilst it dips on him as he gets there, it goes underneath the toe end of the bat, and he yorks himself, and it spins and hits middle stump on its way through. Travis Head looks disappointed, his eyes lit up there when he thought it was a juicy full toss for him to whip through the leg side, but he misses it. He goes for 18 off 36 balls. England a much needed wicket, and now we might see a small change of tactic as Cameron Green comes to the crease, maybe try and challenge him on the front foot.
When you see Root get a wicket like that, you think, yes, he is England's #1 spin bowler. After being smashed before, it was a good bit of deception, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he's an underrated bowler, definitely. I think still there's going to be a stage in this series where England will need a frontline spinner. Maybe, we don't know what the wicket's going to be like at Melbourne, but Sydney notoriously is more of a spinner's wicket, I suppose, looking at the numbers over the course of history. So you'd imagine that they're going to need a frontline left-arm spinner in Jack Leach at some stage. But on wickets such as this, where there's not much purchase for the spinner and he's only really going to play a containing, holding role, Joe Root's more than capable.
Yes, you look at replays of that and you have to think that was not very well played by Head. He wasn't even hitting straight. He hit over the ball on the full. It went past his bat on the full.
Yeah, I think he just anticipated it being, because he saw it loopy, and it sort of dipped on him slightly as he got to the pitch of the ball. But yeah, aiming across the line, playing with half a bat to hit towards mid-wicket rather than a straight bat to hit down the ground. I think almost his eyes just lit up when he saw that come towards him.
Well, this feels like Lance Gibbs when he got a hat-trick here 60 years ago. Root goes into green and he pats it away on the offside, so he's avoided the test-to-test king pair with a slip, a leg slip and a short leg in place. Lance Gibbs famously taking that hat-trick back in 1961 down in the Australian lower half, and leg slip just moves a shade to his left. Stokes in there. Root goes in and bowls. Green plays forward, drives it crisply away down towards mid-on. Smith's 52 and Green, the new batsman, with head out for 14, bowled by Joe Root. We're about 20 minutes from lunch and we're watching him leave a ball that bounced and turned a little bit, and he played it uncomfortably. So a successful over for the England captain. Steve Pinn's here and Andrew Moore is coming in.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Jimmy. He's providing his best impression of a pink ball with his clothing today, James.
We're not losing him in dark, are we?
No.
It gets dark later.
Following on the way home. Good to see you, Stephen. A couple of wickets this session. 4 for 291. Australia remains in a pretty good position, though, obviously.
Yes, welcome wickets, but yeah, only 4 wickets down here with 291 on the board.
It's Smith waiting for Stokes, and it's another bouncer, and he pulls it away. Does Smith down to fine leg, and he'll get a single. Fielding done down there by Ollie Robinson in the distance, in front of the scoreboard. And Smith 53, 4 for 292. Cameron Green back on strike, looking for his first run of the series.
Yeah, so when it comes, he's going to be a happy man. He's avoided the king pair across tests, hasn't he? But I've not seen much of him bat, actually. He looks like a big, imposing player. He's got a wonderful first-class record. But I haven't seen that much of him and haven't seen him play live, apart from, well, we didn't even see it live last week when he left the straight one. I watched that on the TV as well, but...
Pretend live.
But here, a noticeable change in attack. Yesterday when Steve Smith came to the crease and Ben Stokes was bowling, he persisted with the short pitch bowling. Now, Cameron Green there. We see 2 slips a gully and a more orthodox field.
Here comes Stokes. Does he continue the short pitch bowling to Green? No, he pitches it up and Green's off the mark. A leg glance down to fine leg. Picked up now by Robinson, and they'll come back for a second run. And all of a sudden life seems a lot more, or a lot less complicated for Cameron Green. He's away. He's 2. Australia 4 for 294. In first-class cricket this season, or in the Shield, I should say, for WA, averaging 40 and a half, with a highest of 106, averaging 25 in one day this season. Of course, that first ball duck at the test in Brisbane. Playing his 6th test match. He waits for Stokes, and Stokes bowls him! He pitched one up and he beats Green all over the place. Australia 5 for 294, the 3rd wicket of the session, the 2nd wicket for Ben Stokes. He has 2 for 66. Cameron Green bowled by Stokes for 2. Australia 5 for 294.
Yeah, it's been a good few overs for England here. Angled in towards the right-handed Cameron Green, pushes forward in defence, but it just flicks the corner of the seam and holds its line, beats the outside edge of Cameron Green, rattles his off stump. He was playing a shot this time, but bowled off stump 2 test matches in a row. Good bowling by Ben Stokes, good change of plan. I like the fact that to the new batter you want to challenge the front foot, bring him forward, make him face that nip, because this pink ball does nip.
So today Australia has lost 3 for 73. There's now a lovely round of applause here at the Adelaide Oval for their local boy, the keeper in his 2nd test match, Alex Carey. So Labuschagne out for 103, Travis Head 18 and Cameron Green 2. And Steve, there's been a lot of debate about some of England's tactics, where they've been pitching the ball, field placings and so on throughout yesterday, and Ben Stokes had that job of short ball. To me, the way he bowled those couple of balls, that's what makes Ben Stokes a special test match bowler.
Yes, it does. It does. I think his ability to bowl those deliveries is obviously very, very good. But I think that with the lack of Mark Wood in the attack, I think they felt as though yesterday especially, when the wicket did get flat in that afternoon session, that it was important that they had a different line of attack than just a right armer bowling 130 something kilometres an hour from a very similar place to the other bowlers. So he is the man who gets that extra kick and bounce off the wicket, so it becomes harder for him or for the batters to face the short balls from him. But I think the thing that I like today is, as soon as the new batter in Cameron Green came to the crease there, he's gone back to a normal line and length, and he's been rewarded with the wicket.
5 for 294. Alex Carey on debut in Brisbane. The first innings he made 12, 9 in the second innings when he was asked to open. Stokes bowled short of a length. Carey backing across, defends back down the pitch, and Hamid races in from mid-wicket to field. No run. Smith's 53 off 138. Carey yet to score, and still to come for Australia. Michael Neser, he'll be having a few nerves just before the dinner break. On debut, Mitchell Starc, Nathan Lyon, Jai Richardson. Michael Neser in first-class cricket can score some runs. And what's he done? Over 2,000 first-class runs, an average of 24 and a half. 1 century, 11 50s. Stokes bowls and Carey is forward defending. No is the call as it rolls down slowly to Stokes, who picks it up on the offside of the pitch, and he's followed through. Score remains at 5 for not 294. And can England keep taking wickets at a regular pace here to get through? It's something they couldn't do after getting Australia 5 down in Brisbane.
Yeah, it certainly feels, again, a very important time in the game now. If England can just wrestle away 2 more wickets here, get 7 down, it's going to give them a good opportunity to come and try and get a big first innings score out of it. There is still enough going on with this pink ball and the cloud cover.
Stokes to Carey, short, he rears out of the way of it. That was a good bouncer from Stokes. And 135 odd k an hour, and that ends a very good over by the English all-rounder. He's bowled 16 of them, 1 maiden, 2 for 66 with Australia, 5 for 294. Alex Carey had to get off the mark. Steve Smith is not out on 53. And just watching that replay again of Labuschagne, gosh, he had some moments during the innings. I mean, as we spoke with Usman Khawaja in the pre-game show, Stephen, saying to Labuschagne, if he goes on to get 100, it's one of those special hundreds for a batsman where it hasn't gone their own way, or they've played and missed a lot, and he's been dropped a couple of times by the keeper Josh Butler yesterday, and then he gets to 100, given out, no ball Ollie Robinson. You thought he could score 300 here the way this luck is going.
It felt like it, didn't it? When he was got out in the end, you thought that it might miss the stumps or something, he'd be given a reprieve, but not that time.
Joe Root around the wicket to Steve Smith, and he gets not a good delivery down the leg side, and Josh Butler, I don't know what he's doing there, he doesn't get anywhere near it. Hamid is in pursuit down to the fine leg boundary. It was called a dead ball, so that's why Butler couldn't get it. It came off the body of Steve Smith and went fine, but a dead ball indicating no shot played by the batter. So 5 for 294 the score remains. And Joe Root bowling from the far end from us, the cathedral end of this magnificent stadium. Smith taps on the bat. That doesn't count as a delivery at all. So Joe Root bowls to Steve Smith, and he tickles this one wide of Hamid at leg slip. Chase for Anderson from backward square, and Smith's on his way back for 2. He sprinted to start that second run and then pulled the foot off the pedal, and he gets a comfortable 2. 5 for 296. Smith up to 55.
It does count as a ball.
It did. I was just seeing the scoreboards we have in front of us. I reckon it didn't click over, so I was just wondering whether the umpire must have stopped, called a dead ball before he even bowled it. But you're right, it does now count as Root bowls, well flighted. He'll direct it down the leg side. Smith doesn't offer, and that's a good take by Butler, moving to his left. Now, have you rated this innings from Steve Smith?
Yeah, he's worked hard, hasn't he?
Root bowls to him now, and he just turns his wrist on one to square leg. Can't get a run. The ball is fielded by Milan.
Yeah, he looked like quite a calming influence on Marnus Labuschagne, as well, as you'd expect from him as a player and also as a captain to be there, and when Labuschagne looked a little bit frenetic.
Root to Smith, defends away to short mid-wicket. No run. Score remains 5 for 296. Ollie Pope with the fielding.
That's the important aspect of being one of the main batters in the team, is being able to almost mentor and help the other guys at the other end to sort of retain their clarity.
Root over the wicket, wayward down the leg side, bowling to some sort of plan. Not played out by Smith, taken by Butler, and that ends Joe Root's over. Just the 2 runs off it, with Australia 5 for 296, about 8 minutes away from lunch. Smith 55, Alex Carey yet to score, and Joe Root 15 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 49. So it seems like, and as you say, Finney, the ball continues to nip around and does something, gives something there for the bowlers. So it's not that easy for Australia to accelerate that run rate. At the moment, their run rate's just over 2.5 per over, and that's kind of been the peak for where they've been in the whole innings. It took them a while to get to 2 and over yesterday. So it's going to be interesting if England can't bowl Australia out, what they do in the next session before the lights would take full effect after the second break.
Yeah, certainly. I think when you look at batters like Labuschagne and Smith striking in the 30s.
Stokes it is, bowls a new over to Carey, outside off stump, shouldering arms, through it goes to Butler.
It shows that there's not the ball coming onto the bat to have any sort of fluency whilst you're out there batting, so boundaries aren't that easy to come by. You have to run hard. There were so many 3s yesterday because the outfield looks thick and heavy, and the pace of the outfield is slow. So therefore there's not that much value for shots when they beat the infield, which then slows the scoring rate down as well. But typically natural flowing batsmen, Warner, Smith, Labuschagne, the guys who've got runs in this innings, their strike rates have been uncharacteristically low.
Stokes to Carey, yet to get off the mark, and Carey's defending, bat and pack close together. Stifled shout by Stokes and the keeper and the slips, and the ball trickles away square on the onside, and Mead comes in to pick up, and there's no run. Alex Carey, 30 years of age, as we mentioned earlier, creating history with 8 catches on debut last week after playing 45 one-days for Australia, 38 T20s. It's only his 47th first-class game, where he's approaching 2,500 runs, 5 first-class centuries to his name. So he can certainly play the left-hander. He's down over his bat. Stokes bowls, and he's on the pull shot. Alex Carey gets it back with a square, racing away. Will it be 4? Yes. There was a diving attempt in the outfield, but the ball is knocked over the boundary rope by Darwin Milan. 4 runs for Carey to get off the mark, and the 300 up for Australia in the 114th over of the innings. 5 for 300.
A well-directed short ball from Ben Stokes, right on the badge, but Alex Carey up to the task. Hits it on top of the bounce, therefore keeps it down, and it races away across the outfield. Perfectly dissects deep square leg fielder and the fine leg fielder. Milan flailing away to his right, didn't quite get there.
Johnny Bairstow is out there for Ollie Robinson in the outfield, as well as Carey cuts, doesn't time it, picks out Stuart Broad in the covers, no run, as Stokes hit the deck after bowling that delivery. Does that from time to time, but he's to his feet. Now I've got a very important question for you, Stephen Finn. Former English fast bowler, still only 31, 32 years of age?
Yeah, bit of a veteran.
Fit, active, still playing English county cricket to a high level. What time did you get up this morning?
Ooh, I got out of bed at 10:30.
Well, you're getting earlier.
Yeah. I'll be on normal time in a couple of days. I think I blame the fact that I had a couple of drinks the night before.
Oh, I thought you were going to go jet lag with a half-hour time difference. Stokes bowls to Carey, struck on the pad. They set off for a quick single as the ball just rolls slowly back on a square. It'll be a leg by, and 5 for 301 Australia, and that'll bring the right-hander back on strike with 1 ball left of the over.
No, I foolishly went out to try a couple of local pale ales the night before the Test match.
Did you like them?
I did actually, yeah. But as quite often happens, a couple turns into a couple more.
Well, this is interesting to me, Stephen, because yesterday you were playing video games.
Yeah.
You're actually playing real life games.
Yeah. I forgot that I told you that.
If you're going to tell Porky Pies, you need a really good memory.
Oh.
Well,
I couldn't remember which commentary box I'd said that. And it wasn't this. It was this one. Oh dear.
Now we know.
No, which meant to me last night that I just walked straight back to the hotel, got into bed and fell asleep. It was lovely.
Here's Stokes Bowling to Smith, one slip and a gully, and it's a Yorker, and he clamps down on it, Smith. The ball squirts away on the offside. No run, 5 for 301. Smith 55, Alex Carey is 4. And what have we got, 3.5 minutes or so until lunch, probably only one more over from Joe Root.
I usually pride myself on being able to tell good white lies, but not this time.
Well, you told a good one. It's just your memory. It's all about the memory.
Yeah. That's what happens when you get a bit older, though, isn't it? 32. Forget what you've said.
Yeah, listen, I'm plus 20 on that. So. 32, I reckon, had a great memory.
Yeah, but I'm a sportsman and a fast bowler at that, so we're known for notoriously being slightly brain dead.
A couple of demerits there.
Yeah.
So it'll be Joe Root coming around the wicket from the Cathedral end. Likely the last over. They're not rushing. Just having a look at the field to Carey. The deep square leg is backward of square. There's a deep square leg. They must be 30 metres apart. There's a regulation mid-wicket in Hamid. Halfway to the boundary is mid-on. Mid-off, cover, deep point and a backward point. Root bowls to Carey, who's on the sweep, but he reached for it and can't time it. The ball picked up by Hamid at mid-wicket, no run.
26 over of the morning.
So, behind the 8 ball again. Thanks, Rick Finlay. Joe Root, who bowled 11 overs yesterday, and what's this, his 16th, so only his 5th over of the session. Now fielding change, so that won't speed things along. Hamid goes from mid-wicket to short fine leg. And another fielder comes in to a regulation mid-wicket in off the rope. Carey, you can hear tapping the bat. There is a slip in Rory Burns. Root bowls to him and Carey runs it square on the offside. Anderson moves to his left. Fields, no run, 5 for 301. It's tougher to go out and enjoy the social aspects more on a day-nighter, isn't it? On a regular basis.
Yeah.
Root bowls to Carey and he rocks back, cuts an under edge, bounces to Butler, wide of off stump, dot ball.
Yeah, it certainly does. He walked back. I think I got back to the hotel at 11 o'clock last night after the game and my commitments were finished.
We may have stopped in just to see if there was some cold ice waters en route to the hotel as Carey defends this back to mid-wicket and there's no run. Fielding done by Ollie Pope. Only 2, mind you.
Yeah.
And then he walk in the room, it's like 12:15. Wow.
So what time did you get up this morning?
I woke up at 8.
Straight to the gym?
Root bowling to Carey and he flicks it away on the offside. Well, he taps it really, sets off for a single. Great running by Smith and Carey responded. And Anderson came in, shies at the non-strikers end, misses. Carey gets the run. He moves to 5 for 302. He did a couple of laps around the river.
Nice few bench presses, a couple of sit-ups. Start the day right.
Curls.
Yeah, why not?
Push-ups, one-handed, two-handed. Woke up, went to breakfast. Yeah, nothing of the sort. I wouldn't have done that on a 12-degree day, let alone today. But I believe you were seen at a local gymnasium.
I did run a 5k this morning, yeah, in my hotel gym.
Joe Root back over the wicket to Smith, defends on the onside. Root picks up and he's follow through to end the over. Now there's 20 seconds to go before the scheduled lunch break, and now the English players set off on the trot. The umpires, will they get there in time? Paul Wilson, I think he's signalling we'll have one more, lads. We'll do one more. Despite the clock just ticking over to half past. And I'm not sure Rod Tucker's all that thrilled at the other end. I think he was ready for a dinner break.
He needs a bit of grilled chicken, a couple of potatoes, Rod Tucker.
He could smell it, couldn't he?
Yeah, he could, yeah.
But Paul Wilson just marched in and said, no, one more.
One more.
Chicken will wait.
What a nice time for a wicket.
5 for 302. Ben Stokes in again, bowling his 18th over of the innings to Carey, who's taken on the body as he tried to turn it down to fine leg. Butler moves to his right to field. No run. 5 for 302. Having started the day on 2 for 221. So what, 81 runs in the session. And this now the 26th over, Rick? 27th? 27th. So this helps England's over rate.
It does, yeah, it does. And I think Australia now will have half an eye on the declaration, I think. I know
it's an odd thing to say, just getting 300 too, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but just the timings of the day feels so significant in this pink ball test match that Australia, I mean, they are going to be bowling in that evening session regardless.
And it's probably England's nightmare coming in, isn't it? Having to bowl for 5 sessions, and then when you get your opportunity, regardless of the conditions of the pitch or the heat of the day, that's when you're opening up.
Yeah, I think the ideal scenario in this test match would be to bowl Australia out last thing last night, get 2 sessions into the ball before that twilight period comes, so Australia are nowhere near the U-ball.
A leg slip is in place now for Stokes, going around the wicket, bouncer, and Carey ducks underneath it. Rather easy, is very short from Stokes, and through it goes high to Butler. So we've got Joe Root at first slip, Rory Burns at second, Ollie Pope is at a leg slip. There's a backward point in Wokes, Broad at cover or extra cover. On the onside, Anderson at mid-on, Hamid is at mid-wicket. We have a deep square leg in the substitute fielder Bairstow, and there is a deep backward square or fine leg as Stokes works his way in around the wicket and beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery from Ben Stokes. Moved away off the seam. Carey fished at it. Taken low down by Butler. 5 for 302.
Yeah, it's been a nice spell from Ben Stokes this. He's contrasted the way he's bowled to each batter. Short balls to Labuschagne and Smith. Here it's a wobble seam delivery, almost cross seam. Just takes a little deviation away from Alex Carey from round the wicket, but back of a length means that the batter doesn't follow the ball, just holds his line. She plays it relatively well, but good bowling from Ben Stokes. He'll just want that a few feet fuller to try and drag Alex Carey forward.
3 balls left in the first session on day 2. Stokes bowls, pulling is Carey, and it's on the bounce to Pope at fine leg, who tumbles to his right and fields it. Prevents a run or 2. No run. 5 for 302. What do you make of this field placing?
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think it looks as though Alex Carey is going to take that short ball on. So any ball that does rear up, and Ben Stokes has probably got the most excessive bounce out of the England seamers in this innings, especially from banging it in. Gives them the opportunity to take the glove of Carey and balloon up to that leg gully position.
Crowd of more than 17,500 in the heat of Adelaide. 37 degrees. Stokes comes in around the wicket to Carey, and it's full of length a Yorker. That was a beautiful delivery by Stokes at decent pace, but Carey clamps down on it. The ball ends up with Hamid just on the onside of the pitch. No run, 1 ball to go in the session.
Bit of nose and toes from Ben Stokes. Perfect Yorker landing on the crease line. Alex Carey just managing to dab his bat down on the ball.
That was a legit Yorker, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was a beauty from Stokes.
I wish I could find one of those in the 20th over of a T20 when I'm bowling them.
Struggle to get there?
It's not that easy when you're 9 foot tall.
Sure. Stokes, who's not 9 foot tall, bowls to Carey, bouncer, and he ducks underneath it through to Josh Butler, and that will end the session. So Australia lose 3 wickets. They end up scoring 81 runs in those 27 overs, and they go into lunch at 5 for 302 in its first innings, with Alex Carey 5, Steve Smith 55 from 146 deliveries and 8 fours. Marnus Labuschagne, LBW Ollie Robinson for 103, 305 deliveries and 8 fours. Travis Head bowled by Joe Root for 18. It was 4 for 291. And Cameron Green bowled by Ben Stokes for 2, 5 for 294. Labuschagne shared a 120-run partnership with Smith. I'll go for your bowling card, Rick Finlay. Thank you, mate. So we get to Anderson. 21 overs, 9 maidens, no wicket for 40. Stuart Broad, 20 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 40. Chris Wokes, 18 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 49. Ollie Robinson, 22 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 41. Ben Stokes, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 70. And Joe Root, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 50. We've got 90 seconds left. Steve Finn, how would you sum up that first session? Australia losing 3 wickets and also advancing their cause by 81 runs.
Yeah, the game's moved forward probably more than any stage of yesterday. I think it was a pretty turgid day. So to see the scoreboard moving and wickets falling, I think enthuses me for how entertaining the rest of this game may be. I think the cloud cover has played a part in helping the ball continue to move for the seamers throughout the day. But England will be happy with the 3 wickets that they've got, but they'll also be wary that Australia will be eyeing a declaration right in the perfect bowling conditions later in the day. So wickets are going to be imperative again when England come back out.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? The earlier they can take 5 wickets, the better they're going to be if they can have an hour batting in natural daylight.
Yes, and it gives their batters a chance to get their eye in with the pink ball before that twilight period. I think that's something that Australia did really well yesterday, was made sure that Labuschagne and Smith were there when that new pink ball was taken.
Excellent. Stephen, enjoy your dinner. Thank you very much. Stephen Finn joining us on ABC Sport Grandstand Cricket. It is the dinner break, the long break. And coming up for most listeners on local radio, you're heading to PM, while for everyone else, stay right here with us. Grandstand at dinner with Matt Clinch, is the only one of us who can't rush off and have a feed or a cup of tea. It is dinner, I should say, on day 2. 5 for 302 Australia. Steve Smith, 55. Alex Carey, 5. Stay with us right here on Grandstand Cricket.
Ah, summer. The perfect time to dig into a world of entertainment on ABC iView with favourite shows like Frayed, Back to Nature or Total Control.
Bring your senses alive.
You are very distracting. And something to suit every mood like The Newsreader, Going Country or Gruen.
Greatest story ever told. Bloody magic.
It's all yours! All your summer streaming on ABC iView.
In the summertime.
ABC Cricket Magazine, your essential guide to the summer of cricket, is out now. We bring you in-depth analysis and expert commentary for the upcoming Ashes series, plus player profiles for men's and women's teams, stats, scorecards, and much more. Edited by veteran broadcaster Jim Maxwell, you'll be in the box seat with cricket's best minds for the summer ahead. ABC Cricket Magazine, available at newsagents and abcmagazines.com.au. Grandstand at dinner.
And he gets the edge, caught at second slip. Goes off the edge, down to the boundary, and he's caught. Caught it fine late. Driving through cover, he's hit that one with better timing. He'll race to the right for 4.
Dinner on day 2 of the second test between Australia and England. Marnus Labuschagne reaching his 6th test century, riding the roller coaster and England's misfortunes before eventually falling LBW for 103. Steve Smith back as test captain and looking to lead from the front once more, bring up his half century. He's on 55 not out, and England able to pick up a couple of wickets before the dinner break, so 3 for 81 in that opening session on day 2. With Alex Carey on 5, Australia 5 for 302. This is how it all unfolded on Grandstand Cricket.
Grandstand Cricket, the Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Anderson bowls, Labuschagne defends, and he runs it very fine between second slip, and it's going down to the boundary for 4, and that's his 100. And Whoopi full of delight. He's raising his bat, he's looking around the ground. Steve Smith comes down and gives him a congratulatory hug. Robinson, Labuschagne doesn't play a shot. Shout for LBW, give it out. Marnus Labuschagne's innings is ridden his fortune throughout, and that's not to take any credit away from him, who's battled and battled and battled, and he's out for 103. So Stokes with his well-spread field comes to Smith. Smith tries to play a tennis shot, and it's gone over Butler's head. He got a nick. He tried to play a smash down the back court, and he's brought up a 50 with a top edge over Butler. Another test 50 for Steve Smith, acknowledging the applause that rings out around the Adelaide Oval. Travis Head drives back over his head, down towards the boundary at the Moreton Bay Big Tree end. A wallop past Root for 4. Root bowls, and he's after it. He's bowled! He went for another scoopy smash, and he's missed it. And you could hear the clunk as the ball went into the stumps, and he's been dismissed by Joe Root. Another test wicket of a top order batsman for Joe Root. He waits for Stokes, and Stokes bowls in! He pitched one up and he beats Green all over the place. Australia 5 for 294, the 3rd wicket of the session, the 2nd wicket for Ben Stokes. He has 2 for 66. Cameron Green, bowled by Stokes for 2. Australia 5 for 294.
Grandstand Cricket, the Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Dinner on day 2 from the Adelaide Oval. Australia 5 for 302 with Steve Smith on 55, Alex Carey on 5. Marnus Labuschagne out for 103, LBW to Robinson. He did eventually get his man. And Travis Head bowled by Joe Root for 18, and Cameron Green was bowled by Ben Stokes for 2. Matt Clinch with you for Grandstand at Dinner. Former Australian captain Ian Chappell is alongside me. Chappelli, what did you make of it all?
Yeah, hi Matt. Pretty good session for Australia. I think they'd still feel that they're well in front in the game. They'd like to bat this session and then bowl with the new ball under lights. Smith has grounded out. Labuschagne, as Andrew said, rode his luck, and he rode it extremely well. But I think Australia would be very happy to be 300. And I think the other thing that showed up was that Ben Stokes is a bit wasted. I think he's a very good bowler. I think he's a good attacking bowler. Sure, every now and again use the bouncer as a bit of a surprise delivery. Get the batsman thinking where he's unsure. Whether is it going to be short, is it going to be up? But when it's just constant short pitch bowling, to me that's, as a batsman, that's like constant pace. You can get used to constant pace. You can also get used to constant short pitch deliveries. But we saw Ben Stokes bowling as I think he should, mixing it up, and I thought he bowled pretty well.
England picked up the 2 Australian wickets yesterday. They picked up the 3 this morning, or early this afternoon. It's probably a bit far-fetched to say that the comeback is on, but they did bowl better, and now the challenge is to try and force Australia's hand, either pick up some early wickets to start this second session, or maybe Australia will be looking to declare as the lights take over.
Well, I think Australia, their preference would be to declare and bowl in that night session with the new ball. England, if they're going to show anything in this Test match, they've got to show something with the bat, and they've got to get some runs. And they're going to be facing 400 at least. If you're facing 400 on the Adelaide Oval, you've got a battle on your hands. But Adelaide Oval, you would think to yourself, well, if we're only chasing 400, we've got a chance in the game. But at this stage, I like Australia's position.
Sitting in between Ian Chappell and I is president of the SACA, Andrew Sinclair, who's good enough to join us on Grandstand Cricket. Andrew, welcome. What's your views been? How's the morning been for you?
Oh, it's been good. Wouldn't mind seeing some more overs bowled per hour. I'm a bit surprised that they can't whip through a few more. But the conditions are excellent. We've got a pitch that's going to last 5 days beautifully, but it always seems to have a bit of nibble now. There's a fair bit of grass out there, and so the batsman never quite looks set. So the bowlers hit the seam and you got a chance.
It's always been a pretty good cricket wicket, particularly, I don't know how much of it was Keith Bradshaw's idea, but getting the day-night test known as the Adelaide test, I think was very important.
Yeah, well, certainly Keith, his confidence around getting it was endearing to the board to say, let's go and get it then. And then he just made it happen in a fashion that we thought, OK, let's deliver a really good test. But I must say, I'm also in favour of Adelaide getting a day test every now and then, because this does day test bloody well too.
Yeah. Well, so what's your job as the president with a test match at the Adelaide Oval? Do you lose control of the ground, or what happens?
Cricket Australia really run the event, although all the curators, so Damien Hoff is an Adelaide Oval SMA employee. He's entirely responsible for preparing the pitch. The SACA is responsible for our membership and the members that roll up. The gates at the north and the south, whilst they're run by the SMA, the SACA is responsible for all basically the membership side of it. So we've got 25,000 members. A lot of them aren't here yet because it's too hot to sit out the back of the members, but they'll come down later on in the day. So the role is then... So really the match itself is run by Cricket Australia, but the pitch is prepared by Adelaide Oval staff, which was formerly... Damien was once a SACA employee, now with the SMA.
I'm very interested to know what you get out of Rodney Marsh as an administrator, Rodney Marsh.
Exactly. You got to wonder. He's been a terrific administrator, but he said he's said, I'm too old, Andrew. I've got to get off the board. So we sadly lost him.
The so-and-so's younger than me.
Yeah, exactly. No, he's a very fit 73-year-old, but he said, my time's come.
I think you're shortchanging him here, aren't you? I'm 47, born.
Was it? Oh, I've missed it.
And November, so I think you'll find Mr. Marsh is 74.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
well.
And don't let him forget it.
Andrew Sinclair alongside Ian Chappell with you for Grandstand at Dinner. The Bradshaw Bell, obviously a nice way to remember Keith Bradshaw. He's played such a pivotal part. You talk about the introduction of day-night Test cricket, all going all the way back to 2015. How did the idea come about? And obviously you didn't have all that long to try and turn the vision into a reality.
It is a good story because at his service on the 17th of November, his best friend since he was a 5-year-old boy, Malcolm, I'm sorry I've forgotten your surname, Malcolm, told us the story that he changed the Lord's bell ringing exercise from a groundsman rings the bell. And when Keith was there from 2006 to 2011, Keith thought, why wouldn't you make this a big celebration? Get someone famous or someone who deserves a bit of celebration, a bit of great opportunity. So he changed it, and at the funeral service we became aware of that. Tim Nielsen came up to me after the funeral at the wake and said, I want to catch you before you go, Andrew. And then I caught up with him 10 minutes later and he said, what about a bell? I thought, great idea, let's get on with it. So I emailed Lords that night, said, I don't need your legal consent, but it'd mean a lot more if you guys said, yeah, good idea. So they came back immediately and said, great idea. That left me from the 18th of November till the 16th of December to get a bell. Saka emailed me a link to a bell, bunch of pictures. They didn't look the quality that I had in mind, so I rang a brother of mine who seems to know everything antique and eccentric in Victoria. And I said, Ross, I need a bell, I need it pronto. He said, give me 5 minutes, I'll get back to you. And next thing I know, I get a number to ring of Anton Hassel at Australian Bell in Castlemaine in Victoria. Anton says, geez, 16 December. Normally couldn't do that. We need normally 12 months to make a bell, but I can do it because I've got the mould already. There's a bell that I reckon would be perfect for the Adelaide Oval. We made a mould for it, and Moonta in South Australia has the sister bell. Started in 2016 and was delivered to Moonta not that long ago by the sound of it. Anyway, so he said, I've got the bell for you, and then I had to convince the Adelaide Oval SMA because I showed them the pictures. I said, I need to see a photo. Showed it to the Adelaide Oval. They said, that's a fair bit bigger than Lord's. Not that size is important, but it was important here because it's got to fill the Adelaide Oval, the sound of it. So it's a musical bell. And Anton, then the next bit of the story was, I said, Anton, I want to have embossed on it something about Keith Bradshaw's period as CEO at Lord's and CEO. And he said, Andrew, you're turning my bell into a plaque. It's not a plaque, it's a bell. Right. I've been put in my place. Okay, I've got to better build a separate plaque. So we've got a separate plaque underneath. And then when the bell was about to be a few days before delivery, I realised I've never ordered a bell before. And I thought maybe it won't come with the appendage hanging down the middle. And that'll be a disaster. And I just thought, so I said, does it come with the appendage? He said, yeah, that's the clapper, Andrew. You'll get the clapper. Which I thought, I don't know if I like the sound of it. You'll get the clapper. But I got the clapper. So we got the bell and the clapper, but we didn't get the rope. So the rope is then, there's this rope that now hangs from it that's a dark crimson. It's a nice looking rope. The Adelaide Oval SMA just got some of those bits of rope that form the barrier to a line when they have to form lines and there it is. It looks all right, but it does look a bit sort of like a noose hanging down. But anyway, rung by fiancée Helen Todd and the two girls on day one, very emotional before it, and Vicky, the EA, rang it today, and she was likewise very emotional, having spent 10 years working with him.
It's one of the things I've found in dealing with the Saka people. The smile was always on their face, and I think that's what I found. I mean, I didn't enjoy going to Lord's. I didn't like Lord's very much. I always felt that the Oval, they were pleased to see us, not so much at the Oval. But if they ever had a smile on their face, they had one while Keith was there, and that was appreciated. But I always had the feeling they didn't really want you at Lord's.
Yeah. It's interesting you say that because I agree the staff at Saka, about just under 100, have always been really loyal to him. It's interesting you say that about Surrey. I'm pleased to hear that of the Oval, because the replacement CEO at Saka is Charlie Hodgson, who's been Surrey to IC, and I've had a lot of messages. You've picked a good one there.
Yeah.
So we've got the Surrey former CEO now, or was acting CEO. He'll start in March. So I think you're right. There was a culture that he built that was never ego-driven. It was always, we do a job and we do it very well, and I think that's what the Adelaide Oval does. It's done a job that's delivered to everyone without being overstated. Everyone comes here and goes, this is fantastic. We've delivered a bell now that everyone looks at and goes, wow, why didn't we think of that? Well, we've got it. Tim Nilsson's idea to me, and off we've gone.
Yeah.
Andrew Sinclair alongside Ian Chappell and Matt Cledge with you for Grandstand at dinner. So it's unique, and Adelaide has some nice, unique parts about it. When you look out, there's the old scoreboard. It is modernised in a very much a contemporary way, but it is still a cricket ground when you come here. So the tradition that will be rung 5 minutes before play. So from start to completion, was it 4 weeks, did you say? How long did it actually take to get it done?
That's good. The guy, Anton Hassel at Australian Bells, I rang him this morning and said, thank you. He got interviewed yesterday. He said, Andrew, that is the quickest bell we've ever made. Forged at Billman's Forgery in Castlemaine, and to turn it round and get it here, quickest one we've ever done. But on the northern end, it's worth understanding that the part of the legislation when this place was redeveloped, they legislated you cannot build on the northern end, you can't move the scoreboard, you can't call it anything but Adelaide Oval. So those things are enshrined, and therefore I think we're in a very good space.
I think they've done a really good job with the, you've got to have modern facilities at the ground. They've done that, but they've also kept the things that make you think this is a cricket ground. And it's interesting, I was just a boy, starting out, 68. Barry Jarman was the wicketkeeper for South Australia, vice-captain of Australia, and he was very big on changing things at the Adelaide Oval, and he wanted to build the club down that end where the fig trees are, and he got the same response you got.
Right.
That is what...
Untouchable.
Yes, it is untouchable. You cannot touch the fig trees, and you will not be able to build a club there. And but they have developed the ground, and I think they've done a really good job.
That came about prior to Keith's arrival, really. Keith came on board just after all the documentation had been done, but he then delivered on that, and we continue to have enjoy the benefits provided by it. It's a cricket ground. There was a Graham Gooch walked on the ground first time after we'd redeveloped it and said, "You've done so well. They destroy cricket grounds all the way around the world, and you've kept a cricket ground. Feels like the Adelaide Oval."
The Adelaide traditionally test has been the second test. There was a bit of fun and games from the WA side of things. They would have loved to have hosted a test match with the border closures. That almost became impossible, but they threw the idea out that maybe we could swap. In your mind, is the second test the right spot for Adelaide, a day-night test?
I don't know whether it necessarily has to be the second test. What I do like about this year round, we've pushed it back a bit later, so we've actually had the best weather for a day-night test. We've got some warm evenings, which the members love. We've had, if you go too early in November, the nights are too cold. We've had some bitterly cold stuff. So if we go in November, I'd say give us a day test. If you push it back into a mid-December, I'd say give us a day-nighter. Whether that full second test or whatever, I don't think that's the issue. My understanding, there was no genuine discussion around let's flip the orders round. Once they've set it down, set it.
Yeah, no, I think it's... I come here and I come to the SCG and I think there's a tradition there and there's a feeling of a cricket ground. Whereas you go to Melbourne, I've been to Optus in the very early days, the Gabba, and you sort of think big cement pavilion, whereas Adelaide, Sydney, I get the feeling of a cricket ground.
No, I agree. They're grounds that you actually, if you knock them over, you've got a problem. You've messed something up.
Yeah.
The other ones I sort of think, so what? We'll build another one.
Andrew Sinclair is with you. Apart from our spot, now you're sitting in seat 1A where Jim Maxwell will sit, so you've got just about the best seat in the house, but is the chapel stand to our left the next best, or somewhere in front of the members there?
It isn't.
Where do you spend most of the day watching?
I'm right on the wing, so it's side-on view, which is interesting because I'm actually originally Victorian, used to the MCG, looking down the line of the site. So we've got guests come in, and every time they look at it and go, gee, this is odd, watching cricket from sideways. The pink ball is actually much easier to see side-on. I don't know you find. I find it much easier to see against the grass. So I'm used to now watching side-on at the Adelaide Oval, where the chapel stands the best spot.
To me, the great thing as a player at the Adelaide Oval was you were sitting side-on. So let's say 1975-6, we're playing the West Indies, South Australia, and I had seen Michael Holding, but he wasn't genuinely quick. Suddenly I'm sitting there with the pads on and I'm watching Michael Holding and I'm thinking, whoa, he's a bit quicker than last time I saw him. So by the time I get out to the middle, I'm a bit better prepared. I didn't want to see the ball swing, didn't want to know about that. I mean, when we played in England, the players would turn the television and I say, get that off. I said, when I'm out in the middle, you can have it on. When I'm sitting in the pavilion, that's not on. Anyhow, I had my way in that they would turn the volume. I didn't want to hear about the ball swinging. But originally it was the chapel bar. And when they then went to the chapel stand, which was over on the eastern side, I remember they said, you're the oldest, you make the speech. And Ian McLaughlin introduced us. And it was a great day because our mother was there and Jean should be in a Hall of Fame somewhere, but there was Jean, her father, Victor Richardson, the gates were right there, and her sons, the Chapel boys, were all there, and the stand was right by her father. And that was a great day for Mum, and you sort of felt, well, we've repaid her a little bit for everything she put in. But as I said on that day, I was very happy with the bar.
Yeah. Well, I was going to ask you, though, when you were sitting square and Michael Holding, was that the day you had the box problem as he got out, or you managed to... I'm not missing my box on this day.
75-6, we'd come dead last the 2 previous seasons, and we won in 75-6. It's one of my proudest moments as a captain that we went from bottom to top. We had a good induction there. Some young guys. Rick Darling came in the side. David Hooks came into the side. Wayne Pryor had come in just the last couple of games the season before. He was pretty sharp. Gary Cozier had come over from Victoria. Rodney Hogg had come over from the same club as Gary Cozier. And I remember Coz saying to us, I don't know a lot about Rodney Hogg, but one thing I can tell you, he is genuinely fast. And that was proved very true. Yeah. And the interesting thing that both Rodney Hogg and Gary Cozier said, Gary Living, who played also with Northcote with Rodney Hogg, they said he was quicker than Rodney Hogg, and Rodney Hogg agreed. Yeah. Rodney Hogg was pretty sharp, so Gary Living must have been pretty quick. Yeah, but so they all played under Bill Laurie at Northcote.
Yeah. As always, Chappelli, your memory is sharp. Australia 5 for 302 at dinner. We've only got a couple of minutes to go, so Chappelli, what are you expecting in this second session here? Do you think Steve Smith, he looks like he's got the eye of the tiger at the moment. He seems determined to lead this Australian side, and a bit of pressure now on Alex Carey to support him, a local boy.
Yeah, well, the South Australians always get a good reception here. We saw it for Travis Head. We saw it again for Alex Carey. And I think that the locals, they're used to good, attractive cricket here. And what they've seen with all the day-night test matches is a victory. They'll want to see a victory again. But I think you make a good point about Steve Smith. He's coming back to the captaincy. I think he wants to win, and Adelaide is a good place to win.
And Andrew, you've got 17,000 in attendance at the moment. It's obviously hot, so hopefully a few more will roll in throughout the afternoon and the evening. And we need to make sure those guys in the old scoreboard are well hydrated. I'm sure you're looking after them. It's probably not too much aircon in there.
Yeah, they'll be all right. No, Alex, hopefully he's a good short ball player and plays both the short and the full pitch, so I reckon he'll be handy. I like the way he dispatches the short one. His pull shot's excellent, so I hope we see a bit of that come into action this afternoon.
Beautiful. Andrew, thanks for coming by. Great to catch up. Andrew Sinclair, the president of the SACA, joining us on Grandstand at Dinner. Australia 5 for 302 alongside Ian Chappell and Matt Clinch, with Steve Smith on 55. Alex Carey is on 5. And, of course, we're reliving some of the great Ashes moments, the greatest 40 Ashes moments over the last 40 years. So if you want to cast your vote, abc.net.au/sport is the way to find it. You can log on and cast your vote, whether you thought Amazing Adelaide was the best or perhaps another one. Mitchell Johnson, of course, was outstanding one year. Log on and cast your thoughts. Coming up, we'll have the latest from the ABC newsroom. Ned Hall will be along with a sports update. And then in not too long a time, you'll be with Alison Mitchell back here at the Adelaide Oval. And she'll be joined by Dirk Nanis with play not too far away. Australia 5 for 302.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. COVID-19 testing sites in New South Wales are being stretched to the limit as the state posts another day of record case numbers. Tony Ibrahim reports.
Getting a COVID-19 test at a clinic in Rose Bay in the city's east is taking up to 2.5 hours. St Vincent's Hospital is reopening 2 nearby clinics in response at Rushcutters Bay and Darlinghurst. At the Fairfield Testing Centre in Western Sydney, some people have been told it could take 72 hours to get their result. New South Wales posted a record 2,213 cases in the 24 hours to 8 p.m. last night. There were 63 new Omicron cases for a total of 185. A woman in her 60s and from the Northern Tablelands died at St Vincent's Hospital. 128,000 tests were completed in the reporting period.
Tasmania's 3 new cases are all vaccinated travellers from Newcastle in New South Wales who tested negative prior to leaving New South Wales. Here's Alexandra Humphreys.
A second passenger from a Wednesday morning Qantas flight has tested positive, placing more passengers from that flight into isolation after one case was announced yesterday. Tasmania's third case is another traveller from Newcastle who arrived on a Virgin flight on Wednesday evening. Anyone who's arrived in Tasmania since Sunday who's been in the Newcastle area is being asked to get tested. Altogether, 62 close contacts have been identified. All 3 cases are suspected of being the Omicron variant. The government's now considering introducing an indoor mask mandate.
The Northern Territory's outbreak's grown to 100 with 6 new local cases confirmed today. 4 of those were in the town of Tennant Creek, prompting a 3-day lockdown. 2 others were in quarantine. Acting Chief Minister Nicole Manison says the cases present significant issues as many people are already moving around the Territory.
This is a serious situation. Tennant Creek is a major transit centre. There is a vast amount of movement in and out of Tennant Creek. The timing is also complicated, given many people are about to or have already started their Christmas leave, their school holiday travel.
A mask mandate will take effect in Queensland statewide from 1 a.m. tomorrow. The aim is to help slow the spread of COVID over the Christmas-New Year period. Masks will be required in most indoor settings, including retail, supermarkets, public transport, rideshare, hospitals and aged care. Health Minister Yvette Darth says they're easy to wear and make a difference.
Look at how many times we have reduced and stopped the spread of this virus this year by bringing in masks. So I know it will be new for many, many people in Queensland, particularly outside of southeast Queensland. It is such a small ask for such a huge benefit.
Police have released the names of the children who were killed in an incident involving a jumping castle in Tasmania's northwest yesterday. April McLennan reports.
11-year-old Addison Stewart, Zane Malore, Jai Sheehan, Jalila Jane Marie Jones and Peter Dodd, all aged 12, were tragically killed after an incident at an end-of-year event at Hillcrest Primary School in Devonport. Police say at around 10 o'clock yesterday morning, a freak wind event caused a jumping castle to lift up into the air. Several children fell from a height of around 10 metres before the jumping castle came to rest in a tree. 3 children remain in the Royal Hobart Hospital in a critical condition, and 1 child has been released to recover at home.
The United Kingdom's High Commissioner has hailed the new free trade deal with Australia as a milestone for her country. Here's Foreign Affairs reporter Stephen Jedgetts.
The agreement was negotiated rapidly in the wake of Brexit, and the United Kingdom's High Commissioner, Vicky Treadle, says it's the first deal the UK has struck since leaving the European Union.
When we left the EU, we had to look out and face the wider world.
The deal will cut or phase out export tariffs on almost all goods and make it easier for young people in both countries to work in the other. Labor says the agreement was negotiated without any scrutiny and it will look at it closely.
The Victorian government says the arrival of a new international airline into Melbourne will help strengthen Victoria's trade links with Vietnam. Bamboo Airlines will base its Australian headquarters in Victoria, commencing flights in April, initially with twice-weekly services between Melbourne and Ho Chi Minh City. Vietnam is one of Victoria's top 10 export markets. You're listening to ABC News.
Did you know that ABC Listen has a little sibling? Hi. The ABC Kids Listen app with music to move and podcasts to play. ABC Kids Listen stimulates curiosity, fires imaginations, and fosters good listening skills.
Wow! That's a funny noise.
Discover a world of entertainment that will spark creativity in the minds of your little ones and get them up and moving. Download ABC Kids Listen today, free from your app store.
Grandstand cricket, the Ashes.
Hits him straight down the ground. That'll be 6. This time he swats it up in the air, cuts it all the way for 6.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Dinner on day 2 from the Adelaide Oval, the second test of the Ashes between Australia and England. Great to have your company on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and via the ABC Listen app. Matt Clinch with you at Dinner with Australia, 5 for 302. There's Steve Smith on 55 and Alex Carey on 5. Plenty of other sport to keep you updated with. At 2 games of the WNCL today. Firstly at Hobart, the Queensland Fire defeated the Tasmanian Tigers by 66 runs after bowling out the home side for 199 in the 45th over. Michaela Hinkley top scored for the Fire with 72 runs, while Jess Jonathan took 5 wickets. Well, over at St Kilda, New South Wales defeated Victoria by 5 wickets, chasing down the 271 in the 44th over. Rachel Haynes made 96 from 119 deliveries, leading the charge, while Erin Burns finished with 80 not out from 48 deliveries. In the AFL, Carlton has suffered a pre-season injury blow, with young defender Liam Stocker suffering a syndesmosis injury. The 21-year-old is sidelined for the next 12 weeks, requiring surgery. And in the NBA, Paddy Mills has led the Brooklyn Nets all the way. In a moment, Alison Mitchell and Dirk Nannis will be with you, but Karen Ty to keep you updated with everything else that's going on. Stay with us.
The sports conversation never stops online. Check out ABC Sport on Instagram, Facebook and Twitter. ABC Sport social media has all the best content you didn't realise you needed.
Summer, the perfect time to dive into ABC iView. You can stock your entertainment esky with what you want to watch by logging into ABC iView using your ABC account. I bet it's amazing. Keep a watch list, check out some recommendations, and pick up watching exactly where you left off across all your logged-in devices. It's your ABC iView, so log in with your ABC account and make it your own.
It's all yours!
All yours summer streaming on ABC iView.
Grandstand cricket, the Ashes.
Hits him straight down the ground. That'll be 6. This time he swats it up in the air, cuts it all the way for 6.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Dinner at the Adelaide Oval, day 2 of this second test. Australia 5 for 302. Steve Smith on 55. Alex Carey on 5. The 3 wickets to 4 minus Labuschagne. There were chances for England. He made it to a 6th test century before LBW to Ollie Robinson for 103. Travis Head bowled by Joe Root for 18 and Cameron Green bowled by Ben Stokes for 2. Karen Ty briefly with you from our host studio, and on our way back to our commentary team, a reminder of our Ashes 40 for 40, which you can find online, abc.net.au/sport, along with so much else. But this a list of 40 amazing Ashes moments over the last 40 years, so from 1981 right through to 2021. Your chance to hop online. You can pick your top 5 from the list, and you can let everyone else know what your number 1 pick is from the list that's provided. So 40 moments. Here's just one of them. You might have been there. The MCG 2006, a magical moment for Shane Warne.
Ashes, memorable moments. The MCG 2006.
It's cool. Lights are on. Warne's bowling and Strauss is forward. He's bowled. That's it. Warne takes his 700th test wicket. Clean bowling Strauss. And he's doing a little lap of honour out there. And he's surrounded by the Australian team. Warne is jubilant. He becomes the first man in test history to claim 700 test wickets. Andrew Strauss goes into the record books as number 700. What a moment for Shane Warne in front of the MCG crowd of almost 90,000 here today. 700 test wickets.
Jim Maxwell with the call. What a moment. Shane Warne, who of course went on to claim 708 test wickets before retirement. Now, we've got a little bit of extra time. So in that same series of 2006, now you might have been lucky enough to be at the Wacker, that amazing innings and century of Adam Gilchrist. What a day it was.
He has another go. That's gone. Oh, that's gone longer. Way over deep mid-wicket. 6 more to Gilchrist. Oh, this is like Gilchrist at Joburg against Nicky Boyer. That was wider. Got underneath it. He hit it over. a sort of straightish mid-wicket.
Barmy Army territory.
Right into the army. Cop that.
I think it went over. It went over the army. And the Gilly chant goes up. Not a Lily, it's a Gilly.
Now he has another go, and he's hit that for 6. Way into the crowd over wide, long on. That's a massive Gilchrist hit. 3 sixes in the over. 24 from Panesar's over. Gilchrist goes to 73. Take me out to the ball game.
Hoggard's going to come around the wicket from the northern end. He bowls to Gilchrist and he launches another big 6 out over mid-wicket. He's up to 80 and he's got 10 balls to score 20 to set a new world record for the fastest 100 in Test cricket. Here it is, the hand clap starts, the 55th ball of his innings. Gilchrist on 97 and he gets a wide one that he tried to hit and missed. Oh, now he can equal the great Sir Vivian Richards world record, but he can't better it.
Gilchrist on 98. Harmison bowls to him. He drives up to extra cover. Flintoff's there. This could be the second run. I'm sure it will be. As the fielder throws the ball back in now, Adam Gilchrist runs to the far end to complete an absolutely astonishing 100. He's just missed Vivian Richards' record, but, well, he doesn't care. He probably doesn't even know. But he has handed out some dreadful punishment to England's flagging bowlers here. It's the second fastest 100 in Test history.
Jonathan Agnew with that amazing moment. What a day it was. And fingers crossed we will have a Test match back in the West. Not the Wacker, of course, as beautiful as the memories are, but back in Perth again one day soon after the last 2 years. Just 2 there of 40 amazing Ashes moments. But it's time now to take you back to the Adelaide Oval. Dinner coming to an end. Australia 5 for 302. Let's return you to Dirk Nannis and Alison Mitchell.
Thank you, Karen. Yep, the players have made their way out. Joe Root's got the ball in his hand and getting ready to deliver a little bit more spin with Steve Smith on strike on 55. 5 for 302 here on the second day of this day-night test at Adelaide Oval. You know what, Dirk, I was at the Wacker in 2006, that Gilchrist innings. I wasn't working, I was in the stands with my brother and my cousin. And I do remember, I don't know whether it was one particular over, but I think Monty Panesar took a lot of tap in that innings as well. It's breathtaking. I mean, you glanced at the scoreboard, have a little chat, and suddenly you looked at the scoreboard again and went, what, he's nearly on 100? Just in the blink of an eye. Incredible. So, can Joe Root inspire England to a few more wickets? Can Steve Smith get the scoreboard moving for Australia so they can declare in a very healthy position prior to the twilight hour? That's surely got to be the plan, Dirk.
I would have thought so. That start of the day, you probably thought Australia were going to go about half hour into that final session. Wait until it was nice and dark.
Root's got a slip and short leg in place as he trots up to the wicket now. Bowls full ball to Smith, and he clips it neatly along the ground down towards deep square leg, and Stuart Broad moves in off the boundary, and a gentle single for Smith. First ball after lunch. Dinner, even. 5 for 303.
Courtesy of some fuller bowling. England have had a far more positive start to the day today. Just hit the stumps. It can be so frustrating as a watcher. You want to see a good game, but you see that bat versus ball contest being skewed.
Or reverse from Alex Carey, and he's got hold of it. Down to the third man boundary. The ball is dribbling its way towards the rope though, and Anderson will catch up with it and come back for a third. Carry on to 8. 5 for 306. And Ben Stokes in particular just looked at a different bowler when he's bowling full. He's at the stumps at the wicket of Cameron Green. Executed a wonderful Yorker. Alex Carey had to dig out. Root in now to Smith, tickled behind short leg, which is Hasib Hamid. Backward of square, fielded by Anderson, and another one added for Smith. He's on to 57.
But there was smatterings in there as well of him going back to that same every man out and let's bowl the short stuff, and that's the frustrating thing.
Root from a little wider of the crease as Carey is forward, the outside edge of the bat into the ground, and then picked up by Burns. Skips across from his position at slip to field. 5 runs off this route over, the first after lunch. Roots around the wicket again. Forward defending, and a quick single taken here. The pick up and the throw down to the non-striker's end, and it strikes Carey as he had made it past the crease and got through safely. So good running, being alert, and a drop and run, and Smith very eager at the other end to respond.
It's just enough here in the pitch.
In again to Smith, who's off the back foot into the offside. Carey looking for the single, and Smith says no. So an over which has yielded 6 runs for Australia, 5 for 308.
You would think that someone like a Nathan Lyon would be licking his lips a little bit, because there is that bounce. I don't think there's as much bounce out there today as there was yesterday, but I think there was enough turn and enough bounce to keep the spinners interested. I think Joe Root was very negative yesterday with his bowling. He was bowling down leg side, and almost as though he was there rather than as a wicket-taking option, as though he was there as a let's rush through the overs option.
Yeah, almost as if we've got a problem with our over rate here. So no, he genuinely can take wickets.
He's okay.
Yeah, no, and he bowled decent spells in the nets as well. Certainly the day before this game, he was in the net with Jack Leach, and the two of them going through their drills. James Anderson will take the ball from the Riverbank end of the ground, City end, 5 for 308. Wicketless so far this innings, Anderson. 21 overs, yielded 40 runs. And he goes now to the left-handed Carey, 2 slips and the gully. Anderson over the wicket, so punched into the offside and finds Hamid. Short extra cover, fields, and no run. Got some news coming in from Cricket Australia here. Pat Cummins has been granted approval by SA Health to return home to New South Wales. So there's been a plan which has been approved by SA Health. He's going to self-drive from isolation and then take a charter flight. More on this is Anderson. And again to Carey, flashed away towards point, into the ground, into the hands of Wokes. So he's got to wear appropriate PPE and with full hygiene controls, Dirk. He's going to self-drive from isolation and then with this PPE and hygiene controls take a single charter flight to New South Wales. Cricket Australia, it says, will continue to consult with SA Health to ensure compliance with the plan. He will continue to observe all isolation requirements in New South Wales. A reminder that Cummins produced a negative test result on Thursday. There may be... I'm not an expert on all the SA Health rules. There might be some members of the public who feel that there's been special exemptions allowed here. Defence from Carey into the onside. I heard a rumour that the Prime Minister had been called. He's making it home.
There's a lot to unpack there. What's a charter flight worth?
Oh, there's no expense spared for the Australian Test captain.
Is that out of his pocket?
That is a question to which I do not have the answer.
Is that out of the pocket of the game?
That is a question to which I do not have the answer. But I think these are questions which will be asked.
Are you here on behalf of Cricket
time.
Australia? Right. Let's suppose you're Cricket Australia at the moment for the sake of this discussion.
This could go anywhere. Over the wicket is Anderson, defended into the onside.
So if you're self-driving...
Well, I'm presuming that is that... Well, Cummins doesn't have a car here, so it's a hire car. Must be bound for Cummins if he's driving himself to an airfield to then get a chartered flight to New South Wales.
Then the car's sitting there, and do you get the magic spray gun out and de-COVID the car after someone's been driving it?
Yeah, I'm guessing so. It's definitely going to happen after Cummins has got out the car at the airfield, that's for sure. Anderson in now to Carey. Bullish leg defending into the onside up to Broad at mid-on and no run.
Is that what you do?
Well, I haven't personally. I mean, I've driven hired cars in COVID times. I mean, not when... Well, Cummins has tested negative, hasn't he? But yes, hire car companies are deep cleaning their cars, absolutely, before and after they've been used.
And how much time then does he get at home? Because he's going to have to shuffle off back down to Melbourne again.
Well, clearly... enough time to warrant this being a useful exercise. Anderson is in, left alone by Carey. A little bit of lift and Carey through to Butler behind the stumps. End of a maiden over, 5 for 308. Smith remains on 57 with Carey on 9.
So we have to isolate for 7 days, of which we're in the second day now.
Yes, that would be correct.
So he's got 5 days where we have to be...
So if it was unclear from that exactly when he is leaving to get this charter flight, perhaps then we presume today, which then means if he's home by tonight, he's got 5 days isolating at home in New South Wales with his partner and new baby, as opposed to being in a hotel. Root in again. Full flighted delivery into Smith, chips into the onside and no run. That's surely better.
Do you isolate with your family? Or do you have to be separate to them?
Oh, but he's going to be in a more substantial space than in a hotel room, isn't he? Root, little flattening, quick off the back foot, a single into the offside. Picked up by Wokes and no run. This is surely a preferable plan, isn't it, for a cricketer who wants to play in a Boxing Day test match to go and isolate somewhere where he's got more space to train, to run, rather than being confined to a hotel. I can absolutely see why you would try to do it. There might be some disquiet amongst the public who don't want to see anybody get special treatment. There's probably a lot of people who have been made to isolate who don't have the means to take charter flights, etc., etc. But a plan has been agreed. Pat Cummins will make it back to New South Wales. Root is just pushing Stuart Broad a little wider at short fine leg here to the left-handed Carey. Burns is still there at slip and Root's bowling around the wicket to him, punched into the ground and then into the hands of Stokes at extra cover.
I think if you're a producer, you would put a bit more content on the screen in front of us than just the Cricket Australia press release. You'd actually work out what the rules are surrounding it.
And goes Root around the wicket, going back into cut out through the gap between points and cover. There's protection, James Anderson on that deep cover boundary, flings the ball back in and a single is taken, 5 for 301. Are you now getting evils from the producer at the back of the box?
Yes.
Well, hence why I'm sitting in the hot seat calling the cricket. I'm unable to be making phone calls and chasing the live story, Dirk, whilst I'm commentating. But that is information hot off the press. Roots over the wicket, quicker to Smith, who's forward, defends and Root picks up in his follow through. I won't read out what's put on the screen now. Suffice to say, it's not very complimentary. Roots goes in, and that one has turned a little outside the off stump and into the gloves of Butler. 5 for 310 at the end of that over. Smith remains on 58. Just the 2 singles coming off it. You would pull out all the stops, though, couldn't you? But I think I heard, and I'm saying this without having SA health rules in front of me, I had heard that you are allowed to move addresses in order to isolate. Because he's not in a hotel quarantine situation, is he? He's a close contact. He's self-isolating as opposed to being in a hotel quarantine. Have you done a hotel quarantine?
No. I thought a bizarre thing for us. I came back from, to answer your question, I came back from Pakistan, the PSL, the day before compulsory hotel quarantine last year.
Anderson, new over. Punched into the offside with Hamid Fields. Short extra, no run.
And we got word the day before that it was going to happen, or a couple of days before, so we had time to reshuffle flights, and that was a Cricket Australia thing where they said it's time to come home.
Right. Well, if the Medi Hotel, the hotel quarantine system is extremely strict, isn't it? I mean, that's run by the health system, run by the police as well. I remember being checked out of hotel quarantine last year by New South Wales police in the hotel. Fuller defended into the onside and no run. Anderson keeping things tight here in these overs after dinner.
Bizarre here was we flew over. You have to get a test before you leave your home state. We had a test before we left Melbourne. You arrive, you stand in the long queue. It was an hour long. Some people yesterday were 3 hours long. Standing in the queue to get tested. But then after you get tested, you're allowed to mingle. It's kind of, why are you getting tested? Everything changes all the time. It's just been a moving feast.
I suppose the expectation is that you haven't necessarily got COVID because you're not getting tested because you've got symptoms. You're simply getting tested because you want to move, you want to travel. Anderson around the wicket to the left-hander. Can't work it off the square, punching it away up towards Hamid. Fields cleanly, and no run for Carey.
Carey looks very well organised. He's comfortable on this pitch.
10 from 33, the one boundary for him so far. There was a lot of inconsistency, certainly, in arriving in Adelaide from all sorts of people who'd flown in from either New South Wales or Victoria. As to the questions they were asked on different days, some people had full one-on-one interviews with police as Anderson is around the wicket, knocked into the onside. There'll be one here, and probably two as well. We'll come back to the comfortable two. Robinson chases back through the square leg region and throw comes in. 5 for 312. Actually, when I landed, it was like any domestic flight I've ever previously taken, where we just walked off the plane. There was no interview, nobody checked the SA arrival permit that I'd had to apply for, and there was just somebody at the top of the ramp calling out whether anyone had been overseas in the last 14 days.
Where'd you come from?
Well, I'd come from Victoria, and I hadn't been in Victoria for more than 14 days, so I was fine, treated like a domestic passenger. But if I hadn't, there was nobody there to actually call me up or check the paperwork, as Anderson is in and defended. Back up the pitch, Anderson leans down, picks up, and there's no run. It's a little bit like the scene in The Life of Brian, where somebody asks, are there any women here today? Has anyone been overseas in the last 14 days? And just everyone's walking past. No. I'm sure everyone was telling the truth. But the point is, it's very inconsistent because 3 days earlier, a cousin of mine had flown in and had a full one-on-one interrogation. Wow. So, yeah, things have been changing all the time. Anderson around the wicket. In defence on off stump from Carey. And was out once more to Hamid. There's the 2 runs from the over of Anderson. 5 for 312. Australia having lost 3 for 53 in the period leading up to the dinner break. If you want to get in touch with us, you can do so on the SMS 0467 920 222. Here's a message from Keno of Brisbane. It says, hi guys, just wanting to find out what James Anderson's record is in Australia. Do you think all the talk was over the top as him being England's saviour for this test match? Loving the commentary, says Keno. Well, I think there is a lot to be England chat getting carried away about how pink ball test is in England's favour. Root full to Smith, drops and runs into the offside. Root chasing across to his left. Picks up, and the single taken.
James Anderson averages 35.4 with the ball in Australia and 26.6 overall in all test matches. So, better elsewhere.
His record in the 2010-11 series, Rick.
Yes.
I wouldn't mind just seeing what those numbers were when England was successful in that series. Root's in. It's ended up by Carey's feet. He's actually picking it up now and giving it to Butler as he defended from the crease.
24 wickets at 26.
He had a good series that year.
Yes. 17-18 was all right as well. 17 weeks at 27.8.
A little wide from the crease. Root. Carey chips this up in the air. It'll be safe. Down the ground to mid-off, who's a little wide. Almost plugs in the turf. Fielded. And in fact, a second run is turned down because it went higher than it went long.
Funny little chip shot. I think he almost got done in the air. Oh, I don't think he picked up the length too well there at all because he just almost bunted it over Root, and he's lucky he didn't get more on it. He's lucky he didn't get less on it.
Root's in now to Smith. Works it up to mid-off. Takes the single. Finds Anderson, who fields.
Why I find Anderson such a compelling case in these sorts of pink ball test matches is he's the type of person that when the ball is swinging around, and if you do get him in those right conditions in an evening, it's one of the few people that can genuinely swing a ball both ways. That's so dangerous.
Roots around the wicket to Carey, knocks it square, sets off quickly, and it's Butler doing the chasing initially. He leaves it to Pope to pick up.
And generally speaking, when he is doing that, he's also accurate at the same time. Some people can swing the ball both ways, but when they swing it the wrong way, it goes too far, or they can't control it. It's exceptional at just nailing the spot and not wasting the new ball.
Root to Smith, full defended. And that in-swinger took him a long, long time to perfect. sitting down chatting to him the day before this game. So that's the end of the over. 5 for 316. 4 runs coming from that Joe Root over. But the outswing is sort of natural delivery. His dedication to working on that inswing and working on it. And I think he used to strive for perfection. I'm sure a lot of cricketers do it, and bowlers do, the perfect ball, the repeatable delivery. And he was saying it was only when he actually became satisfied with less than perfection that he felt he was able to, really get that in-swinger to a point that he was happy with, almost, an acceptance that you can't be perfect all the time. But it was the delivery that he worked on the most, that he found hardest to perfect, that he's most satisfied, I guess, with what he's done in terms of his skills. Anderson around the wicket now, to drive past Hamid this time. Runs here for Carey. The two of them, a sliding stop in the deep from Hamid, and sends the ball back into the gloves of Butler.
It's such a strange take, because why are you striving for this perfection? If you've got something that's sort of swinging in, surely you run with that.
Some people are definitely predisposed to just continually striving, sort of beating yourself up if it doesn't always come out exactly as you want it to. Anderson around the wicket and defended by Carey. Back to the covers where Hamid fields, no run.
There's few bowlers that can do it, because to be able to swing the ball both ways, you've got to have this release position almost perfect, almost like your arm is perfectly vertical over your front foot. Otherwise, it's incredibly difficult to be able to get your hands in the right position when you do it. I mean, this idea of seeking perfection is like Zoolander getting perfection on Magnum.
Anderson around the wicket for defending. He picks up in his follow through, left-handed, no run. You're not someone who strives for perfection.
No. Near enough's good enough.
You nobble your way through life. Would that be fair?
Yeah, that's fair. But I've always tried to swing a ball the other way. It happened once in my career, and I had great results, but in that game. But it only was for one game that I could actually genuinely swing a ball the other way.
Defence from Carey, angling it out towards Hamid once more, no run.
That doesn't mean I didn't keep trying. Because when you try and swing the ball the other direction, it might end up being a straight ball, or it might nip off the seam differently, or you're just trying to do something different with the ball. Whether it swings or not, obviously swinging the ball is your ideal result, but if you can land the ball slightly differently, it leaps off the pitch and catches the slice or does something different, that's almost as good.
2 slips in the gully for Anderson, in he goes again, left alone this time, past the off stump, and sailing over as it travels through to Butler. 5 for 318 the score remains. A message here from Millen in Coburg, who's waiting 3 hours in the car for a COVID test and says the only saving grace is listening to our commentary. Let's hope that we make the 3 hours pass a little quicker for you and not slower. Pat from Gladfield in Queensland is doing the afternoon calf feeding run on the family dairy farm. 600 cows to work your way through. Says go the Aussies. Outside the off stump once more, left alone by Carey to end the over. It stays on 16, 5 for 318.
Calf feeding run. So he's supplementing, because the mother is clearly, the milk's going into the dairy, so you've got to supplement the...
I'm not an expert on dairy farming, but that sounds quite logical. Pat could perhaps explain and go into a little bit more detail. Maybe more depth than we got from the CA media release. we could get some more detail there. I've done lamb bottle feeding before. Friends who have sheep farm, and they're often the lambs who have been shunned by the mother, or lambs that are sort of weaklings and need a little bit of extra feeding, get kept indoors in the shed. Helped out with the bottle feeding of the lambs. Lovely activity. Joe Root continuing from the cathedral end of the ground, slip and short leg in place, and Steve Smith is defending, forcing it out towards Woke's point.
Steve Smith is playing this very easily.
He hasn't troubled or beaten, has he? He's moved on to 60. Root is in again. Stands it again past short leg. sets off for the first run. Stuart Broad's sun hat comes flying off his head as he moves forward to field from his position at fine leg, running in.
It's almost expected when he's in this mode, isn't it? It just seems like it's robotic. It's a foregone conclusion that it'll just accumulate and accumulate across the day, and whoever's down the other end will be the one at most risk.
Sort of steady accumulation without being startling accumulation. Perry this time is looking to come forward. Finds Hamid at backward point now.
Again, I think from an England perspective, just target the stumps. Adelaide Oval, you need to hit the stumps.
Oh, Chris has appreciated the Monty Python reference. Monty Python is a favourite. Fuller from route. Carey down the ground, high. Has it gone long enough this time? Plugging in the turf somewhat, but it will go for 4. Down towards the hill. That was what he was trying to do a couple of overs before. And he might have got too much underneath it that time. This time it probably still got a little bit more underneath it than he would have wanted to. But it was certainly safe. Mid-off, mid-on, both up.
It's a perfect step hit length. Carey obliged.
On to 20. That's his second boundary. Fielders on the boundary, deep mid-wicket and deep cover here. Root operating around the wicket to the left-hander with his off-spin. Up past the umpire. Round he goes. Carey goes back this time. Cuts out and finds Broad on the deep cover boundary. Sorry, it's Anderson down there with the baggy blue on. I call them baggy blues. They're just blue caps, aren't they? Felt caps. But another single. 5 for 324. And the field changes again with Smith on strike. Hamid takes the helmet and positions himself at short leg. And Root is in again. Here's an expansive shot by Smith. Square driving, rather what sort of drive for 4. Out to the cover boundary. The area which had just been vacated with the change of striker and the shift in the field. Fuller from Root, and it's 5 for 328 with Smith on to 65.
We were discussing this exact type of shot that Marnus Labuschagne was playing yesterday. It's just all wrist. Almost like a swat outside the off stump, and just entirely wrist, not necessarily getting out to the pitch of the ball, but throwing their hands at it and trying to keep it down. Yet as a bowler you think you're probably in the game because it is so wristy and playing so far away from the body, but Steve Smith just never misses on that shot.
He really reached for it, didn't he? Came forward a long way.
It's quite remarkable because as a bowler you're always trying to get the batsman to play outside their eye line or play in front of their body, but Steve Smith wants to play it like that on that shot that he plays.
Carey facing up to Anderson. The ball's a little Fuller on from middle, turned into the onside. No run. His crackers in South Australia. Says, I've just finished a long day of delivering beer, listening to the call all day. I've been loving every minute of it. So we've had calf feeding, beer deliveries. Let us know where you're listening to us from. 5 for 328. Australia began the day 2 for 221. Marnus Labuschagne made 103. Travis Head was out for 18. Bowled by Joe Root, and Cameron Green didn't last long. Faced 5 balls for 2. He was bowled by Ben Stokes. Chipped into the onside. This by Carey. He's managed to squeeze it between Robinson and Stuart Broad. And it's Broad who chases back to field. Sends the ball back into the hand of Anderson. And the score's moved on to 5 for 330.
I think that's exactly the type of length that England bowlers feel that they become cannon fodder when they've tried to target the stumps. But that's almost a half volley on the leg stump. I just think they're erring sometimes when they try and bowl Fuller and target the stumps. So often you've found that they've been over pitching and become drivable as a result. It's just, I guess, the nature of this pitch. It's real fine margin of error.
Well, at the dinner break, scores 302 at 116 overs. Now 123.2 overs, 330. Had a couple of boundaries, a couple of expansive shots. Crucially for Australia, they haven't yet lost another wicket. Anderson comes in around the wicket to Carey. Looking to attack that, but work it away. drives it into the ground, and Hamid fields at cover. He's certainly trying to force it through that gap on the offside if he can. Barmy Army are finding their voice out on the hill somewhere, maybe in front of the scoreboard.
It's a long day out there, 37 degrees, and early this morning, at breakfast, you saw people sitting around already and having a couple of drinks. It's a long day from there.
Anderson to Carey, defending, thinking about a quick single, but angled out to the backward point region and no run. The Richies are giving them some back. I can see that down in the front row there. They're in decent number as well. They were very excited at the start of the day with play resuming on 2 for 221. They were waiting for the single that would make it 2 for 222. They've really got them going. Of course, they have a full dress code down there. You're not allowed, you've got to stay in your full Ritchie gear all day. And no complaining about the weather. That's one of the rules. But they sound in good spirits. Anderson round the wicket to Carey. Nudges it into the onside.
Be a fair tang down there, I would have thought. I can't imagine tang. I can't imagine the material particularly breathable down there.
Yes, I don't think it's particularly, let's say, modern menswear. Not very breathable. And the wigs, the grey wigs. The microphones are being waved around at the Barmy Army at the moment, so it's a good contest in the stands.
Did they hand the wigs out?
I'm not sure. If you sign up, you must get the full Ritchie pack. Last ball of the over, deep square leg has been sent back, and it's nudged into the vacant square leg region. It brings Robinson, who was back on the boundary, forward again, and they've been able to take a single. 3 off that over from Anderson. So Smith and Carey have put on 37 together off 75 balls. Smith 65, Carey 24. And Australia a 5 for 331 as they look to build this first innings and then look to declare at the right time to put England under pressure with the ball. A double changeover here. Dirk and I are making way. Andrew Moore and Ian Chappell are coming in.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, Australia versus England. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
When the sun came up.
Thanks, Ali. Thank you, Dirk. This Australian innings just continues to roll along here at Adelaide Oval. At 5 for 331, 124 overs have been bowled by the Englishman. And now it's going to be Ollie Robinson returning to the attack from the Cathedral end. 5 for 331, having gone into the dinner break at 5 for 302. Not too many terrors out there for the Australians since the dinner break. Ian Chappell, good afternoon, good evening. What is it? Evening.
Good evening, Andrew. Yes, evening it is.
Here's Robinson bowling to Carey. 2 slips in place. He's forward defending a straight delivery to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, just looking at the way Australia's batting, you get the feeling they're not going to declare straight away starting the last session. They're going to have a little bit of time batting in the evening, and then...
What's ideal, do you reckon? An hour at them?
Oh, I'd say 20 overs with a brand new ball. That way, start the third day, the ball would still have a bit of life in it. Though I reckon they could bat for 10 overs or so.
So Robinson, 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off on the onside. He's in over the wicket, and Alex Carey's beaten outside the off stump. Boy, he beats the bat a lot. And through it goes to Josh Butler. Score remains 5 for 331.
That's if I've got my arithmetic right, and 10 overs bowled leaves you 20. I suppose you could take off 2 for the change of innings, which would leave 18.
Couple that with whatever England's current rate is, with how many overs they're bowled and so on. But either way, you'd be looking at how many overs we can get at them rather than just time.
Yeah, no. Around about 20 I'd like to have at them.
Here's Robinson. In bowling to Carey, and Carey's forward defending on the offside towards cover. Another dot ball. 5 for 331. So the overall run rate, Chappelli, hasn't really altered much today. It's still around the 2.6 mark for the Australian side. So we're not seeing a slather and whack approach to getting to any sort of declaration, and I guess we're still a time away from that. They still don't want England to have the chance to take 5 wickets in a reasonable hurry. So they're just going about their business. Carey 24 of 57, Smith 65 off 159.
There's been no real sign of 5 wickets in a hurry.
No. As Robinson bowls and Carey's forward defending. Away towards cover, no run. 2 wickets all day yesterday, with 3 in the first session today, and 5 wickets in total in almost 125 overs.
Yeah, I'm struggling to see how 2 for 221 at stumps is a good position for the fielding side. England seemed to think that they hadn't had such a bad day. I would have thought in a test that you have to win, that's not a good day. They've now sent the man back on the backward square leg boundary.
So Robinson, he bowls to Carey, doesn't offer outside the off stump, and it sails harmlessly through to the keeper at 129k an hour.
That appears to be more of a reflex reaction of the captain rather than a move to try and get a wicket. And I don't understand why you're making moves without having been forced to make them. And generally, if I'm looking at a field placing move, I'm thinking, why is he moving that guy into a catching position?
2 men back, fine leg and a square leg, and Carey's on the drive. Can't be broad at mid-on. And the score remains 5 for 331. That was a maiden, wasn't it, Rick, for Ollie Robinson. His 11th in 23 overs, 1 for 41. Everyone concedes then that the ball has still been nipping around a bit when they get it in the right areas. But why else are you seeing that the run rate hasn't been able to get on? Is there anything else in the pitch?
Well, the batsman keeps saying that there is a bit of movement there and the ball's not coming onto the bat, so shot making is difficult. But you marry that up with the captaincy, and you've got to say that there has to be a rhyme or reason in what's going on out there. And when I see a guy move from backward square leg saving one to back on the boundary, and they don't bowl a ball to try and get him caught back on the boundary, you're thinking, well, he's only done that to save a boundary off the last 2 balls. So we're saying, he might hit the ball out there towards the boundary, so we'll keep it a 1 instead of a 4. Well, that's strange sort of captaincy, I think. You're making moves in the field, in my opinion, to put okay, you're hoping you're not just putting a guy there to save some runs. If you are, you're in a bit of trouble. But generally, you're moving a fielder to put him into a position where he's going to take a catch. And, I haven't been seeing a lot of that. Wokes is now coming into the attack in place of Root, who's been not only the main spinner, but the only spinner for England.
And Jimmy Anderson was replaced too. A 4-over spell. Only went for 7 runs. 25 overs, 10 maidens, none for 47. Joe Root has bowled 20 overs, 1 for 72. Thanks, Rick. So it's Chris Wokes back from the river end, the city end, the river stand end. And he's in bowling to Steve Smith, and Smith doesn't offer outside the off stump, and the ball tails in, having passed the bat. Taken moving to his left by Joe Butler.
That's the other thing, Andrew. You've asked about the run rate. There have been a hell of a lot of balls let go, and you look at the way Australia have batted, and you would have to think that somebody has said, well, let's make them bowl to us. So let the ball go wherever you possibly can, and make them pitch it up so that it's in a driving area for us.
Wokes again to Smith. Comes forward, but shoulders arms. Again let go through to Joss Butler. Steve Smith, it's been far from his most fluent innings, but he's still there on 65. He's faced 161 deliveries, 9 fours. But just looking at his average against England in the last 4 years, 11 tests, his average is 118.3. 118.3.
Which tells you they haven't got a clue how to get him out.
His performances in 2019 at times were breathtaking. Here he waits for Wokes, and again just outside of off stump, and it doesn't offer. So the feel for him here, there's 2 slips, although they're separated. There's a point cover mid-off. On the onside, there's a mid-on, a reasonably close mid-wicket in James Anderson, a square leg, and a deep fine leg. 5 for 331, and this second new ball is in its 46th over. Wokes to Smith, and the right-hander is forward defending, runs it to second slip, and Rory Burns can't field it cleanly. The ball trickles away to Hamid, who picks up no run. In fact, it would have been Ollie Pope there at second slip. It was. And Rory Burns at first slip at the moment.
No doubt that the Australians have decided that they want to make England stay in the field for as long as possible, for their main bowlers to get through a lot of overs so that they're weary. And I think they're looking ahead, say, to a Melbourne test. Who are we going to make weary for Melbourne?
Joe Root off the field at the moment, the English captain, as Wokes bowls a wayward delivery down the leg side, and Smith not even remotely interested. Taken by the keeper. 5 for 331, one ball to come in the over. Yeah. I mean, you get a case where these first three tests are pretty clumped together, aren't they?
Yeah, and, you've got Wood out of this test match. They think that Wood would be a real problem if he played in this test, that he'd be injury prone. Wood's their bowler of genuine pace.
Wokes to Smith. He's forward defending. Straight back to the bowler. Wokes picks up in his follow through. It ends a maiden over. A little wayward though. Wokes now 19 overs, 6 maidens, none for 49. The score remains on 5 for 331. Steve Smith is 65. Alex Carey is 24. Ian Chapman.
Steve Smith, as soon as he played that ball, signalled to the dressing room that he wanted gloves. He does tend to change his gloves very regularly. I remember going back in the days, very early days of Merv Hughes' career when he was 12th man, and he got sick of Matthews.
Greg Matthews.
Calling him out there for different things, and in the end Merv took out his whole cricket bag.
SCG, wasn't it?
Plonked it on the floor and said, "Take your pick, mate. What do you want? Get it out of there."
He might have even added a few more colourful words as he presented that to GRJ Matthews. Now Robinson bowls to Carey and he runs it back with a point, but Hamid tumbles to his right to field and there's no run.
There was a man who died just very recently, Vasu Paranjaya. His son was a selector for India. Vasu was the 12th man at the CCI, Cricket Club of India, which is the old Brabourne Stadium ground where we played the first test against India in Bombay, as it was in 1969. Vasu was the 12th man, and I think it was Mandraker, father of Sanjay.
It's Robinson bowls to Carey, and he's on the back foot defending. Oh, again, square on the offside, don't run.
Vijay Mandraker, very good player. Anyhow, he called Vasu out, said, "Can I have a hot drink?" So he went back, went into the club rooms, they had a restaurant there, got him a hot cup of tea. A few overs later, signalled again, hot chocolate next time. A couple of overs later, signalled him again. Vasu took out the white napkin over his shoulder with the menu and said, "Take your pick. What do you want?"
Very nice. Here's Robinson bowling to Carey, and Carey's chopping it down to mid-on. Broad will pick up, no run. Did you ever order a hot drink when you were batting?
No, I didn't drink hot drinks. No.
Have you ever ordered a hot drink in the last 30 years not batting?
No. I occasionally I'll have... Barbran makes a really nice pumpkin soup, and I like that sometimes in the winter, but that's about it for me with hot drinks. But Vasu, a marvellous sense of humour. It was a very sad day when he passed, Vasu. He was a terrific cricket man, but had also a wicked sense of humour.
We'll get your texts in a moment as well, as Robinson bowls to Carey and he runs this towards a shortish mid-wicket where Anderson picks up. And the number to send an SMS, 0467 920 222. And we think it's warm here in Adelaide. It's peaked at, 37 degrees, probably fraction cooler than that now. Rex is listing in the hottest place in Australia, the Marble Bar. No TV, loving the ABC broadcast. Keep up the good work. Good on you, Rex. And we've just checked. It's currently just a smidgen under 45 degrees. That is HOTTT.
Marble Bar was a big disappointment to me.
Oh no, here comes Robinson off to Carey. Carey slashes at this, can't be cover. Well, sort of. It was initially misfielded by Bairstow and then a fumble in the pickup at mid-off as well from Burns, but all in all no run, and the score remains 5 for 331. Why?
Well, we were driving there going around Australia in the Alphas to prove that we could drive around Australia, And Graham Ferret was with me, and he was telling me to hustle because he wanted to get there and he wanted to drink a pint of beer at the Marble Bar Hotel. We finished up cracking the sump, losing all the oil. Ferret lost interest in getting a drink there and found out that they didn't have pint glasses at the Marble Bar Hotel.
Well, hopefully Rex has got one now as Robinson around the wicket, bowls to Carey. Defender down to mid-on. Capelli, you and I got to get a move on. That's, I think, 3 overs. We haven't scored a run. 5 for 3, 31. Carey, 24. Smith, 65. We've got Justin enjoying the game lying in a hammock with a beer in the backyard on a glorious evening in Sydney. Good on you, Justin. High Grandstand team sitting in the study, attempting to work on this sunny Friday arbour in Perth. Listening to ABC Grandstand, dog at my feet and a cuppa. This is summer. Good on you, Fiona. Hope you're having a nice, relaxing day.
But just think about it, though. A pint of beer in the Marble Bar Hotel at 45 degrees, it's too big. You couldn't drink it quick enough to drink it while it was still cold. So you need the smaller glasses. But Ferret didn't think of that. He wanted the pint.
Now it's Chris Wokes bowling to Steve Smith, and he's defending this down to mid-wicket. Anderson's there, no run.
But I'm not sure. So that would have been late 70s. I'm not sure whether Marble Bar probably had air conditioning by then. I suppose if you've got an air-conditioned bar, the pint glass wouldn't be so bad. But if there's no air conditioning, you don't want a pint glass in really hot weather.
I'll make a note. Here's Wokes bowling to Smith. Smith on 65. And Smith is defending. No run. 5 for 3, 3-1. Another text. Listening to you guys from Onslow, WA, driving the 992 loader, loading salt into a ship. I love hearing what people are doing. It's fascinating, isn't it? Another one says, hello, I've been making apricot jam all afternoon, and your broadcast has kept me sane. I'm in my 90s, and I remember meeting commentator Brian Johnson in England in 1986. Whoa, what a legend he was. And he said Adelaide was his favourite cricket ground. We both raved about the scoreboard. No run again as Smith plays it into the covers. Picked up by Milan. And that's from Helen Richardson, listening at Macclesfield.
You had Brian Johnson. The bowler's holding, the batsman's Willie.
Among many others. But that was one of his best. He was a great wordsmith, great character. Could have had a bit to do with him a little bit.
He was more commentating while I was playing rather than me working with him. I think he was called the Big Nose Broadcaster by Jonathan Agnew. And that didn't do Jonathan the world of good.
Here's Wokes into Smith. Can we see a run here? No, it's run away. Square on the offside to Hamid. Another drop ball. But you think about their legendary succession on the BBC with John Harlett, the voice for so many decades, into Brian Johnston. And then Jonathan Agnew worked with Brian Johnston. They had some, famous moments together with Aggers as an expert. Now, of course, he's become their voice for the last, 25 years?
I think he said 30 years the other day.
30 years,
yeah.
Smith taps the bat, raises it. Wokes bowls. There's a run here. Yes! He flicks it between slip, and it's going to race away to the third boundary for 4. So maybe a little edgy and streaky there from Stephen Smith. 5 for 335. He won't mind. He's up to 69. His 10th boundary, Australia, as I say. 5 for 335.
Well, the Australians are basically saying we're happy to, and it was actually a no ball called late there, umpire Wilson, so 5 runs, but they're virtually saying, well, we're happy to just jog along batting, and if you guys, and so that's really putting the acid on England. They're the ones who are going to have to get a move along because they really need to walk out of here 1-all.
Wokes to Smith, no shot off it, outside off stump. So the stat I'm reading is this right, Rick? 11 no balls now for England?
Yes.
In the innings, yeah.
And 22 dot balls before that edge to 4.
Was it? Yeah. Well, that's the first runs we've called. I'm about to get out of here. G'day, gents. Went for a long bicycle ride earlier, and I'm very much enjoying a cold one on the couch with you fellas on. I'd love to know your take on the no ball situation. As a former quick, I don't recall ever being pulled up for a front foot no ball. I guess 10 or 20 years ago, especially with the West Indies and that 4-prong pace bowling attack. No bowling a lot more than 11 in 120 overs. As Smith, here's a lovely cover drive, over pitched and wide by Wokes, and the pink ball sails away in front of your stand, Ian, and it's a boundary to Steve Smith. He is 11th. He's up to 73, and England has or Australia against England at 5 for 340. Smith 73, Alex Carey 24, and Chris Wokes 20 overs, none for 58. And to join Ian Chappell, the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell's in.
Grandstand cricket, the Ashes, Australia versus England. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
That's more like it. A cover drive for 4 after a very dry period of scoring. Good afternoon, good evening. Yes, it's 6 o'clock.
It's good evening, James.
The swirl would have been on 50 years ago, wouldn't it, at this time?
When I just started at work, we had 6 o'clock closing in Adelaide, and it was a time for a lot of drunks. Premier Playford said that this is terrible moving to 10 o'clock. There'll be drunks everywhere, and he was wrong, because all the drunks we didn't see them again after the 6 o'clock closing finished.
I've heard stories of people way back in that era who were enjoying a dinner, an early dinner, and just before 6 o'clock they got the waiter to tip the red wine into a teapot so that they could keep drinking the red after 6 o'clock.
Did they have red wine in those days, did they?
I think South Australia's had good red and white wine for some time. As Robinson's running in and he's bowling just wide of the off stump, and Kerry lets it pass. There's a kind of holding game going on here, and you just wonder which way it's going to burst, if it is going to burst. 5 wickets go bang, 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 or does one of these fellas, both of them, get stuck in?
Well, Australia are way in front in the game at the moment, and it looks to me like Australia's happy to just bat. I would have thought they'd want, say, 20 overs tonight at least with the pink new ball at England. That'd give them a score, 400 plus, which I think would be enough.
Yeah. Robinson bowling. Carey gets a run, turning him around the corner to backward square and darts off. And he's played pretty well. He's made 25. Smith has just gone about his business in his methodical, almost remorseless way, without offering a chance so far. And you just wonder when and if he's going to put the foot down. How hard is it to do on this surface against accurate bowling?
Well, the Australians have certainly achieved one thing. They've wanted the Englishmen to bowl a lot of overs, for their frontline bowlers to be tired. They've certainly achieved that. By the end of their innings, they will have made them bowl a lot of overs.
Robinson in the heat bowl. Smith plays. Oops, that bounced. Took him amidships and stunned him momentarily. So Australia losing Labuschagne for 103, Head 14 and Green 2. But this partnership, how much is this partnership worth now, Rick? They seem to be going along, not briskly, but assuredly.
51, I think, yes.
51, yeah. 2 slips behind Smith, a leg gully, strange sort of onside field. 4 on the off, 5 on the onside. Robinson is at the northern end. He runs in. Smith walks across and, guides it around the corner of his pad. And Butler dives to stop it going for a run. Smith 73, Carey 25.
I'm wondering who England are going to choose for the next Test match as far as bowlers are concerned. The Broad-Anderson experiment hasn't been great, and I don't think you can really go in with both of them in the same Test. You would think that Wood would have to come back and give them a bit of pace bowling for Melbourne. I'm not convinced about Wokes. I don't think he's contributed a lot.
Robinson bowling. Smith going back and playing to the onside. I think their major problem is where do they go other than Joe Root for spin bowling?
Well, that is a major problem. So they've really, I don't think you can possibly pick Leach again. The way he bowled in Brisbane, I thought was just bad bowling. So you've got a choice of either Bess or you go outside the squad and you include Crane or Parkinson, the 2 leg spinners.
That would be bold. Robinson charges up and he's got the bat jammed next to the pad to send it down the pitch. Hello to Hannah on the Chaser bin at Galargambone in New South Wales. Yes, in the Central West, Galar. Loving the coverage, listening while harvesting. So thank you for that, and thank you to everyone. 0467920222 is the SMS if you want to send us a message. It's a warm day. There's some high cloud around, and everyone's perspiring other than the commentators who have got a bit of air conditioning.
Galargambone reminds me that my old mate Lynn Marks, who sadly died very young, played a bit for New South Wales and South Australia. And Galargambone was one of his favourites. And if he thought somebody in the opposition couldn't bowl, he'd say, that bloke wouldn't get in the Galargambone thirds. And his other thing used to be, people would say, Lynn, how many will you make today? And he'd say, 3. I'd get a job opening for Galargambone. He really loved Galargambone.
I wonder what the connection was other than his obvious pleasure at rolling it off his tongue.
Exactly, yeah.
Just one slip, a strange offside field for Wokes. He bowls and Carey plays away on the onside. So it's a slip, a backward point, a cover, another cover deeper, then a mid-off, a mid-on, and mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Now playing backyard cricket with my 3 kids, 7-year-old Tex is on 86 not out, 5-year-old Lenny and 2-year-old Jagger are mowing the pitch at the same time. Loving the coverage, Patrick, Tex, Lenny and Jagger. Merry Christmas, Ranelagh in Tasmania. In goes this ball, edged quickly down towards the boundary, a third man. He got a good chunk of the outside edge as he flayed at that ball, and it flew down to a vacant country on the offside. 5 for 3, 4, 5. Carey moves to 29. Yeah.
One of the things you know about playing at the Adelaide Oval is you've got to be looking to get wickets, because generally they're pretty good batting pitches, and you know that the opposition are going to post a good score. So you want to be getting them out. Really, that's the only way to contain good players, is to send them back to the pavilion.
Wokes trails in again. Carey takes it away on the onside. Fine. Down towards the boundary. And Bairstow, who's on the field. 5 for 3, 4, 6. Australia, having started the day at 2 for 221.
And I reckon Lynn Marks got through to one of the writers here in Adelaide, Keith Butler, who used to, Stemmy as we called him, he used to write for the Advertiser, and every now and again he would name a team that he didn't think was very good, and he would call them the Galargambone first 11 or second 11, I forget which now, but it was a team that Stemmy didn't rate all that highly.
And these were fellas who played first-class cricket.
Yeah, I think most of them had, yeah.
Wokes bowls short, tugged away, up and under and away over square leg. Is that going all the way? Yes. 6 to Smith. All of a sudden, someone lit the flame, and Smith's taken off. Big 6 over square leg. That was a mighty swat, and it takes him to 79.
Well, you see plenty of 6s here in the T20 games. We haven't seen a lot in the Test match. But Steve Smith got that in the middle and put it way, way back.
He has got a great eye. And when he's in a mood, when he has the inclination to tee off, look out, folks. And it's like the old Ted Dexter field placing. Bloke hits a 6 over square leg, or stick another bloke out. 2 slips are there. He bowls again, and Smith pushes away towards the offside, and he can't score a run. You remember Ted Dexter?
Ted Dexter was a damn fine player. Very fine.
Curious captain, though. He was a bit inclined to send a bloke where the last 4 was hit.
I don't think he got the kudos that he should have as a captain. I thought he was okay. He was up against Richie Benno, who was a damn fine captain.
Wokes goes into Smith. Smith back defending down there on the offside. That is the end of the over. 5 for 352. I think Blocker Wilson's thirsty, and he's looking towards the retainers to come out with some drinks, and they will at 5 for 300. 252. Quick comment before we go to the news.
Ted Dexter hit his 6 up on top of the grandstand, hit Gary Sobers on the grandstand here in 1962-3. He could bat.
Brilliant batsman, great cricketer, pretty good golfer too. Let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, Glenn Lauder with the latest from the newsroom. Australians are being assured there are adequate supplies of COVID booster shots. Some have reported difficulties in booking appointments, but Lieutenant General John Fruin, who's in charge of the rollout, says there are enough doses. Health teams are surging in the NT regional town of Tennant Creek as part of a major public health response after 4 new cases were detected in the town today. An amusement park safety specialist says a tragic jumping castle incident in Tasmania's northwest highlights the need for all inflatable devices to be routinely inspected. 5 children died after a wind gust blew the jumping castle into the air in Devonport. And nearly 30 people are feared dead after a fire in an office building in the Japanese city of Osaka. ABC News.
Stay up to date with all your breaking sports news with the ABC Sports website, abc.net.au/sport for everything from the world of sport.
Summer, the perfect time to dive into a world of entertainment on ABC iView with favourite shows like Rosehaven, Doctor Who or Gruen.
We begin with huge news.
I bet it's amazing. And something to suit every mood, like Universe with Brian Cox, Big Deal or Total Control.
So much action and intrigue. It's all yours!
All your summer streaming on ABC iView.
In the summertime.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Wokes bowls short, tugged away, up and under and away over square leg. Is that going all the way? Yes. 6 to Smith. All of a sudden, someone lit the flame and Smith's taken off. Big 6 over square leg. That was a mighty swat. And it takes him to 79.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Jim Maxwell and Kristen Beams here at the Adelaide Oval during a drinks break. And a hi from the Sydney Helicopters flight crew, currently overhead on the Nullarbor Plain, enjoying the commentary, flying 2 Bell 412 firefighting helicopters to Perth to assist the WA government with the bushfire suppression. There we go. And another caller, Nick and Liv, loving the call. We've been driving all day on our way home from our honeymoon. No better way to start our marriage. There you go.
Yeah, that's certainly going to test you out, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, I wonder where they've been. Like maybe somewhere like Broome or somewhere. I'm trying to think where you would go where you would drive and not fly home.
Well, there are only so many places you can go, of course, in this country.
We're all restricted, aren't we?
Well,
no, I'm not as much.
Yes.
Maybe we're not as much.
Didn't I hear something about the Australian Captain Pat Cummins going home via a circuitous route in a car on a charter flight?
Oh.
Even though he's, what do you call it, a close contact? So, I don't know. The rules are, shall we say, inconsistent. Inconsistent, yes. 5 for 352. What do you think? The lights are on?
Well, it's nice to see the lights on because whether there is anything in these lights, it starts to, whether it's a placebo or not, I think all of a sudden the bowling teams start to get a little bit more interested, and I think that makes for some good cricket. But from an Australian point of view, it seems like the footy's starting to go down, and we're getting closer. 350. I don't know, Jim, what do you reckon? 450, is that what they minimum? Is that what they want?
Well, around there, but if they have a crack, they could lose 5 wickets, I suppose. That's the other side of it. But we're just manoeuvring the field into place here with a fine leg, deep backward square. And around the wicket, Stokes is charging up, and he's bowling wide outside the off stump, and Kerry leaves it alone. So is it going to be the bouncing Stokes or the on the stump Stokes, or a bit of both? We'll wait and see. Just one slip, a backward point, a point a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and 2 men back.
It's a better field, I think, because exactly what you're saying, we could see either plan. And this catcher that's sort of, well, what, are you calling that a close cover point? Jim, is that what you call that?
Yes, if he gets one belted at him, he'd be struggling. As on the back foot, he plays it on the bounce in that direction, and Burns is there to pick it up. Another one of our listeners telling us they were meant to fly from Melbourne into Adelaide today to attend the great test match, but tested positive to COVID on Tuesday. The ABC commentary keeping me out of utter despair, says George. No. Yeah, sorry about that. And someone's listening to us on the other side of the world as we have a combination of natural light and floodlights and Stokes and a drive, and it's a good drive towards mid-off, but no run is scored. Yes, g'day to the grandstand team in our place in Italy. Great to be able to listen to the cricket. I've tried striking up a cricket conversation at our local bar. Not many takers. Sean.
What would be the closest sport known in Italy that would be anything like cricket? I can't even...
No.
Rick, you got anything there?
Cricket, actually.
They do have a cricket team. Yes, they do. They actually do have a cricket team that plays in the
Can't
European
be that many.
Cup.
No one knows at the pub.
Yes. Stokes bowls, and it's pushed away down behind point. It's running away for Hamid to chase back as they get a couple of runs. 5 for 354. Yes, and almost every country in the world plays cricket. And we're doing
to a degree, isn't it?
To a degree, of course, yes. We were doing Stump last night on the BBC. We interviewed the USA captain, the men's captain. Because Ireland are making a tour of the United States starting this week.
Oh, wow.
Playing one-days and T20s.
Julia Price is the coach of their women's team as well at USA, so there's a bit of Australian presence there as well.
There's a lot more cricket played around the world than people think. On strange surfaces too. Stokes goes up and bowls a ball that's edged in front of slip, didn't carry. It landed in front of Joe Root, he's got his head in his hands. What is going on? Stokes has at least got a smile. I don't think that carried to him. We're looking from behind Joe Root. He's still down on his haunches as Carey played at that delivery, got a clear edge, and it went just in front of the fingers of Root.
It's only just, and that ball's cross seam as well. Obviously trying to get some of the balls, hoping that they might just skid off the shiny side of that ball, but perhaps also when you get it on that seam, maybe a little bit more bounce, which might have been the deception there.
More of Stokes bowling to Carey. Carey leans and drives and gets it away past cover, chased by Robinson towards the deep boundary. And in front of the Sir Edwin Smith stand, he collects the ball and they get 2 runs. 5 for 356. The end of Stokes over. 2 for 74 from 19. Carey 34. Smith 79.
Since the ICC opened up 2020 international cricket to pretty well any country who cared to put a team into the field, I've now got 88 countries in my database of having played
88
cricket.
Well, the 2024 T20 World Cup is going to be played in the West Indies and the United States. A third of the games are in the United States. And, of course, they want to get cricket into the 2028 Olympic Games in the United States. So we'll see if that push comes off. Now we're going to have another change of bowling here. It looks like Stuart Broad is going to come back into the attack. Australia going along pretty relentlessly at the moment towards whatever objective they have. And you would think that would be batting till tea at least, maybe a little longer, because it'll be 2.5 hours of cricket after tea.
It feels, though, that they sense that this might be a little opportunity, this middle ground between Australia wanting to maybe start to put the foot down from a run scoring point of view, is that this might be the option in terms of taking wickets, which we're seeing not so defensive, I think, with the fields. Yes, still catches in front of the wicket. We've seen enough of the balls dropping in front of the slips to suggest that maybe they don't think there's a lot of value in that. But at least we're seeing catches where there's nearly like a very short forward square and a catching mid-wicket. So genuine catching options, which I like that. It means they can pitch the ball up.
So it's Broad from the river end. He bowls to Smith. Smith defends, and it rolls away gently towards mid-off. But Smith just waiting for the opportunity. He's played almost every ball on its merits, almost too respectful at times. And then, in the last over, Wokes banged one in a bit shorter, and he lifted it way into the crowd over square leg for 6.
And it looked easy, didn't it? It didn't look like it wasn't really a lifting delivery, right in his wheelhouse.
So Broad tries again, and Smith tucks him away neatly through the onside and gets just a single as Wokes chases back. But Broad looked a bit tentative in his approach there and bowled a medium-paced delivery, you would say. 5 for 3, 5-7. And Smith is 80.
This is Stuart Broad's first bowl for 3 hours. So he's probably a bit stiff.
He chased after a ball before the break, the last break, and he just looked very proppy. And that's the challenge with these sorts of conditions is, yes, you can only bowl short spells and you want to have a break, but it's nearly like what's too long a break as well. And
it's a function of having so many bowlers, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Yep. 5 right-arm fast medium bowlers and 1 occasional spinner. 1 slip and then the ring field for the left-hander as Broad moves to Carey. Carey goes on the fudge behind point, knocks it down, misfielded out there by Burns as they get a single. He recovered quickly, just 1. 5 for 3, 5-8. Carey 35. There's a bit of afternoon early evening bubble in the crowd, suggesting that perhaps the weather's made them even thirstier than normal. And I'm right with them. Gee, I'm drier than a crisp at the moment. Looking forward to handing over to Agger so I can have a slurp on something or other. You need a nice little ice block or paddle pop about this time. A slip and a leg slip, and Broad runs in again, and Smith defends to the onside, and it's collected by Anderson at mid-wicket. So Australia pushing on by 137 today. Labuschagne out for 103. Head for 14. Cameron Green for just 2. Lost his off pole to Stokes. And Broad as ever with his headband, that slightly angled approach through some shadows from the lights. He bowls now. Smith goes back. Yep, pushing away down towards mid-on. No hint of premeditation at the moment from Smith to try and force the score along. He's just waiting.
Yeah, he seems pretty content to just bat at the moment. So I'm sure there's been a lot of conversation around when is the right time to put the foot down and whether they just try and bat for a little bit of time. Is it time or is it runs? I think that's probably the question right now.
Yes, and an eye on the changing conditions and a new ball after tea. Here comes Broad. There goes Smith, pushing square of the wicket on the offside. Another over rolls by. Jonathan Agnew going to come in and join him with 5 for 358.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. The floodlights are on. Cloud a bit lower than it has been. Still hot. Still that fan oven blowing. But what a fascinating day we've had so far. 5 for 358. And not the acceleration I think we were expecting at this stage. And that last ball there, pretty long half volley, really, that Smith just tapped away into the offside. So The captain, he's got the best view of what's going on. I'd love to know what his game plan is from here. Stokes from the cathedral end comes in and bowls to Carey. It's on his leg stump, and the left-hander just pushes that away calmly to Jimmy Anderson, who's fielding at mid-wicket. What do you reckon, Kristen? What's going on?
Well, it feels like they don't really want to lose any wickets in this little period, so it feels like it's just about trying to bat for a little bit of time and nearly hope that England go away from their plans that they have at the moment. And I'm actually much happier with these fields. I think there's a little bit more in-out.
Yeah.
There's protection in front of the wickets. They can bowl full and bowl short with this field. So it's it feels like sort of a chess game at the moment.
Here's Stokes from round the wicket, bowls, and Carey in forward plays that down to extra cover. Interesting that Stokes at the moment is not in that sort of bouncing role. He's just bowling normally. And it's interesting reflecting on yesterday, and that if England had bowled those fuller lengths yesterday, I think they'd have conceded more runs, but I think they'd have taken more than 2 wickets. It's that balancing act.
It is risk and reward, and
yeah.
I think particularly with Ben Stokes, I know he can play that role to bang the ball in, but I love what he does when he pushes it full, because I think batsmen want to play.
Now here's Stokes again, and it's pitched up and just pushed away by Carey, and Stokes able to field as he follows through. There are 2 men out in the deep, but I must say it's really nice to see the players able to sign autographs again. You know, at home, yes, they played the test matches, but something sanitised, everything's so sanitised. And he certainly couldn't have players signing autographs like they are at the moment. It's Ollie Pope down there at deep backward square leg, who's got some young fans. It's great to see. A chap there not quite so young with a big sombrero on, settling down behind him, maybe queuing up for an autograph. It comes Stokes and bowls short. Carey tries to hook it, and that's very close to the gloves, but not close enough as far as England were concerned. The ball was caught by Butler, but not flicking anything en route. We have a wonderful bromance though next door going on.
Who's
wow, it's a lovely. It's a lovely thing, in that there is, and he only confessed to me very recently. Stephen Finn, who you'll have met here working, lovely fellow, working on the ABC, working on the BBC, lovely chap. Well, guess who he had admitted is his hero, all-time hero. And comes Stokes round the wicket and bowls, and it's pushed away out towards cover. Oh, and there's a good save actually. They'll scramble a single. Similar bowler, there's an overthrow there, and Pope has to come in from signing autographs and throw the ball back again, and Australia steal an extra run. 5 for 360. It's a bowler. He's been working with us next door. He's about the same height. Mean and angry.
Mean and angry?
Mean and angry, or at least all English people thought he was mean and angry.
So he's obviously Australian. Is it Merv Hughes?
No, that's big, mean and angry.
Oh, sorry, Merv, as well, because as soon as he said mean and angry, I said Merv straight away.
No,
sorry, Merv.
This is tall, mean and angry. In goes Stokes and it's driven beautifully through extra cover, straight extra cover. Stokes is furious, little bit of width, and that was ruthlessly put away by Carey. It was in the air, it flew past the fielder, smashed into the boundary fence behind him. Wonderful shot. Maybe a sign to Australia just starting to loosen up. It was by no means a half volley, it was a length, had a bit of width though. Hit very hard. That's got the crowd buzzing. Terrific shot. Well, it's obviously
Glenn McGrath.
Correct. Glenn McGrath is Stephen Finn.
Is it mutual though? Because
no.
It's because that's bromance says to me it's mutual.
Well, it's early days.
Yeah,
I
mean, I'm not, nothing against Stephen. Obviously,
there's still some time left of this. However,
a crush via bromance, that might be the distinction of terms.
It could be flattery. Does flattery come in?
Yeah, flattery's good.
Okay, so when he was a youngster, and he produced it today as evidence, Stephen Finn got Glenn McGrath's autograph, and he posted it on our WhatsApp group today. In goes Broad and bowls a really good ball, nipped away, beat the bat. Smith stares there, looking at the pitch, wondering how that happened, and he put it on our group, but he puts it alongside one of those emojis with lots of love hearts coming out of it.
That's very sweet.
So we're watching this spot carefully. It is quite sweet, isn't it? So a long time ago, but there he was, this young lad, Steve Finn, went up and got Glenn McGrath's autograph, and he's still got it, and evidently he's brought it with him because he took a photo of it and put it on the group. In goes Broad again over the wicket and bowls, and that's pushed away into the onside. Rolls down to mid-on. So isn't that nice?
It is. Do you sense any nerves when they're chatting?
Lots of nerves. There's a lot of nerves.
Because that's the hard thing when you meet somebody that you really admire, that you just can't always find the words.
He's a lovely bloke, Finney, and he's very cautious, very polite. And yes, he was very nervous about meeting his hero. But after the first day, up goes the little emoji with the love hearts. So
I can't wait to see how that...
Yeah, well, I've just tipped you off there. Don't tell anybody else.
Is it going to be Labuschagne Smith-like by the fifth test in Hobart? I mean, they're going to be out... I don't know.
It could be on those sort of levels. We shall wait and see. It's rather nice. In goes Broad again. Goes over the wicket and bowls. A fullish length is pushed away into the offside out to point. But see, Glenn, I meant like the mean and angry. I mean, Glenn is not mean and angry at all. Glenn is a very,
I think you threw me off with that. That was
a lovely, gentle bloke. But we Poms, especially our England supporters, just assume that he's horrible. Assume it because he's bullied us for years. We just assume he's nasty.
You need a villain, don't you?
You do. And McGrath and of course Warne were those two villains. Bit of Steve Waugh thrown in as well. But McGrath was one of the leading ones. So there was a great tweet last time that Glenn came to England to commentate with us, that came in, I think, after about his first or second or third stint. Here's Broad bowling. That's squared up. Smith again defending. And the tweet says, "My rubbish day just got worse, full stop. I've discovered Glenn McGrath's actually a nice bloke, full stop." So that rather sums it up, doesn't it? You can be as mean as you like on the field. Grumpy and petulant and aggressive and hostile and so on. Do what you like. But actually, all these fights, look at Merv. Gentle giant, they're all the same.
They're all
really.
softies, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, absolutely. Broad looks at the ball, he's got that lucky bandana on. Got one wicket to show for his 22 overs so far. Moves in, bowls, and Smith again gets right across his stumps, plays away to mid-wicket, and then rather annoyingly from the bowler's perspective just gestures with his hand about what he's trying to do with the ball. And
he's been quite animated in the last three balls, so whether that... I think one definitely we saw a little bit more movement, whether that's the lights, whether that's placebo, who knows, but...
He plays each shot again at least 3 times. I mean, he's probably played 4 times the number of shots that he's actually played in this innings.
Yeah, it must be exhausted.
Absolutely. Funny old field, 1 slip and a leg slip, and 3 very tight in the leg side and 2 out in the deep. Broad again with long strides, bowls, that's flicked away far, it's gone through the leg slip, fieldsman, our old friend Rory Burns, and they've taken a run, so Burns are getting a little bit of hostility from the Riches, who are behind him down there. Oh dear, once they start to get at you, there's just no respite, is there? And that there, I mean, I think he should have stopped that, to be honest. But,
it is a tough position, though, isn't it? It feels like it's a no-win situation when you get put into a leg slip.
Bounce just in front of him.
Like that's a pretty awkward bounce, and from a catching point of view, they either go into your hands and it's a great catch, or you get nowhere near it.
Yeah.
And you look like those fielders out of that board game test match. Did you ever see that?
Yes,
where they're like this, and it just looks like you're just standing there and it gets nowhere near you, right? Because you don't get a really good look of the ball coming at you. So maybe he's out of favour.
Well, I think Broad's a bit cross with him too. He's shouted at him, but he didn't carry to him. But he did concede 1 run, which of course is why the Riches piled in, and Broad wasn't very pleased either. But he's very miserly about his bowling, as Broad. 5 for 365. Stokes kicks off again from the far end, runs towards us, bowls to Smith. It turns that away to mid-wicket. Let's say hello to Andrew in Dubai. I don't know what time it is in Dubai. Lunchtime, I'm guessing. Loving the ABC grandstand coverage. Listening in Jumeirah, Dubai, with our 3 children. Florence, Johnny and Georgie. Reminiscing of after-play refreshments with Jim Maxwell and gang at the Gabba Hotel in the early 2000s. Not with Jim, surely.
No, that doesn't sound like Jim to me.
Jim wouldn't be having a drink after play. Can't believe that. I think you got the wrong people there, Andrew. In comes Stokes from the far end and bowls, and that cuts back into Smith, who again just very calmly plays it down the ground to mid-on. But a nice spot, Jumeirah. Dare you to do the parasailing at Jumeirah? Is it the parasailing where you leap out, where you jump out of the airplane for about 15,000 feet? Yes, it looks very spectacular. I've sat and watched them a bit, but I've never dared it. It's not parasailing, it's parachuting, is it? Or is it the one where they come out and they leap them out, they chuck them out of airplanes at about 15,000 feet, and they think it's fun?
Yeah, that's not for me, that sort of stuff.
No. I can't as Stokes turns away down towards long leg. Wokes comes creeping in, and they've taken one run. Jason's having a good time. I'm tuning in from the Central Great Southern in WA. The Central Great Southern what?
Central Great Southern. I don't know.
But he's just knocked off and cracked his first beer. So wherever you are, Jason, you might have to enlighten us a bit. I mean, I'm not quite sure what the Central Great Southern is. Is it a desert?
Yeah, I was going to say, is it a plain? Is it, like which is sort of desert? It's a...
Yeah, a lot of things in Australia are great,
plain?
aren't they?
Yeah, it's a bit of self-promotion every time.
Well, only in terms of your bites and deserts and the various other things. I think it might be the desert, the Great Southern. It comes Stokes round the wicket, bowls, and Carey knocks him away to mid-on, and there's no run. Well, if it's like the weather here, Jason, I have to be honest, I'm looking for my first beer, but it's going to be...
2 hours away yet.
5 hours away, yeah. New balls and everything before then. Anyway, hope you're having fun wherever the Great Southern is. He's been listening to us in his truck. It's probably pretty warm as well. Kevin's back from a surfing at DY. That sounds nice. Lovely beaches up there, aren't they? All the way up to Palm Beach, Whale Beach, Wagola Beach. Phew, very nice. He's got a beer on as well. What is it with you Australians? Here's Stokes, bowls, and that's driven out to extra cover. And there's no run. Well, I suppose it's Friday afternoon. Well, this Bennett's delivering alcohol all around Canberra. What's this one? Queanbeyan. It seems every time I get out of the car I miss a boundary or a wicket.
Well, keep getting out of the car.
Yeah, well, yeah, especially with the wickets. So you got two cracking their beers, and Bennett's delivering them.
That's a fairly consistent theme.
You could all meet up. You could meet up for the Great Southern, DY, and Canberra, and all meet up and have a celebratory one. In comes Stokes round the wicket. Sun trying to come out. That's short. Chopped away by Carey. He's sent back by Smith. He wanted to run there, but Smith said no in the end. All these things people are doing. Nico's picking bags of animal feed in 38 degrees in the Barossa.
Have you been to the Barossa?
Yes, many times.
Beautiful place.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Yeah. Really good. I've got a mate there. He's not there anymore. He's moved. He was a fire bomber with aeroplane.
Right.
Yeah, brave man. I mean, they do an incredible job, those people. These big aeroplanes that fill up the water, and then on sort of GPS tracking would just bomb the fire and pull a handle. The aeroplane would shoot up in the air as the water dropped out and go backwards and backwards and backwards and backwards. Huge long shifts. Good old Godfrey. I miss him. He's moved away, but he was on call all the time. This time of year,
It's a 24/7 job.
Absolutely, absolutely. So to all of you who will be doing that possibly a bit later this summer, well, you do a fantastic job. 5 for 366, and Broad pauses at the end of his run. He's going to be bowling to Smith again, and there's long strides. There he goes and bowls, and Smith again is forward, is pushing a full ball into the offside, and as a wild throw comes in, and there's overthrows. The crowd will love it. Oh, the crowd will love that. And it was Rory Burns that threw it. The Riches will love that. It was a horrible throw, and Chris Wokes has bowled a lot of overs, tried his best. Stuart Broad looks furious. It was pushed into the offside, and Burns pounced, hurled the ball towards the stumps. I'm not quite sure why he did that. I think Smith is comfortably in his ground, but looking at Burns picking it up. Smith comfortably in his ground. A horrible throw. Poor old Wokes. But he got half a hand to it.
He did the look back as well. When the fielder gives the look back, you know that's not right. And Broad watched every inch of that on the big screen as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he'll be absolutely hating that. Oh dear. Bit of a sign of tiredness, perhaps a bad decision. I mean, Burns shouldn't have thrown that. The camera's zooming in on him. Look, there's no hiding place, Rory, I'm afraid. He's down there at Deep Square Leg now. Listen to the crowd. They love it. Crowd love. They love overthrows. Broad round the wicket, bowls it short, and there's Burns running round to his right, can't get near it. Fine shot from Carey, and Broad will be ticking now. He hates giving away runs.
it's always the way, isn't there? If it's a wide, a no ball, a misfield that goes for runs, the next ball inevitably is always going to find the boundary, and
yeah, he won't be enjoying this at all.
the steam starts to come out the ears.
Yep. Well, thankfully he's got his bandana on, maybe keeping some of the fire in, but he's not going to be happy. Goes broad again, bowls, Carey drives firmly, but straight to Anderson, who's fielding at mid-on. 5 for 375. There's a little bit of an injection of pace in terms of the run rate here now. Maybe Australia feel that they can just push on from here. They've got through that bit of a dicey period. They lost those 2 wickets. I'm sure they've got their eye on the fact that the ball is spinning a bit. And there's
Definitely.
one root ball that really went through the surface and bounced and hit Carey up on the glove. So Nathan Lyon will have his eye on that. Broad again, bowls, was width there. It's hit hard though. Hit hard and well stopped by Pope. That point, that really could have easily gone to the boundary for 4. And I think Carey will think that it should have done.
Yeah, that's a good piece of fielding, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're so close in there, it's just a reaction, and there is protection behind, but it's obviously a very deliberate plan if they can get that length right to see if they can get a spooned up ball in that area, which is a better plan than the short pitch bowling.
Here's Broad, carrying his shadows with him now, and bowls, and Carey defends that delivery. Broad kicks at it with his foot, a sure sign of frustration. Picks it up after a couple of keepy uppies. 5 for 375. The general hubbub sound is definitely increasing.
It's a nice time to be in the ground, I think, as the temperature's starting to go down. It's very comfortable. Bit happening, overthrows.
They've got everything. It's beautiful. The sun will be starting to dip now as well. You can just see the outline of the shadows at Broad's feet from the floodlights. You see bowls, and that's width again, and Carey drives him out to the deep point boundary, where it's thrown back by a rather weary-looking Robinson. And the over comes to an end with Australia on 5 for 376. Smith 87. Carey on 46 has played a very fluent innings here so far. Let's go a double change here with Jim Maxwell coming in with Steve Finn.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
It's 6:40 local time here in Adelaide, and the Australians are looking to tee off a bit more than before as we're pushing on towards Vespers or something or other at 7:20. That's the next break, and you're probably in a better position to judge what's happening if you're listening as someone is at Kruger Park in South Africa or up on a fjord in Norway. You just lose all track of time here. Stokes is bowling. He gives it room and misses it. Carey trying to get expansive on the offside, stepped away to the onside. The ball followed him and he missed out. Stephen Finn's alongside me.
Good afternoon, Jim. Another good hour and a half or so for Australian fans, hasn't it?
Yes, unstoppable really.
Yeah, Carey's been very good. He's provided the impetus and the foil to Smith at the other end, who's been resolute. A couple of player misses from him, which suggests to me that with the atmosphere closing in, the clouds rolling in slightly, that it's still doing a little bit for the bowlers.
Stokes is around the wicket in towards Carey, who waits on a short ball, swivels and pulls it down firmly to backward square for a single. Lots of men out on the onside, as we've seen before with Stokes bowling, including the fly slip. 5 for 377. Carey's 47, and Smith is sort of inching, rather like Labuschagne, towards triple figures at 87 not out.
yeah, if they hadn't scored, or if he hadn't scored so many hundreds, you might think he's a bit nervous. He's not really got the fluency to his batting that you're so used to seeing from Steve Smith. But that does suggest to me that the wicket's just a little bit stoppy and difficult to just throw your hands through the line. Alex Carey actually has probably looked the most fluent of any batter that's batted in the game so far, and that's with fantastic batters like Warner, Smith and Labuschagne scoring a lot of runs. But Carey's been able to drive the ball, which not many other people have.
So we're with Mr. Smith. A slip and a leg slip, and Stokes over the wicket, driven wide of mid-off, and a sliding save down there prevents more than a single. Smith to 88. Labuschagne out for 103. Travis Head 14, and Green just 2. But that wicket fell a long time ago. The partnership now worth 84 as Australia head towards, you would assume, the way they're going, a declaration. And back they drop. Fine leg, deep backward square, deep square, square leg, mid-wicket a bit deep. A cover, a point, a gully and a fly, third man. Here comes Carey down the leg side off a bit of pad. It gets through to Butler. So a little like the field that Warner was facing when he slapped one straight to Broad at cover yesterday.
Yes, very similar. More asking the batter to make a mistake than the bowler to bowl him out. I think Alex Carey here looks as though he's trying to accelerate. So even with the men out on the boundary, given the game situation, he has a licence to take it on. So England asking him to take a risk, it can be counterproductive from a fielding perspective, because it can mean it offers up scoring opportunities but also gives them the chance to get him out.
Here's Stokes, short, he chases it around the corner, tugs it down, hoists it down towards fine leg, and they go through for another single. Carey moves to 48, 5 for 379. This is the 137th over. So, yes, another new ball. 23 overs if we get that far.
Yeah, I can't imagine they'll be taking that if we get there.
So the next break here, yes, in about 20 odd minutes. But Smith, they keep going with his leg slip. They always think there is a chance he'll slide one around the corner. Stokes bowls to him and he plays the uppercut. No problem at all. He banged that in and Smith just waited on it and lifted it over the head of Root down to the boundary. Where's the fly, third man fly slip? They had him there for the other fella. They should have had him there, but I don't know whether he would have played the shot. He's into the 90s. He's 92.
He is a nice shot. There, waits for it. We've seen him try and play a couple of uppercuts so far this innings and was almost snatched at them, trying to hit them too hard. But this one here, he just waits for it, sways his head out the line of the ball, helps it on its way over first slip. Joe Root, and I'd imagine that given the fact that Ben Stokes is batting at number 5 for England, he's got through 22 overs now as the all-rounder. This could be a good opportunity to give him just a little bit of time to relax and chill out, because at first drop, 1 wicket down for England in this evening session, which England are going to bat tonight. They're going to bat when it's pitch black and under lights, you'd imagine.
They're going to turn the lights off.
Turn them off?
Yeah, pitch black.
Well, it would be pitch black above the lights. When you look up, it'll be pitch black.
That's an advantage I haven't even thought of.
Hey, I'm sure you lot would try it over here, wouldn't you?
Oh, we've had blackouts.
Oh, the electricity went off. Sorry, boys.
Oh, we've had that in BBL games where the powers failed. LR Brisbane and the other day in the test match, but they didn't keep playing. Now Robinson runs in and he bowls a ball that's pushed away on the offside by Carey. He's 48, 5 for 383. So they play much, seriously under lights with the limited over stuff in England. I mean, do the lights actually have any effect? Because you've got so much natural light.
Yeah, no, it does. And actually, I think one of the reasons why first-class scores and test match scores in England have been so low in recent years are the fact that at the point before, where you would just walk off the pitch when it was too dark, you're now out there facing a red ball under lights.
Robinson wanders in and Carey pushes forward and it trickles out to point.
So it's not necessarily playing under lights like this game is being played under lights, but if there's a borderline call between light and dark at the back end of a day, in normal times or not normal times, but in previous years where the players would just walk off the pitch. Now there are regulations in place to make sure that people who are paying get to watch as much cricket as possible, that the players play under lights, which obviously makes a new red ball behave way differently to what it does under complete sunshine. So
Robinson is running in and he's beating him on his body. His pads, a bit of a jumble in front of Butler, who collects across towards slip. So all the county grounds have lights. Then you can keep championship matches going in bad light.
Yes, and even the residents in St John's Wood in London let you, because there's only a certain number of days a year that you're allowed to have the floodlights on at Lord's, because there are flats overlooking the ground, and the rich people who live in there don't want their sleep disturbed by floodlights.
Going to sleep at 5 o'clock. Robinson bowls now, and another push from Carey out there on the offside. Just pull the blind down, love, and let him get on with it.
The next council meeting, actually, I'll clip that quote and take it. And see how it goes down.
Yeah. Oh, good. Talk about precious. Goodness gracious.
We're not precious in England. What are you talking about?
No, we can get precious here. Don't worry on some of these things, particularly in Queensland, where they don't like daylight saving because it fades the curtains. In goes Robinson, and it's pushed away down towards mid-off this time. Do you know how many time zones there are between Christmas Island and Lord Howe Island, the two extremities of this country? It's one of my favourite topics.
5?
No.
More?
Yep.
What?
9 time zones in summer. Yeah. Because the business of the clocks is in the hands of the states, which you've realised since coming here, we have 6 republics in a federation. Well, maybe 7 if you include the ACT. In goes Robinson, and it's pushed away on the offside. So, I mean, you know, there's Perth 3 hours to the eastern side, and then the silly little half hour between Adelaide and Melbourne and Sydney, and an hour and a half to Brisbane. I can go on all day, but I remember saying to a certain Prime Minister many years ago, why don't you, as the federal government, national government, legislate to control the clocks? And he said, I can tell you one thing, there's no votes in it. So that's one of the reasons it hasn't happened. Back at the ranch, the score is 5 for 383 at the end of the over.
It sounds like you got a relatively straight and honest answer from a politician, which is remarkable, really.
Yes, he was very straight. Yep. And some of them are, don't worry. But we're in a very strange place at the moment with all these border closures and various rules, regulations, inconsistencies, irregularities, you name it. And the business around Pat Cummins, you do shake your head. Very, very unfortunate. And that's why I'm starting to think, just don't assume anything at the moment. Who knows what the Christmas present will be for these cricketers when they get to Melbourne?
Very true.
There's going to be something around the corner. You can just sense it. And, you know, it comes with Santa down the chimney. We're going to get it. Now, what's going on out there? There's a bit of rumble and roaring, and there's more cloud cover, I must say. I don't think we've got any rain forecast, but it's certainly cloudier than it was earlier in the day. It's still pretty warm. What's the thermometer telling you? There must be some boisterousness in the crowd. It's a beach ball, I think. It's been kicked around over there.
34.7 degrees.
Oh, it's cool. Now, Anderson's bowling, and he's pushed away on the offside, and he kicks around with it, and he's followed through at 5 for 383. 34, you say? Can you see any rain?
Just a few specks out west, but I don't think they'll bother us.
Well, you never know. So that's all England will need is a bit of cloud cover, a bit more moisture in the atmosphere, just in time for Stark to take the missile. A slip and a short mid-wicket. Anderson bowls, and Smith leans and plays, glides it away down towards fine leg. 5 for 384. Smith 93 and Carey 48. The partnership worth exactly 90. Yes, well, normally at this time of the day, 18:54, we'd all be off at some refreshment place. But we've still got 2 hours, maybe 3, of cricket to come. So if you can hear a bit of vitality in the crowd, a bit of boisterousness, you can understand. They're thirsty.
They're thirsty, and it's the peak time of the day for them. Been cooking in the sun. I can see the English guys over there, tops off, red bellies. Maybe that's slightly unkind to my English compatriots. Red chests.
A red-bellied pom. Yep. Yeah, there's still a bit of sparkle in the afternoon light. Anderson bowls, Kerry plays around the corner towards fine leg and Wokes for a single. Carey's 49. He's on the verge of his first test 50. 5 for 385. But the beach ball continues to make its way from one stand to another as it bounces around the place, and it's been pretty well controlled by the crowd, and they know that they don't want to lose control, because if it goes over the fence there'll be a knife coming out and the thing will go they'll kill it. Here comes Anderson bowling to Smith, and he pushes away down on the onside. They're great killjoys, those security blokes, so don't lose control of your beach ball, folks. Look at it, bounding around the place away to our right, and every time it gets close to the fence, someone belts it back towards the stand above to keep it in play. That's the trick at the moment, to keep that ball in play until tea. I don't know whether they can do it. It's bobbling around everywhere, and Smith goes back and defends away on the onside. There's probably more interest from most of these overs in what the future of that beach ball is going to be, as they can't keep their hands off it. Some bloke's got hold of it now, though, and what's he going to do? Oh, he's throwing it towards the front. That's dangerous. Don't go over the fence. You'll lose it.
It's had one perilous encounter with a security guard, but he threw it back.
Oh, he
showed
back.
mercy, yeah.
Oh, Anderson bowls, Smith defends. He's hit on the pad. How's that out? LBW. I think he's going to review it. Does he feel he hit it? I don't think there's anything wrong with the height this time. It's a question of what else happened. He was back and across, and that did seem to keep a little lower than some. And from where we're sitting, unless he's nicked it, you'd reckon he's plumb. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah, he looks in big trouble. He's insinuating, as he has done all innings, when the ball beats his bat, he insinuates what it's doing. And here, Steve Smith insinuates that the ball's just stayed a little low. He's neither forward nor back. He's in half and half territory. James Anderson bowls a good length, and the ball just skips through, nips back.
Hasn't got any bat on that.
As Steve Smith does, he gets around the line of off stump, and I think the question's going to be line here for where the impact is. It's not the height. The height is absolutely fine.
Yes, please.
And looking at from side on here, there's nothing on hot spot. They're going to go straight to the ball tracking when it's available, but it's certainly nipped back and stayed low from James Anderson, which the Australian bowlers won't be overly disheartened by, given that they're going to have an opportunity to bowl on this wicket very soon.
Hit him around the knee roller. It's going to hit. Yes, middle and off stump. Absolutely plumb.
You can stick with your original
So I'm not
decision.
sure what Smith had in mind, other than disappointment that he'd missed one, and he probably thought, oh, maybe I've got a little inside edge, but he's out. And one of those rare scores for Smith in the 90s, following Warner's 95. LBW, the persevering Anderson, who has 1 for 49. Applause for Smith as he wanders off, disconsolate after being dismissed, leg before wicket, and it's 6 for 385.
He's disappointed, Steve Smith. Barely wants to acknowledge the crowd. Looks frustrated with the fact that he's got out in the 90s. A rare occurrence for him. 201 balls. Relatively slow for someone of Steve Smith's stature within the game. He's still, as he walks down the tunnel, still telling himself that stayed low, that stayed low. And it did. But good bowling from Anderson. He's plugged away all innings, I think, with little reward. The veteran seamer, 39 years old. Into his 26th, or finished his 26th over now. He's only gone for 49 runs. Classically great control of what he's doing, but there just traps Steve Smith on the crease. Rod Tucker obliges, gives him the finger, and is on his way back to the pavilion.
And Mitchell Stark's come out, and if Australia don't declare around the time of tea, they may well be all out soon after. If the rest of the batsmen around Carey decide to have a lash. Now Robinson starts a new over, and Carey goes to the onside for a run and a 50. His maiden half century in Test cricket, 50 not out. Hometown applause, deserved applause. He's played a very good hand here. 50 from 104 balls, and Rick.
5 fours. And the first 50 by Australian wicketkeeper since Brisbane last year, which is only a gap of 2 tests anyway.
Yep. Mitchell Stark takes his guard. 6 for 386. Well played, Carey.
Yeah, it's been a nice innings, hasn't it? You felt as though he pulled the short straw in the first test, being asked to open in the second innings and getting nicked off with David Warner icing his ribs. But here, fully justifies his selection with a 50.
So it's Robinson who bowls to Stark, and Stark leaves the ball outside the off stump. 2 slips gully. And that's more the kind of field we'll be seeing in an hour's time when England are batting. Well, we're more in the slips than that, but England just trying to hold this thing here so that they don't get cheap, quick runs in the last gasp of the innings. But of all the LBW shouts in this match so far, that would have to have been the plumbest. Although Labuschagne's was pretty plumb this morning as well. Robinson goes up. Stark looks to drive, beats the ball down to mid-on, and Broad, who's there to stop it. So steady but not rapid progress by Australia today. They're still under 3 runs and over through the innings, and it was around 2 for quite a while yesterday as they chugged along to 45 at lunch, 129 at the evening break, and then 221 by stumps. Robinson goes up and bowls it, and it's defended towards that short mid-off posse where Anderson is fielding. So 2 more balls in this over, and probably another 3 or 4 overs up until tea. When does Stark decide to use the longer cue? The Phil Mickelson or yes, the long handle, the big drive, the Bubba Watson draw,
big high draw.
Yeah, the high draw, famous at Augusta. 2 men short on the onside, and around the wicket he's pushed away to backward square, and there's no run for him there.
It certainly feels like Australia now are just going to wait for the perfect conditions to bowl. Regardless of the runs on the board, they will obviously try and accelerate as they come close to that declaration, but I'd imagine there'll be a small period after the second interval of the day where Australia are going to come out all guns blazing, get as many as they can quickly, and then hand the pink pellet to Mitchell Stark and say, do your worst.
2 slips, too close on the onside, and he comes forward to drive and drags it away in front of square. They chase off for 1 and they come back for 2, and that's the completion of the over. Australia 6 for 388. Stephen Finn is here, and Andrew Moore is coming in.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, Australia versus England. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
Your body on mine, body in mine, my body's in the basement.
Double change. Jimmy looking resplendent and bright in pink. Steve Finn goes. Dirk Nannes comes in. And we've only got a few minutes until the tea break. And there's a bowling change. Is there at the far end? Jimmy Anderson will be bowling to Alex Carey, who's 50 from 104 balls, 5 boundaries. Mitchell Stark not out 2. Dirk Nannes, good evening.
Good evening. Is that a bowling change? He just took a wicket last over.
No, not a bowling change as such. No, well, it changed only that he's going around the wicket. That's what I meant. One slip, backward point, deep point, cover, shortish, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg, and Carey's defending away to Hamid at short cover, 6 for 3, 8-8, and now this is the time we start contemplating, Dirk, where this game goes over the next hour or so.
Australia can
do whatever they like.
Exactly right. Carey has been fantastic. It's been exceptional. But I think he just keeps batting the way he is and let Stark and whoever go from the other end, I think.
Anderson bowling his 27th over, has 1 for 49. Bowls, Carey defends a tip and run towards mid-on. Broad had too far to go. Started the mid-wicket pope, and they get through nicely. Carey 51, 6 for 389. I feel like I'm in the midst of great power sitting next to you, Dirk. Power, authority, a man who gets things done. Yesterday during the broadcast at some point you said, described our accommodation, I believe the word was basic or something similar. Well, lo and behold, we stagger into the hotel last night through fatigue more than any other reason, and we had a lovely surprise waiting for us in our rooms. Waters, lollies, a bottle of red.
Yep. Only a few people got the bottle of red.
Did they?
Yeah.
I did. You did.
Yeah.
We're sweet. Here's Anderson, bowls, and Mitchell Stark is working this quick run away to Stuart Broad, who's too deep at mid-on. There's a thumbs up from Rick Finlay.
Rick got one.
He got a bottle. So
this brings me to something interesting that happened to me, though. I had my Do Not Disturb.
So did I. I'd left it on.
So at what point, how big does the gift need to be for them to open the door when the Do Not Disturb's on your door?
That is a great question, and I had the same. Here's Anderson coming around the wicket. Bowls to Carey at 6 for 390, and he's out caught at cover by Hamid. He pushed at that, and James Anderson gets a second wicket. I just heard someone say there might be a wicket before the tea break, and there is. Carey's gone for 51. Australia 7 for 390 and 107 deliveries, 5 boundaries for Alex Carey. James Anderson starting to get a couple of rewards, 2 for 51 in his 27th over, 7 for 390, and this should herald the debut of Michael Neser.
I just wonder whether this stopped and Prop maybe rolled his fingers on it because it stopped in the pitch. And well taken in the end.
Nice round for Alex Carey too. First test at home. It'd be nice for him getting his first half century.
He played superbly. And that's a great innings.
That's the tea break, by the way. We're off. That's it. So we've had 140.4 overs in the innings. Australia 7 for 390. Mitchell Stark is 3, and poor old Michael Neser was bursting out of his skin when we spoke to him at about 10:30 last night to get involved in the action. He now knows he's coming in next, and yet he's got to wait another 20 minutes.
Well, how long do they go for? I think that they go another half hour or so.
But again, that's what has been said. This is entirely up to the Australian team to work out when is the best time to bowl and how many overs do we want with the new pill. I can see them going until they're bowled out, frankly. Another 45 minutes to an hour anyway.
Well, how long do you want to go? I reckon you want to give all your quicks a little run, and then maybe your frontliners another couple of overs just at the end. Given 20 overs, something like that, which means you're going for another half hour or so, maybe a little bit more. I don't think you need much more than that. Why wait? I mean, it's the best time of the evening, the best time of the game to bowl. They're going to have a fresh ball, under lights. It's going to be dark. Terrible time to come out and bat. You've been in the scorching heat for a day, and you were in the dirt all day yesterday. You are in a horrible position in the game. I think the only drawback from an Australian perspective is from here what they can do is come out, lose 3 quick wickets. Suddenly England think, oh, gee, we've taken a bundle of wickets here. We've actually fought our way back into the game, which, I mean, realistically, they haven't fought their way back into the game. Australia, if that's the case, would have given their last few wickets away. But Australia can afford to do that, given the batting that they've had so far.
Dave Gleeson, Screaming Jets fame. He's here. I met him outside. He's performing in this tea break. That's what you were pointing out to me, the stage being set up.
Hang on, so what, out the back here?
I did. He was out the back here, Dave. He was telling me that he had accreditation, but it wasn't there for him, and they wouldn't let him in. He was trying to explain who he was and what he was doing. And
is this when you were having a meeting out the back?
Just chatting out the back there with a few former cricketers and Dave Gleeson, who I'm a big fan of. So that'll be good fun.
Cricket fan?
Loves his cricket, loves his sport, loves his rugby league. Dave Gleeson, good to see him out here. Now, going through the scorecard with Australia at tea, 7 for 390. And they went to the dinner break, the first break, at 5 for 302. And they're 7 for 390. So 88 runs for the loss of 2 wickets in, is this right, Rick? Only 24.4 overs in that session. I believe that to be true. Now, yesterday, Australia lost Marcus Harris for 3 and Dave Warner for 95 and resumed at 2, down for 221. In the first session, Marnus Labuschagne, LBW Ollie Robinson for 103 of 305 deliveries with 8 fours. Travis Head was bowled by Joe Root for 18. Not a shot he'll necessarily want to watch the highlight of ever again. Played all over it, poor old Travis. And Cameron Green bowled by Ben Stokes for 2. And they went into the lunch break at 5, or the dinner break at 5 for 302. And since Steve Smith, agonisingly short of a century, LBW to James Anderson for 93 of 201 deliveries, 12 fours and 1 6. He shared a 91-run partnership with Alex Carey, and Carey out himself, triggering the tea break caught by Hamid at cover of James Anderson for 51, 107 deliveries, 5 fours. Mitchell Stark is not out 3. He's faced 6 deliveries. Now, the bowling figures for England. James Anderson, 26.4 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 51. Stuart Broad, I should have brought my glasses, 23 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 53. Chris Wokes, he's bowled 21 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 64. Ollie Robinson, 26 overs, 12 maidens, 1 for 42. Ben Stokes has bowled 22 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 88. And Joe Root, 20 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 72. Australia 7 for 390. Just of English bowlers who has impressed you. I mean, there's some very economical figures there. And Jimmy Anderson now getting a couple of wickets, but has one stood out more than the other for you?
I think Robinson's bowled well, and I don't think he's got particularly good reward for what he's done. But Anderson, bowled at the stumps. Every time England have started pitching it up and done some targeted bowling on the stumps in volume rather than just 1 or 2 balls, they've done exceedingly well. And they've beaten the bat and they've challenged Australia. And I don't think we're going to see Australia doing the same thing with the ball. I think we've seen exactly what is required with the ball, and Australia will do that when it's their turn. You are loving this.
Sing it, Dave. My new bestie. Bright lights on the stage just to our right at Adelaide Oval. In the tea break with Australia 7 for 390. There are still 38 overs left scheduled in the day, Dirk. So 2 overs will be lost for a change of innings. So we're looking at 36 overs. Now, I know Chappelli thought Australia probably targeting around 20 overs to bowl tonight. You're saying that, well, wait, they don't need to wait too long. But with 36 overs available, I mean, if they want to take 20, they're still declaring an hour after this session. Right?
They can come out and slog. Well, I don't think they can come out and necessarily slog, given they're now 7 down. They're probably going to have to be a little bit more judicious in their stroke play. So, yeah, maybe 15 overs. But like I say, it just doesn't matter, does it?
Often you speculate like this and they end up getting bowled out. Yeah. Much to do about nothing. I'm looking forward to seeing Michael Neser come out and bat. He seems such a good, positive person, and as we discovered talking to him last night, such enthusiasm at 31 years of age to make his test debut. The way Usman Khawaja spoke about him this morning, that everyone loves Michael Nisa, born in Pretoria, 60, in fact this will be his 71st first-class game, and in first-class cricket he does all right too with the bat, averaging about 24 and a half with a high score of 121. He's only played 2 Shield games this year and also took 7 wickets against the English Lions last weekend, including 5 for 29 in the first innings. So we'll get the first opportunity to see Michael Nisa, and then Nathan Lyon and Jai Richardson coming in at number 11. So I don't know how many runs there are left, but Michael Nisa, I'm sure on debut, bearing in mind he can handle a bat, will be looking to show his no mug.
No, definitely. I think it's going to be great to see him with both bat and ball. Again, as we discussed earlier today, thoroughly deserves his spot. And sometimes when you get an opportunity like this, you sometimes try and be a bowler that you aren't. And by that I mean you try and be a little bit faster, or you try and do something a little bit different. I hope he's mature enough as a cricketer that he can just come out and just do what he normally does and he'll succeed. And he is your classic bowler that just targets the stumps, and that's where they're going to get reward here. And it's exciting. I genuinely feel excitement when I see a debutant come out and show their wares for the first time on the world stage. And I wish him all the best.
That's the other thing, the Australian pace attack that bowled out England for 147 on day one in Brisbane, 66% of them are gone. Pat Cummins literally returning to New South Wales today, and some weird development. He's driving somewhere, chartering a plane, flying on his own back to Sydney, and no Josh Hazlewood. So how that attack works, and all of a sudden Mitchell Starc, whose place had come under question by some leading into Brisbane, bowled really well in the first innings. I think it was 1 for 77 in the second. He's the dead set spearhead, and he doesn't mind that under lights with the pink ball either. And so how do they combine with Richardson and Michael Nisa? It's going to be a great storyline.
Well, Rick had a great stat past me earlier today. The average number of wickets taken in of the first 4 in the batting order in a match. And Richardson, out of all the bowlers in the Australian setup at the moment, Hazlewood's 1.94, Pat Cummins 1.44, Starc 1.37, but Richardson and Nisa would be the best bowling combination in terms of taking their share of the top order wickets. So, yeah, that shows that they strike with the new ball, and what better conditions are they? They're not going to get better conditions.
Who takes it with Mitchell Starc? Come on, have a crack. It'll be very interesting to follow. If you just tuned in, it's the tea break. Play will resume in 10 minutes' time with Australia at 7 for 390. Mitchell Starc not out on 3. And he'll be joined by Michael Nisa, we assume, after the interval, and then Nathan Lyon and Jai Richardson. What does this do to England's bowlers? We've only got a couple of minutes left and we'll head to the ABC newsroom. The fact that Anderson's bowled, he's in his 27th over, Stuart Broad's bowled 24, Ollie Robinson, I said to you off air, he might be half a foot shorter by the time he leaves Australia. Yep. He's bowled 27 overs, 1 for 45. Joe Root himself's had to bowl 20 overs. What does that physically do to England? I know these guys aren't top order batsmen other than Joe Root, but what does it do to them in terms of second innings, Melbourne, and onwards from here?
The most important thing that the English batsmen can do for their team is to at least bat all of tomorrow. You need a day off as a bowler, just where you do absolutely nothing tomorrow morning, duck down to the beach or do whatever as a fast bowler and just sit in the ocean for a while. Try and get away from the game and have time for your body to recuperate, because it's hard work. Even if they have to come out tomorrow evening and bowl 4 overs, that hurts you as a fast bowler. So the batters need to get through tonight. They have to try and bat the entire day tomorrow. Give them a chance to take a rest, because days like today take it out of you as a fast bowler.
You know what we didn't get back to? The breaking issue of do not disturb sign on the door. Are people allowed to breach that even when they come bearing gifts, as we experienced yesterday? I was happy with it, and then I thought, I wonder if they've done my bed and everything. No. It was just the gifts, so we'll be grateful for that.
So much more in that.
There's a lot to unpack.
There's a lot to unpack.
Yeah. All right, Dirk, enjoy the little breather. And look forward to hearing from you in the final session of this second day of the Ashes Test. I'll have one of those lollies with you. Australia in such a good position, 7 for 390 with 2.5 hours to play. How much of it will feature England's top order under pressure from this new-look Australian fast bowling combination of Mitchell Starc, Jai Richardson and Michael Neser? So much to happen. Stay with us right here on Grandstand Cricket. Coming up, we'll head to the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Western Australia will introduce harsher border restrictions with Queensland and Tasmania from Sunday. Only exempted travellers will be allowed to enter from Queensland. Tasmanian arrivals will have to self-quarantine for 14 days. Meanwhile, as Rhiannon Shine reports, the WA Premier's announced major changes to his cabinet just weeks before the state's borders reopen.
Roger Cook has been replaced as Health Minister as part of a significant reshuffle announced by the Premier, Mark McGowan. Amber Jade Sanderson, who has served as Environment Minister since March, will be Mr Cook's replacement. Mr Cook will remain as Deputy Premier and take on the tourism portfolio. Mr McGowan has thanked Mr Cook for his 13 years in the health portfolio.
You know, health is very, very gruelling. It's a massive portfolio. It's over $10 billion worth of spend.
Under the reshuffle, no ministers left the cabinet. Mark McGowan retains his role as Treasurer and Rhys Whitby has been handed the Environment and Climate Action portfolios.
A major health response is underway in Tennant Creek in the Northern Territory, with the town now in a 3-day lockdown. Of 6 new local cases in the Territory, 4 are in Tennant Creek. A mask mandate has been introduced across the Barkly region, which has some of the lowest vaccination rates across the Territory. Chief Health Officer Dr Hugh Heggie is urging people in the region to get vaccinated.
There's going to be controls for people who are not vaccinated. There might be certain venues or certain activities where you're not able to go because of risk of spreading COVID-19 unless you are vaccinated.
Advocates for small businesses say staffing issues and a lack of foreign workers are the main concerns leading up to Christmas. Despite rules being relaxed in New South Wales for unvaccinated people, business leaders are warning some venues may choose not to let them in. The CEO of the Council of Small Business Organisations Australia, Alexi Boyd, says some operators fear getting caught up in an outbreak of COVID or a COVID contact chain.
Be respectful of the decision that that business owner makes. It's their premises, it's their business, and they're able to serve or turn away whoever they choose. So you need to be respectful of that and really be kind to small businesses.
William Tyrrell's foster parents have pleaded not guilty to assault charges against them in a Sydney court. The 56-year-old foster mother and 54-year-old foster father were charged last month in relation to the alleged assault of a child at a home on Sydney's Upper North Shore. The child's not William Tyrrell. The two can't be named for legal reasons, while a non-publication order also restricts reporting the nature of the allegations. The Royal Australian Navy expects its new fleet of evolved Kate-class patrol boats could be delayed by up to 9 months. Problems have been detected with aluminium imported from China. When the saga was revealed by the ABC back in March, Defence said it anticipated the $350 million project would only be delayed by 4 to 16 weeks. A report by the Auditor-General has confirmed labour shortages and problems associated with the Chinese aluminium will now force delays of at least 6 months. The Navy also expects to spend an extra $44 million keeping its ageing Armidale-class patrol boats in the water longer. The final proposal for an Indigenous voice to Parliament has been released by the federal government. Up to 35 Indigenous advisory bodies will be established across Australia, which will advise Parliament on policies that affect First Nations Australians. It's expected the local and regional advisory bodies will be up and running from July next year. Professor Marsha Langton's one of the lead authors of a government report into the voice co-design process. She says it could be the most significant reform in Indigenous affairs for generations.
This is where we need change. This is where we need reform. And this is why Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are so very serious about having a direct voice into those matters.
Heading overseas now, when Britain's governing Conservative Party has suffered a crushing defeat in a key local election. which was seen as a test of the political authority of the nation's Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. The candidate for the opposition Liberal Democrat Party, Helen Morgan, won the North Shropshire by-election with a decisive majority. The constituency had been a Conservative stronghold for centuries, and Ms Morgan has been celebrating her victory.
Tonight, the people of North Shropshire have spoken on behalf of the British people. They've said loudly and clearly, Boris Johnson, the party is over.
I'm Glenn Lauder. You've been listening to the latest from ABC News.
Inspiring audiobooks from some of Australia's most beloved storytellers are now free to stream on the ABC Listen app.
I left a few months before my ordination as a priest.
The best homegrown fiction.
In their tent under the jacaranda, they put together a plan.
Real-life Australian stories.
Growing up half a world away, wondering whether I would ever see my mother and brothers and sister again.
And so much more. A great range of audiobooks free to stream on the ABC Listen app. Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes.
He swings into this, he's got it cover.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Welcome back to Adelaide Oval. Players making their way out after the tea break with Australia 7 down now, 7 for 390. Just the 2 wickets falling in that middle session. 88 runs added. Steve Smith was James Anderson's first wicket of this innings as he was LBW for 93. So 2 Australian batsmen out in the 90s. Marnus Labuschagne was out earlier in the day after making it to 3 figures for the 6th time in Test cricket. He was out for 103, but Steve Smith put on a number of good partnerships, first of all alongside Travis Head, alongside Carey, after of course his partnership with Labuschagne. So that has propelled Australia up to the 390 mark. The floodlights are on. There is cloud in the sky. No sense of the floodlights really taking effect as yet. But sunset is in around about an hour's time. So Ian Chappell alongside me. How do you think the Australian batsmen now have got Stark and Nisa out in the middle? Because we've got a couple of balls here from James Anderson to finish off the over at the fall of the wicket that happened on tee. Do you think they'll be trying to just add some quick runs at this stage, or they kind of play normally and see how many more they can get for these last 3 wickets?
Well, they should. I think they should move on with it. I'd want at least 20 overs with a new pink ball. So my thoughts would be get on with it. If you can get to 450, do so. If you don't get anywhere near it, too bad. But just get on and bowl, because I think it'll be a good time to bowl. I think there'll be some swing there. And I think there'll be a bit in the pitch, so good time for Australia to bowl.
And indeed, with the half hour to get the overs in, could be a 2.5 hour session here. Taking a while to get play underway, because I think it's all the spectators moving behind the sight screen down on the hill. And a lot of arm waving going on. James Anderson and Stuart Broad and the umpire, and even Stark now is motioning and asking people to move out of the way and sit down. Whoever the culprit was, or the main culprit, seems to have done what was being asked of them. So 2 slips in place, and it is Nisa on his Test debut, facing up to James Anderson with bat in hand, and he's coming forward and defending. Ball of fullish length into the onside, and Hamid picks up.
Rick, Dave Warner got a 90 in Brisbane, 90 here. I'm assuming Michael Slater's still got the record for the most 90s. He was about 9, I reckon. Where's Dave Warner in that record? Rick's going to have a look for us.
Good question.
Yeah. I don't recall him getting a lot of them, but he's got 2 in this series, so he might have a few.
Nisa facing up again. Anderson is in. A flick of the wrist, finds square leg, picking out David Malan. And there's no run. It ends the over from Anderson because he had just 2 balls left to bowl after picking up the wicket of Alex Carey, who was out for 51 in front of his home crowd. So 7 for 390. I'm going to give Rick a bit longer to get the answer. He's looking studious at the moment. But
2 90s in the one innings, that would be pretty rare. Steve Smith, I tell you what, I'd be tempted if I was an umpire to say, mate, just get on your bike, will you? I mean, when you give a guy out LBW and it's that plumb and then the fella goes and reviews it, I'd be very tempted to say, hey, what are you doing? Get on your bike.
That's the luxury, I suppose, of teams having reviews up their sleeve and thinking, well, I'm the Last of the recognised batters, they just get used, don't they?
I remember the 97 he got at Perth against South Africa in 16-17. In fact, just checking, that's the only other one, so he's now got 3.
And Slater's still got the record with 9?
Slater's certainly got 9. I can certainly check to see if anyone's got any more.
Clem Hill got 3 on the trot, 99, 98, 97.
Oof.
But I think they might have been the only ones.
Consecutive innings or consecutive tests?
Against England.
1, 2, 3. Yeah.
19-2.
Yeah. He was regarded as the best left-hander in the world at the time.
Stuart Broad with ball in hand from the riverbank end of the ground. And so it's Stark on strike. 2 slips and protection down at fine leg. Broad around the wicket to the left-handed Stark. Bounds in now. Balls are full and Stark forward, defends solidly. Up to Stokes. At a straight mid-off position, no run.
Tendulkar, Dravid and Stephen Waugh all had 10
90s.
10 90s, and then Michael Slater comes next on 9 by himself.
And but Slater would have the better percentage, wouldn't he? 9 out of what?
Yes, half the innings of the other guys.
Yeah, I knew Michael had a bit of trouble with the 90s.
Agonising for batsman. In goes Broad. Again, Stark lets this one go outside the off stump and through into the gloves of Jos Buttler.
Well, it doesn't look like they're in the mood, although Nice has played a couple of shots. Stark's the man who can really get things rolling if they give him a licence. And I don't think you'll have to mention it twice to Stark. He likes to hit, and he hits pretty well. So I'd be thinking 20 overs minimum.
Unless there's a sense of not wanting to play too risky shots just yet, let the light deteriorate a little bit more first. So Broad is in, Stark with the high front elbows defending, and it's Robinson who picks up.
I think that's giving England batsmen more credit than they're worth. I mean, Burns has got a problem at the moment, and I think he's got a technical problem anyhow, but he's not going to be in the greatest mental state. Hasib, I thought, played pretty well in Brisbane, but in playing really well, he's still only got 20 in each innings. So, there's a psychological advantage to Test cricket, and I think you've got to make the most of it.
Stark faces up again to Broad. 2 slips down behind him. Fuller delivery. It's through the hands of Anderson, lofted into the onside, and it's running away down to the boundary now. Dribbling its way to the rope. It will get there for 4. Just to add a little bit of insult to injury, it was whipped into that leg side. Anderson in a catching mid-wicket position. He got a hand to it, didn't he? Took a little bit of pace off the ball.
Well, Broad will soon remind him if he did get a hand to it. He generally likes to let the fielders know. Mind you, he's one of the worst fielders I've seen, but he doesn't stop him letting his own players know he doesn't think much of their fielding.
He went two-handed to the goalkeeper style. Didn't quite maybe time the jump right. A little rueful. He's on his knees. Broad's looking pained, but he's running in now to Stark once more. Turned down towards fine leg. Brings the fielder in off the boundary, and Stark goes through for the single. So inching closer towards the 400 mark. It's leg byes, 7 for 395. Australia's score moves on to.
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson had quite a fruitful over just before tea time. He was on no wickets for a long time, suddenly picked up 2 and probably had the figures. Stokes has got 2 as well, but for quite a few more than Jimmy Anderson, so he suddenly raced to the top.
Yeah, it's Chris Wokes who's gone wicketless, the only bowler not to take a wicket in this innings.
Anderson 2 wickets and 5 balls.
Yeah. They're just missing Smith and then Carey. And 2 had put on 91 together for the 6th wicket. Carey, a rousing reception when he got to his half-century. Here is Nisa, outside edge, thickish outside edge, but there's enough on it to race away down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. Burns chasing after it, running back from his position at 2nd slip. And so Nisa opens his account with the bat in Test cricket, 7 for 399. Of course, it's with the ball that he's got his opportunity due to Pat Cummins being that close COVID contact, and Nisa thrust into the team. Got a little bit of notice, didn't he, the evening before the game. Cummins gave him something of a heads up that it could be a problem. But having to get yourself into game mode when you've been part of so many test squads and then not expecting to be in an 11.
Well, Nisa got an outside edge and picked up a boundary down on the offside, but he immediately ran on the onside, which meant that he was running on the same side as Stark. And I'm not sure why you would want to run on the same side as your partner. That's got to be collision material.
Forward comes Stark to Anderson now. I'm going to get a boot to it. They've got run one. Ball deflected away to Stokes, who's now picked up. It brings up the 400 for Australia. 7 for 400 into the 143rd over of the innings. Lights are on the third session of day 2 in this day-night test match. And it's this session where the game will start to move. We'll get a bit of an idea once Australia start bowling and seeing how England contend with a new pink ball under lights with Stark. Jai Richardson is padded up, so it doesn't seem like there's any sense of getting to 400 or declaring. He'll go all the way through the innings by the looks of it. But forward comes Nisa defending to Anderson back up the pitch. Well, you never know. Perhaps if some quick runs are scored, then you'll see Jai Richardson whip the pads off and maybe he won't need to come out with the bat.
Well, when you looked at the dressing room, you had Warner still in the green outfit, so that means he's not in his whites. A couple of other players there also in the greenish outfit, so no thought at the moment of declaring.
Anderson comes running in. The shadow's starting to form around his feet now. And Tanisa is up on his toes, forces it away towards backward point. One bounce into the hands of Ollie Pope and no run.
They showed a close-up of the scoreboard too, the 400, when Australia went there, and it looked to me like the 4 had been around for a while. It might have been a 4 from my years. It had a bit of wear and tear about it, and I can imagine if there's one still around from my days, it would have a lot of wear and tear.
Wonder how it might have had a few. Must give a few fresh coats of paint in there. Well, that one's an uncomfortable delivery, but Nisa came forward and pad, the ball squirting away into the offside.
Ellie, last year Australia didn't make 400 once in its 4 tests. First 2 tests this summer, and they've exceeded 400 on each occasion.
So
had to dig out the 4 from the depths of the scoreboard somewhere then.
They played 4 against India. They won the 1 here. There was 1 draw and India won 2, correct?
Yeah.
And there was no 400 in that.
Not by Australia.
No.
Anderson running in full turn. Nisa outside edge once more. There's a big gap between second slip and backward point with Gully, and it's a chase back towards the boundary. And they come back for 2. So, yeah, a momentous occasion.
Not by India either.
What did India chase down about 3:30, didn't they, to win at the Gabba?
Yes, 3:29 for 7 they ended.
Yeah. It was a pretty good batting performance. That broke a long Australian sequence at the Gabba as well.
If I was to ask you the last time that England clocked 400 in a first innings, Rick, you might have to look back a little bit further. It's not been a frequent occurrence for quite a while. And Anderson is in, forced away. Again, not particularly well timed. Ollie Pope will field from point. And a single off the last ball of the over. 4 runs coming from that Anderson over. 7 for 403. So Australia passing that particular milestone in their first innings with Stark on 8, Nisa on 7. And Australia resumed this morning, remember, on 2 for 221. A long, arduous day in the field for England. And there was some early drama when Ollie Robinson thought he had Labuschagne caught behind when he was on 102, but Robinson, it turned out, had overstepped. It was a no ball, so Labuschagne was called back. He didn't last too much longer, only added another 1 before he was LBW to the same bowler, Robinson, so he got his man in the end. 3 for 241 at that stage. Travis Head made 18 before he was bowled by Joe Root. And then Cameron Green fell to Stokes for just 2. So a couple of wickets in quick succession. Here's Broad again. And defence from Nisa. Broad picking up in his follow-through. Steve Smith making the 93 before he was LBW to Anderson shortly before the tea break. And Alex Carey on the stroke of tea out for 51. Catch for Hamid. And Anderson picking up his 2nd wicket. And England been striving. Do you think it's been a better fist of it with the ball from them today. Chappelli, much difference in the tactics that you've seen?
I don't think much of England's tactics. I don't see how they can say 2 for 220 was a good day for them.
In goes Broad, bounds in, flicked away. It's a fine leg by Nisa, jogs through for a gentle one.
I mean, if you let the opposition get 220, even if it's very slow, in Adelaide, and they've only lost 2 wickets, you're in a bit of trouble, and you're going to be chasing plenty. So I'd much rather be in a position to have them 7 for 270 at stumps, having bowled to get more guys out. I just thought they went to, if they had a plan A, I thought they went to plan, D or E way too quickly. 1 for 50, they should have been looking for wickets rather than not.
Around the wicket, Anderson's the left-handed Stark. He's having to leave this alone outside the off stump and through to Butler. It was dropping the length back after about the 11th over even, but then Stokes with those short ball tactics. He looked much more threatening today when he was bowling full, and indeed got the wicket of Cameron Green with delivery that came in and took the top of off, and a wonderful ball.
Yeah, Stokes is a wicket-taking bowler, and I think he would have been much better off mixing it up rather than going with a short-pitch barrage.
Broad with his white headband on his head, in around the wickets. Stark heaves this away, but it's ballooned up in the air. It'll be safe. It's over the head of Ollie Pope on the offside. He was looking to swing it away through leg, but top edge. Ballooned up over the top of gully. He's come back for a second, and maybe that's the first sign of Stark looking to get on with it and have a merry swing. 7 for 406.
Well, Australia have definitely had the better of the luck. That was an attempted loft, probably Stark looking for a 6 because he hit strongly to the onside, but he finished up top edging it over the offside field. So most of the luck has gone Australia's way.
Yeah, there's been edges today that haven't carried to slips, hasn't there? In goes Broad. Where will Stark rather look to go with this one? Swinging away into the leg side. This time, Hamid a little slow to pick it up initially. Then fields a deep square leg boundary, and Stark jogs through just for the one. He's got a big grin on his face. So, yeah, I was trying to heave that over the leg side of the pavilion for 6 as well. Managed to connect with it how he wanted.
Ali England last time to 400, 3 tests ago at Headingley. They made 432.
Time before that.
and the time before that was actually at Chennai. And it's 11 tests ago when they actually made 578.
Yeah.
But far and few in between.
Yeah. It's been a very fragile batting order. Again, relying on Root so much in recent times. Short ball from Broad is battered away by Nisa. And this may reach the boundary for 4. Sliding stop is not effective. Ollie Pope ends up scrawled all over the rope. And it's 4 runs for Nisa. Hitting it hard. 7 for 411. Merry little partnership of 21 off 20 between these two. Stark 11 and Nisa now on 12 with his second boundary. Caught it quite nicely. A bit of a swivel.
Well, there's a few signs that Australia are looking to get on. I would have thought it's probably nearly dark enough to be ready to be bowling. They're past 400. Nisa has a reputation. He was almost in the all-rounder class at one stage, so he's got a bit of batting ability. Stark can be very dangerous because he can really clout the ball. So it wouldn't surprise me if we saw 15, 20 minutes of let's get a move on, try and get it to 450, and if we don't, I'd be bowling in 4 or 5 more overs.
Yeah, we're in this territory now, aren't we, that if the wickets tumble quickly, it's not disastrous for Australia by any stretch. They've gone past the 400 mark. Floodlights are starting to take effect. Another 10 minutes for the changeover of innings. I'm sure that England openers are already starting to think, when will I have bat in hand? Anderson around the wicket to start, forward, defending. No run. Burns is standing there at second slip. And Hamid fielding in catching position on the onside. Interesting to see who will take the first ball after Burns' first ball dismissal in Brisbane in the first innings, and then Hamid facing the first ball of the innings in the second.
Yeah, Stark could be really looking forward to a bowl here, I reckon. Ball's going to swing around a bit, and he can bowl quite sharply, well up in the 140s. He could be dangerous.
Burns has just been moved out of second slip position to a catching position, sort of extra cover. Stark's forward, and it is indeed to Burns. The ball dribbles and bends down to pick up, and there's no run.
Stark's got a very good record in day-night games in Adelaide. He'll be delighted to be playing. There was a lot of talk about him missing out in Brisbane, but it didn't make much sense to me because he's a good variety with the left arm and swinging the ball.
Crouches over his bat as Anderson is into him once more. Angles it away towards backward point. No run. Finds the fielder. Yep, he will be a handful with his pace. No Josh Hazelwood, as well as, of course, no Pat Cummins. So Nisa, who's out there at the moment with the bat. Jai Richardson, shorter bowler than Mitchell Stark, a bit more he modelled himself on Dale Steyn, who was his bowling hero. And he's got that skiddy nature to him. Here's Stark heaving away. He's got it over the top of Broad at mid-on. He has. Broad chases back, and Stark comes back for the second. Anderson gathers it on the bounce, and Australia move on to 7th for 413. Stark, 13 of those runs to him.
Stark,
sorry, go on.
I was going to say Stark here at Adelaide has an average of 17.57, 28 wickets in day-night matches. Yep.
Yeah, he enjoys it here, and he'll be the head of the attack with Nisa in his first test and Jai Richardson playing only his third game. So he'll enjoy being ahead of the attack.
Anderson running into Stark. A nudge and run here. Broad had dropped deeper his position at mid-on. Has to move forward to field, then that allows Stark to take the single. 7 for 414. They're almost anticipating that Stark might try that bunt over mid-on again to Anderson. Potentially offer Broad a catching chance. Well, the music at the interval, the tea break, was something new for me at a test match. Certainly been at grounds at one-day games and T20s in particular and 100 where there's been music at the break. As Anderson is in now to Nisa. He nudges it into the leg side. End of the over from Anderson. 7 for 414, Australia. Sort of seems appropriate that you can have music like that at a pink ball day-night test. It's a shift in tradition anyway, and that was another bit of a shift in tradition.
They really pushed hard to get the first day-night test match at Adelaide Oval, and they pushed hard to get the reputation as the day-night test. And I can remember coming with my daughter here to see the Rolling Stones a few years back, and they had about 60,000 here to watch the Stones, and it was a great occasion. So it's appropriate that Adelaide should have a band playing in the dinner break. So it's a good thing, and the crowd obviously enjoyed it. I think we'll probably see a bit more of it.
It's a huge multi-purpose stadium now, isn't it? Of course, cricket and football in the winter. The Christmas pageant was staged here, wasn't it?
Bit of rugby league. They have players. A bit big for rugby league, but I remember seeing the State of Origin game here when the pandemic was on and they had trouble playing in Sydney. Played the first game here.
Stokes has come into the attack now round the wickets. Punched back up, not particularly timed by Stark, and Stokes fields off his own bowling. And he's taken 2 for 88.
Terrible game. New South Wales led, I reckon, about 10-0 at half-time. Queensland didn't look like it. I don't know what Wayne Bennett told them at half-time, but they finished up winning, I reckon, 12-10. And I had to put up with Peter Beattie, the former Queensland Premier, who didn't come near me in the first half. Couldn't get rid of him in the second half.
Stark facing up to Stokes around the wicket full. He's managed to drive that, or punch drive half down to Broad at mid-off. He fields and Stark takes a single. Is he wanting a new bat? Motioning over to the dressing room. I think he does. 7 for 415. Yeah, I'd love to see a live music concert here, like a full concert. I mean, that was a good little half-time sort of entertainment in the tea break. A small stage that was wheeled onto the outfield, and it looked like it was either sort of corporates or competition winners who had been invited onto the outfield to enjoy that music specifically. But yeah, I'd love to come to a whole big concert here.
Yeah, they've had a few concerts here, and apparently they've been a big success. They've definitely earned a reputation for being a good venue.
Two men back here on the leg side as Stokes is into Nisa, but he bowls full. And a whip of the wrists. And the ball's whizzing along the ground down to a deep square leg. And Nisa goes 3 for 1. Neatly played. 7 for 416. I've only ever seen, though, one of Adelaide's 2 football teams play at Adelaide Oval. I obviously don't spend that much time here in the winter, but I'm yet to see Port Adelaide play here. I managed to come to Crow's first game of the season last year, but yet to see a Port match, which is absolutely on the bucket list.
Yeah, I've just seen the State of Origin match. That'll do me.
Now Broad is in conversation with Stokes. A little tinkering with the field. Broad coming a little bit finer. Stokes continuing this around the wicket angle to the left-handed Stark. He's on 15 now. Look at the length. Stark getting up on his toes to defend it down into the ground. There'll be no run. Definitely can see these floodlights taking more of an effect now. Stronger shadows around the feet of all the fielders, and their whites just seem to gleam a little bit more this time of night. The floodlights start to take more of an effect.
Stokes has certainly charged in this match. He's done a lot of bouncer bowling, I think too much. I think he would have been better if he'd have spread it out a little and kept the batsman guessing.
Stark awaits. One slip as he bowls now. A thick outside edge, again looking to heave it into the onside. Ends up being fielded at gully. One man as a catcher, Hasib Hamid, out on the deep square leg boundary. And back at long leg as well. But with these, if Stark actually makes good connection, probably sailing well over the head of Hasib Hamid, need to throw the kitchen sink at it.
His big hitting area is down towards mid-wicket. That's where he likes to go. That's where he was intending to go. Hits a long ball on the golf course, also on the cricket field.
I think his wife also hits a long ball on the golf course. You see them out playing a lot together. Full from Stokes, and he's driven up to Broad at mid-off. Nice looking drive from Stark, that as well. It's the last ball of the over. 3 singles coming from that Stokes over. 7 for 417. So these two have added 27 from 32 so far since the resumption. Working their way up either to a target or a first innings by which Steve Smith thinks, together with the timing of the evening, that it's time to pull them in and declare, or keep going until these last 3 wickets fall. But time is absolutely going to be a factor in Steve Smith's mind. The time and the light, how long he wants with the new pink ball to try and chip away and take some early England wickets, further prey on a fragile top order. England had the bright spot, didn't they, of David Malan batting alongside Joe Root at the Gabba, which gave some heart that there will be some batters to forge partnerships around him, but they need to forge multiple partnerships, and they're going to need to bat through the 3rd day, well, to try and make up this deficit on first innings that they now face. Another change, then Anderson's replaced by Chris Wokes, still searching for his first wicket of the innings. None for 69 for him from the 21 overs that he's bowled. And there are 33 left in this second day's play. Here is Wokes over the wicket, and he's pulled away, but there is protection on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Hamid is one of the 2 fielders out there. Gathers the ball, and Stark completes the single. 7 for 418.
Yes, every now and again Stark shows signs that he's looking to get on with it, but then you don't see the hitting. Nisa's quite unobtrusively scored a run of ball, 13 runs off 13 balls. He's been keen to get on with it. I think Australia would like to get to 450 pretty quickly.
Stark's absolutely got the intention, hasn't he? Hasn't quite managed to execute it to reach the boundary, indeed hit the 6s. Top edge over the top of Jos Buttler, who leapt high, couldn't even get the tips of his gloves to it, and it's 4 down to the sight screen.
Yeah, Wokes has been one of the less impressive bowlers from England. He hasn't had a lot of luck, but also he hasn't really deserved a lot of luck. On that occasion, the good fortune went Nisa's way. 3 boundaries now for Nisa, and he's got 17 off just 14 balls.
Very handy little innings for Australia, pushing along their total. It's now 422. The loss of 7 wickets. Again, England in recent times struggling to mop up the tail. It's also damaged them in a number of test matches. Guy Richardson now has helmet on as well as pads. He is ready to get out there. Nisa facing up to Wokes. He's moving around the crease, has a swish and a miss, backing away somewhat towards leg. Just took half a pace back. Wokes is looking back towards the umpire in questioning fashion. Does he think there was a nick on that?
Well, I
There's
think
a DRS here.
I think the review came from Wokes.
So umpire to director, we have a review for caught behind. It's a fair delivery. Good front on first place.
Well, it was comfortably caught by Butler. Seemed to be a big swish and a miss, but Wokes seemingly heard something. He stood in the middle of the pitch with both arms outstretched questioningly towards Butler, as if to say, did you not hear something? So a review with Nisa on 17.
So a gap. I'll check with alternate hotspot, please.
Maybe he reviewed it on the basis that Butler caught it.
Nothing on the edge of the bat there. That's yes, please.
Such has been the fortune that the one he did take earlier was the Robinson no ball.
Just rock and rolling it. No. It's a clear gap between the bat and the ball. We'll go back on field. To Rodney. You see the original decision signal now. Thank you.
Well, there was absolutely no response from Butler at all. For him, it was a regulation take and then palming the ball away towards slip. And so Joe Root's not looking terribly impressed. I wonder whether Wokes might have just heard perhaps a studs scraping on the turf, perhaps. Must have really heard something.
Nisa's definitely looking to get on with it. He's been doing more of the attacking. Wokes was convinced there was something there. I think it was pretty well down to him, the review.
It's been lost now. No reviews left for England. Well, Root was happy to trust him, wasn't he? Nisa on 17, Wokes in again, heaved away over the top of the head of Ben Stokes at mid-on, this time down the ground for more. That's his 4th boundary, Nisa. 21 off 16, a partnership of 36 to further frustrate England and keep them out there on this warm evening. 7 for 426 now.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be up there much longer. They might be hitting Wokes out of the attack and out of Melbourne.
Yeah, it's a punishing period for him, this. He has looked and been the far the least penetrative of the England bowlers. And in he goes now, moving around the crease. Nisa once more, flashing it away over the offside, this time for 4. Cheering him in the crowd, a huge reception. Oh, in fact, he's cleared the ropes for 6. It was aerial.
Nisa's played a bit of his T20 cricket here with the sixes, I reckon, and so he probably knows the ground pretty well. Hit strongly down the ground and then gave himself some room and really clouded that one over point.
Yep, he moved here for BBL from Brisbane Heat, and that was the type of shot you'd see in a striker's shirt. Hamid's now being posted back on the deep cover boundary for protection. Michael Nisa as Wokes is in, and he's sort of misfield at cover. It's Anderson this time. He's gone through for 1. Partnership is 43 off 38. It's gone very, very quickly, and England are losing control here with this partnership. Nisa 28, Stark on 17, 7 for 433.
Yeah, the signs that England won't be in the field much longer. That was hit pretty hard again. Anderson got it on the first hop. It was a very awkward bounce. Did pretty well to get a hand on it. But Nisa has definitely got the foot down, and he's looking to hit boundaries.
It's a fabulous cameo, this. Fabulous partnership between the two of them. England might have had their tails up thinking, well, we've got rid of Smith and Carey, established batters just before the tea break. We can try and restrict Australia and at least go into a change of innings feeling like the momentum was with us at the end of the innings. But momentum all with Australia in a punishing way at the moment. And now Stokes He's spreading his field for Nisa. We've got 3 back on the boundary on the leg side. James Anderson's being sent back into the deep down at third man. The fielder at deep cover point. Mid-off, mid-on at about 3/4 of the way back. Nisa's 28 off 18 and Stokes bounding into him, looking to heave him away. Bottom edge though, rather smeary down to fine leg. Nisa setting off quickly for the first. It's just the one. Throw comes in to the gloves of Butler. Enjoyable viewing this for the crowd in at Adelaide Oval. The merry stand as they wait in real anticipation as well to know when they'll get to see Stark with that pink ball in hand. Stokes trying variations, slower ball. That time to Nisa, scrambling that seam.
Nisa's actually risen 94 places in the Australian aggregate run scoring list.
Has he really? Shooting up with every boundary. Stokes and now to Stark. His slower ball deceives him. He's shaped it to heave him down the ground and then just paused in the shot, and it's gone through to Butler. He's left leaning on his bat.
Well, he's probably had a bit of experience, Stokes, because Brathwaite hit him for 4 sixes to win a World Cup final when Stokes was given the job of being a finisher. Stokes has decided to change up and bowl slower deliveries, and that's really confused the Australian batsman.
Then he goes with the white flannel poking out the back of his trousers. Stoke around the wicket. What's a beamer post? So full toss, which has been battered back towards Stokes. Struck him, then couldn't get it on the left hand. They've scampered one, but he's gone from a slower ball to a full toss. And that would have taken Stark by surprise. Never mind the slower balls. Hit back hard. It was his right hand he stuck out in his follow through, and he's walked away as if he didn't feel a thing. And yet, yes, he pulled up and grimaced. Oof. Done well to control himself there. Stokes in again. He took some pace off once more, but he smeared behind square on the leg side, bisecting 2 fielders for 4 more. Again, Pope is left scrawling over the boundary edge, and Stokes is left scratching his head because Stark and Nisa are making merry as the sun is starting to sink lower in the sky and the floodlights starting to take effect, and Australia are 7 for 439 and the partnership standing on 49 off just 42.
He was a bit fortunate that went for 4. It went between the 2 fielders. I got a feeling a couple of Australians might have gone to get changed, so the declaration may not be far away.
Stokes has a couple more balls left in this over now. Nisa too early on the shot. They're looking to pull through to Jos Butler. A short ball from Stokes. He's walking back the end of his mark. All the England bowlers are going to be tired. Such a hot day. Gone to Australia's plan, keeping England out in the field into the twilight hour, getting past the 400 mark. Here's Stokes, last ball of the over for him, and the partnership standing on 49. In he goes, one last effort for this over with him. Heaved away into the leg side, it's along the ground. Hamid is there to field at deep mid-wickets, and the single brings up the 50 partnership between Nisa and Stark, making merry in this post-tea period. And it's pretty painful for England. Australia are 7 for 440. We're having a double change here in the commentary box. Chappelli and I making way, and Kristen Beams is coming in alongside Jim Maxwell.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
I always let the good ones go.
Well, folks, it's Take Me Out to the Ball game time. It's 3 minutes past 8 in Adelaide, and the fans have been sitting around waiting for Australia to throw the cue, and they're seeing it. Nisa's playing a very effective swashbuckling innings. So it's Wokes who starts another over. He's bowling at Nisa, who steps away and miscues off the bottom of his bat on the inside of Butler towards fine leg, backward square, and they get a run. Nisa 35 from 23 balls. Kristen Beams is back in for the happy hour.
Well, there's a lot happening, so I am happy, Jim.
Yeah, it's very happy cricket, and Australia's within an over or two of declaring. You would think 450 thereabouts will be enough.
Yeah, I think I said 8:15.
Okay.
So what have I got now?
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Yeah. Very entertaining. And Australia with the lights blazing away. Still a fair bit of natural light around the place as Wokes goes up from the northern end. And Stark throws his bat at the ball wide of the off stump and carves it away to deep cover for 4. Well, that really was a long hop and got what it deserved. It's a bit hard to know where to bowl at the moment, I suppose, when you know you're going to get slogged. 7 for 445.
Yeah, and I think for Mitchell Stark, he'd be very keen to get the ball in his hand. So whether they've got a figure in mind or whether it's a time that they're looking at, I think he's hoping to get there as soon as possible rather than be out there batting, I think.
Wokes goes up, and that's wide. Is it a wide? Yep, it is. It was full and it's wide. This is a bit like T20 cricket, with the bowler trying to stop the batsman from attacking him by getting it wide of him, and that was just too wide. Yeah.
He tried to ask the question, didn't he?
It was outside the return crease at the end.
Rod Tucker wasn't having any of that either. He just sort of shook his head like, no, mate, that's a wide. That has gone outside the white line.
Wokes again, runs in towards Stark. Stark swings and misses. He went for the big larrup down the ground. There's a long off and a long on and a deep hit wicket and a deep backward square and a fine leg and a deep cover. They're everywhere. And Butler has got to cover a bit of ground if there's a nick going. It could go past him, over him, anywhere. The ball could go anywhere. And that's why it's just a little bit of a lottery as to what's going to happen at this point. But Australia on the dash. Wokes bowls wide. He swings and misses a slower ball. And that's adjudicated as a fair delivery, even though it was certainly wide of the off stump, but not wide enough for a conventional wide.
Yeah, there was a few boos in the crowd there thinking that was probably wide again. Oh, it's not too dissimilar, Jim, but
yeah,
just letting him have it, I think, just to...
Went for the change of pace. Stark is way across his stumps now, watching Wokes bowl, and he gets around and under and out to deep square. He's caught, dropped by Pope in the deep. And they come back for a second run on a high throw. It was a hard hit, a little bit flat. Pope had to come in. He got to it and couldn't hold it. 2 more to Stark. 7 for 448.
When you're not going well, they just really get taken. He actually made really good ground.
Yep, got the fingers around it, diving forward, but couldn't hold it. So Wokes again, and he gets inside this and misses it. He was way outside the off stump, trying to play the T20 swivel pickup shot, ladling it down to fine leg, but he missed it completely. So we're going to get another over or two. Yep, 7 for 448. Nisa 35. Stark 24. Smith out earlier. Plum LBW, even though he reviewed it, to Anderson for 93.
Third new ball in 11 overs, Jim.
Thank you, Rick. I think that third new ball will be saved up for the Australian bowlers, don't you?
Yeah, I think they might save a few money. I'm sure that a pink turfy is probably quite expensive, I reckon.
150 easily.
Easy.
From the retail market anyway. All right. We're going to press on here with Stokes starting a new over. He goes to Nisa. Nisa slogs it down towards Broad. He's getting underneath it. Should take it. He does. Down here at long on. Nisa got right in and under. He's going, Stark staying. So the innings will continue. 8 for 4, 4-8. Some entertainment from Nisa. Caught by Broad in the deep. He got more under it than long enough to clear the fieldsman and the boundary. And he is out. 8 for 448. And Ben Stokes gets his third wicket.
It was an entertaining little cameo from Nisa there, and not a bad way to start off your Test career, and probably settled a few nerves for him when he comes out to bowl, which is not going to be very far away. And I thought maybe they might have called the declaration then, but I'm still 6 minutes away from the 8:15 marker, which I think is maybe where they're going to stick to, but it gives Jai Richardson an opportunity.
Well, he's another dashing tail-end batsman. He can mow a few around the place, and he's coming out with Stark on 24. Nisa, what did he make? 35, Rick? Yeah, 35 rapidly. So Australia pushing on here to either 4:50, quarter past the hour. They'll have a good 15 to 20 overs, maybe more than that, as we'll get out there around 8:30 local time, and yeah, that should be over 20 overs.
Nisa is Australian player number 462. That innings ranks him now 362, so he's actually risen 100 places for his very first innings.
You've got some great stats, Rick, around the wicket. It's hit hard by Stark, down behind point for 4. That is the 450. He gave himself a bit of space and smeared it to the backward point boundary to move to 28.
Yeah, the field is spread. He's still able to. There's so much space out there, and we see the field moves again, and just the one fielder at cover, everyone else is out. It's very unique to see a field like this, but I think it makes it a little bit harder without the sort of in and out fielders. It's nearly easier to get a boundary.
Take 2. Stark swings, drags it away down the ground. It's gone very straight for 4. A bullet-like straight drive from Mitchell Stark. Well, this is a man who scored 99 in a Test match. He's now 32, and it's 8 for 456.
And Joe Root comes in for a conversation about, hey, well, what are we trying to do? It seems like the plan was simply for everyone to just spread out and hope for the best, but I don't think that's going to work against Mitchell Stark, who's got a lot to offer with the bat and has some very clear plans on how he's going to go about it.
Stokes goes in again, and he swings at this and misses as it goes with perhaps a change of pace through to Butler. So there's only one fielder anywhere near the batsman. That's Joe Root at cover, extra cover, and the rest are all on the boundary. And still Stark was able to hit a lofted straight drive just over the head of blocker Wilson and down to the boundary. Stark 32 from 36 balls, and Ben Stokes goes up around the wicket towards Stark. Stark swings and misses. A bouncer and a wide. Umpire Tucker, the square leg, thought that was too high, and that's the problem bowlers have now if they bang it in. If it goes too far over the batsman's head, they'll get zonked for a wide, and I don't think there's much doubt about that, even though Stark went after it and very nearly top-edged it.
Well, I think he can be annoyed at the ball, but perhaps not the decision there. Probably 3 foot nearly over his head there.
Yeah. Stokes once more goes up to Stark. Stark swings off the edge, over the keeper, down towards the boundary. It's going quickly, and it will go for 4 more. So he's picked the perfect places to hit 4s. One back over the bowler and umpire's head for 4, and the other over the wicket-keeper's head for 4. 8 for 461.
Well, we're not going to see those fielders moved, are we? Well, I hope we don't. If we end up with a backstop on the boundary, I'll be really surprised, or a fielder dead straight. Just riding their luck, and Well, when you go hard at the ball, you do tend to get a little bit more luck, and that's what Mitchell Starc is doing right now.
You put it down as a chance. I think he got a glove on that as he tries again. A Yorker, slower ball. And it's hit away down towards long on. They'll go for a second run. Why not? That's what happens when you drop everyone out. And on that occasion, he didn't get the full weight, the middle of the bat. And it went slowly towards long on, and they ran an easy 2. Stark's 38. He's catching his breath at the end of that over, which produced, 15 runs. Rick, how many off that over?
Yep, 12, 35, 15.
8 for 463. So it's almost quarter past. You reckon this is the last over?
This will be the last one. And I always wonder whether the bowlers want to make eye contact with the captain at this point, because you can look at it 2 different ways. 8 down, I could pick up 2 wickets. That's really helpful. Or you could be whacked around by the bowlers. And I think some bowlers would say, yeah, I want to take this on, and others maybe saying, well, I think I'd be happy just to field on the boundary here and let someone else go about it. We've got some tired bodies out here, but it's going to be Chris Woakes. I think he'll continue to bowl some slow balls and just try and change the pace here, knowing that these guys are going to go after him.
Woakes to Richardson. His first ball is clubbed over mid-on. That's another good lash, and it's heading down towards the boundary. It will stop before it gets there. It was more of a wedge than a 7-iron, and it's pulled up short of the boundary, and they ran through for 3. Another clubbing shot, and we're watching the pink ball under lights, but the kind of cricket we're seeing is very much like the festival atmosphere of a T20, Big Bash.
Yeah, it is. And very good work from Jai Richardson there as well. It's a perfect result. He's gone down the ground, runs hard, they get 3, gets Mitchell Starc back on strike. And again, we're going to see everyone spread out.
Yes, quite a few on the boundary as Woakes goes in, and he swings into it, hits it hard to deep cover, and Robinson is out there, only a single this time. And with Jai Richardson on strike, the field manoeuvres around. Might be 1 or 2 more deeper here, because he can wang it. 8 for 467. Runs flowing spectacularly, quickly. And we think there'll be a declaration, but we're enjoying it at the moment. Woakes goes in, Richardson swings, and that's going for 6. Way over mid-wicket into the crowd. Oh, that is a big hit. Well back over the fence. The perfect length for a slogging tail-ender to enjoy it. And he hit lustily, giving Robinson no chance at deep mid-wicket. And off it went into the crowd.
It's just a bit of a nothing ball for me. It's not up and full. It's not banging it in short and testing him there. Just sort of that sort of hip height. That's just a step and hit, especially at this time of the innings, especially for these batters. I think if England are going to have any chance of either got to try and be hitting the stumps, Yorkers, slow balls.
Here's Woakes again. Richardson is caught behind. He flashed at that. You could hear the nick, and that's it. They declared. 9 for 473. Australia declaring some very entertaining batting in the last 45 minutes. Richardson caught by Butler. A top edge, swinging at a short ball from Woakes. He's out for a dashing 9, a 3, a 6 and a snick. And Australia have declared at around 18 minutes past 8 o'clock in the evening. And I'll go quickly through the board for you as we reflect on Australia's total. The ground staff are going out to do their business. And Kristen Beams, what did you make of that today? Australia going from 2 for 221. Another 252 runs scored for the loss of 7 wickets.
Well, I think it ebbed and flowed a little bit more today. I think we saw England pitch the ball up, and the fields reflected that a little bit more, and I thought that was a good change in tactic. At times there were some good patches of bowling, but it's a dominant performance. You look down 9 declared for 473. That's a dominant display and some very entertaining cricket at the back end as well. And it just goes to show what's possible. It's not a minefield under the lights. Yes, the ball is very old and a little bit soft, but I think we saw some very good hitting, which suggests that this pitch isn't horrendous by any stretch. So I think we're going to see this new pink ball swing around, Jim, but it's a long way back for England at this point, especially with some very tired bodies.
So we'd have around 20 overs, maybe a few more, a few less. Rick will tell me how many we could get in the 2 hours up until stumps. 2 hours, an hour and a half. Anyway, we'll work it out in a moment. But Australia have posted a pretty good score, albeit a somewhat laborious batting performance until the point of mid-afternoon or mid-evening when they decided to put their foot on the gas. So today Australia lost Labuschagne, LBW to Robinson for 102, Smith, LBW Anderson 93, Head bowled Root 18, Green bowled Stokes 2, Carey, excellent innings, caught Hamid, bowled Anderson 51, Nisa caught Broad, bowled Stokes 35, and Richardson caught Butler, bowled Wokes for 9. Stark was 38, 24 sundries, 9 for 473. Stokes took 3 for 113, Anderson 2 for 58, Broad 1 for 73, Wokes 1 for 103, Robinson 1 for 45 from 27 overs, and Root 1 for 72 of 20 overs and 2 maidens. We're going to have a little break and we'll be back for the start of the English innings and a few highlights after the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, Glenn Lauder with the latest from the newsroom. Authorities say there are more than 4,000 pharmacies, GPs and clinics across the country that have booster appointments available over the next few days. Some Australians have reported difficulties in getting a booking. International travellers to Sydney or Melbourne won't have to isolate for 3 days if they're fully vaccinated from Tuesday, but they will need to get a PCR test before arriving, as well as follow-up tests. The Navy expects its new fleet of Evolved Cape-class patrol boats to be delayed by up to 9 months. There are problems with aluminium from China. An extra $44 million will also be spent keeping the ageing Armidale-class boats in the water. And the final proposal for an Indigenous voice to Parliament's been released. Up to 35 advisory bodies will be established across the country. ABC News.
Stay up to date with all your breaking sports news with the ABC Sports website, abc.net.au/sport for everything from the world of sport.
ABC, your trusted source of accurate and timely emergency information.
We've had the ABC on basically all afternoon listening.
There's so much going on. Getting news is a priority.
Well, I'm a fan of the ABC.
It must be love, love, love.
I listen to the ABC every day. I'm extremely grateful.
ABC Radio, reliable source for information.
On radio, on the ABC Listen app and the ABC Emergency website.
It must be love, love, love.
ABC, stay connected.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Stark is way across his stumps now. Watching Wokes bowl, and he gets around and under and out to deep square. He's caught, dropped by Pope in the deep, and they come back for a second run on a high throw. It was a hard hit, a little bit flat. Pope had to come in, he got to it and couldn't hold it. 2 more to Stark. Press on here with Stokes starting a new over. He goes to Nisa. Nisa slogs it down towards Broad. He's getting underneath it. Should take it. He does. Down here at long on. Here's Wokes again. Richardson is caught behind. He flashed at that. You could hear the nick, and that's it. They declared. 9 for 473. Australia declaring some very entertaining batting in the last 45 minutes.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Welcome back to our coverage of day 2 of the second Men's Ashes Test, Australia and England, with Australia having declared at 9 for 473. So England. Now, Rick Finlay's worked out there's still 26 overs to be bowled, Kristen Beams. I think that's irrelevant because in 1 hour and 32 minutes, maybe we see 20 overs, but it's going to be exciting
at
to see.
Best, yeah.
At best, yeah. It's going to be exciting to see how Nisa and Richardson fit into the attack with Mitchell Starc and how the English top order, what resolve they can have.
Yeah, and how much it's going to swing doesn't make a difference. The paces that the ball's being bowled, we think with the England quicks we've spoken about it a little bit, but just not that sort of raw pace. So I think even if there's not some swing there for the Australian bowlers, what they are going to be able to do is be able to get some deliveries that are actually going to leap off the wicket a little bit more. So I think it just allows a little bit more diversity and a secondary option if the ball doesn't swing. But I think we're all expecting that we're going to see that ball swing, especially someone like a Mitchell Starc who's got an incredible record in pink ball tests.
Australia is their 9th pink ball test and they're 8-0 so far.
It's a tough record.
It's a very, very good record. So will it be Jai Richardson? I'd imagine gets the new ball with Mitchell Starc. And the 25-year-old, 6 wickets in his 2 tests, best bowling of 3 for 36 against Sri Lanka. Both tests in 2019 against them. And in the Shield season, which really started a debate of sorts before the first test as to whether he should play instead of Mitchell Starc, where he took 23 wickets in 4 games at 13.43. A best bowling of 5 for 23 and a wicket every 33 deliveries. So he did everything he could to push his case, didn't he, Jai Richardson?
Yeah, and they spoke to him about, really concentrating on that longer format cricket and not playing as much white ball cricket, and it's obviously paid dividends for him, and he looks like he's fit and firing. He's bowling quick, he's taking wickets. So similar to Nisa, I think it must be really nice to come into a game where, different, Nisa being on debut, but when you've got form behind you and you've got that confidence to walk out and say, actually, my game is in a really nice place. I think you can't ask for much more than that when you're coming into a big game, and any Ashes Test match is a big game.
As we mentioned with Michael Nisa last night, you don't often see fast bowler making their test debut with 236 first-class wickets under their belt, and a 5-wicket haul as recently as a weekend ago for the Australia A team against England Lions. So he brings plenty of confidence, and it can't hurt that he smashed that, 35 of 24 deliveries with the bat.
Well, I think if you're probably going to be nervous coming in, aren't you? And he'll still be nervous when he's standing at the top of his mark, but to just be able to get out there, run around, blow off some steam, hit that, feel like you're making good contact, I think that actually does go a long way to making you feel like you sort of got this whole Test cricket thing pretty well covered. And so far, we've had a chat to him. Seems like a lovely bloke.
Does.
He's making runs.
Well, we speak of nerves, Beamsy. Rory Burns. What's happening inside his tummy at the moment?
Oh, I reckon it's nearly like, I think when you're in that stage, it's nearly a bit like you got to fake it till you make it. And I reckon he's probably just walking out. Will he take the first ball? That was a bit controversial. Was it something like he's only taken three times?
He almost has to.
I think he has to. I think that's the whole, fake it till you make it. I think he has to walk out and nearly puff out his chest and say, like, I've got this covered. And whether he does or he doesn't, I think is nearly irrelevant.
This year, he scored 492 runs, Rory Burns, which is the second most by an Englishman this year. But it's like 1,100 behind Joe Root, Rick Finlay.
We've seen history tonight, Andrew.
Have we?
Australia has never made 473 in a Test innings before.
Oh, you've got a unique number.
We do.
Awesome.
Tick it off.
Brilliant. 473 for the first time ever. Well, that's exciting. And it is going to be Hamid to face the bowling, despite what we had to say against Mitchell Starc.
I feel like, I don't know, but I would assume that there'd be a lot of talk swirling around out there. If I was in the Australian team and he's chosen again not to take strike against Mitchell Starc, I think he'd
hear it. He's going to hear about it.
I'd be having a little something to say.
So
I liked a bit of banter. So
3 slips. Warner, first slip. Smith at second slip. And Marnus Labuschagne at third. Cameron Green in the gully. That'll be the goat at point. Nathan Lyon, he won't be happy being demoted down to number 11 in the batting lineup but not getting a start. Travis Head is at mid-off. We have a mid-on in Nisa. There's a square leg in Marcus Harris. And Jai Richardson down at fine leg. Hasib Hamid on strike. It'll be Mitchell Starc from the Cathedral end after Australia scored 9 for 473. Here comes Starc bowling to Hamid. He's in, and Hamid is leaving well wide of off stump. Through it goes to Alex Carey. But this is what you love with the atmosphere, Kristen, when they know this is a really exciting 20 overs or so to come.
Yeah, and at first ball, 145 clicks as well. We didn't see that from England. We didn't see that sheer pace, and straight away it just feels like something's going to happen, doesn't it? And the crowd are into it. I'm sure some of them are, probably flying, I reckon, in the crowd at the moment.
Oh, yeah. Hamid looked compact, didn't he, in the first test? 25 and 27. Mitchell Starc dismissed him in the second innings. Little tickle down the leg side off the glove. As in he comes, bowls, and Hamid again doesn't have to worry. It's well wide of off stump, and Carey in the crouch takes it in front of his face. Hamid, in his career, it's a very young test career for Hasib Hamid. He's only 24. It's his 8th test, averages 34.25 with the highest of 82 against India. 7 previous tests, 4 half centuries. He made his debut all the way back in 2016. And this year, averaging 27.5 with a best of 68 against India. But now he's dealing with the pace of Mitchell Starc. He's dealing with the floodlights. At 8:30 p.m. in Adelaide, Starc bowls and doesn't play again. This one a lot closer to the stumps. Good judgment, however, from Hamid, and it's taken by Alex Carey, and that was the first one really that Stark's got on line.
Yeah, left on length there, but they'd be encouraged with some movement there back in.
Ooh. That was, that's going over the top perhaps, but that straightened and it was very close to off-stump line.
It's just a question of length there, but that's a nice delivery, and we see the slips moving around. They're sort of like very jittery down there, making sure they're in the right spot. We saw a lot of balls dropping short for England. It's always a tough thing early on, getting the depth right.
Starc bowls. Hamid is on the drive. Beautiful shot through the covers. Travis Head in pursuit. It's a good race between Head and the ball, and Head wins that race. He slides, picks it up, and Hamid will come back for a third run. It was a beautiful stroke and a great chase by Travis Head to save them a run. So England is off the mark. So is Hamid. No wicket for 3, and that will bring the left-hander Rory Burns on strike.
That was a nice shot, really compact. Just lent on it, really. We haven't seen the ball run quickly to the boundary, but he'd certainly feel more confident after that type of shot, and we've seen him battle through some difficult periods, Hamid. But this is the battle we've been waiting for.
And you sense the crowd knows what it means. There's an extra buzz.
The Richies look like they're up on their feet. They've
had a big day. The Richies.
Big day. In the sun all day.
Oh, yeah. And they need something to cool them down. Rory Burns in his 31st test does have a century against Australia, 133. An average of under 31.5, 3 centuries in all, the other 2 against New Zealand. 7th test against Australia, averages 33.58. He made that first ball duck and a second innings 13 in Brisbane. This is a man under pressure, and he waits, lifts the bat, Starc bowls, and he whips it off his pads, and it goes straight to square leg. No run. He survives the first ball, so that's the first sigh of relief. England none for 3. 1 ball to come in the first over.
Yeah, and well directed, asking him to play. Still questions about this swing, and there's you can see on our screens here, David Warner just having a little bit to say, and it's just a very awkward technique with that front foot coming across.
Still 3 slips a gully point, mid off, mid on. Square leg, fine leg. Starc on his way. Bowls and Burns, whips it off his pads, and he gets it away through square leg, and that'll race away for 4. Confidence booster for the English left-hander, and they take 7 off Mitchell Starc's first over. None for 7 with Rory Burns on 4. Hasib Hamid is on 3, and an expensive first over in the end from Mitchell Starc.
Well, yeah, we saw some swing, we've seen some runs, we've seen a little bit of everything in that over. That's probably just going down the leg, but in terms of the line, but he hasn't missed by a lot, and he wants to be in and around there, probably just not so much on that leg stump, but that's a confident. He would feel so relieved, Rory Burns, right now, to be sitting on your bat at the other end, boundary away, survive the first over a Mitchell start, but a bit of an unknown here for both of these batters in Jai Richardson.
He'll take the ball from this river end. Bowling a few warm-ups, 3 slips, gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, fine leg. So Captain Steve Smith sticking with the field. It'll be Hasib Hamid on strike, the right-hander. And Jai Richardson, first test in a couple of years. He's fought his way back again from injury. And here he comes. Right-arm bowler over the wicket, and Hamid lets a ball that maybe travelled further away outside the off-stump pass. And it's taken by Alex Carey in his first delivery, Jai Richardson, about 139 k an hour. Kristen Beams is out. Another fast bowler's in. Dirk Nannis enjoying the tension here as this builds with the battle against England openers in the Australian quicks.
Good to be back with you. There is an excitement in the air, isn't there? Mitchell Starc bowls so well in these day-night test matches, and Jai Richardson, who promises so much in these conditions.
Bowls to Hamid, and he's beaten outside the off-stump. Threatened to play inside the line a little bit and withdraw the hands, Hamid. He does play very low, but that scooted past the outside edge. I think maybe in fairness he may well have withdrawn the bat in time and give some credit or benefit of the doubt to the opening batter, but either way it was a beautiful delivery by Richardson.
Yeah, he's played that inside by a foot. So clearly it's just an intentional leave.
You hammering me there? Yeah. I was on the verge of giving him benefit of the doubt. Here's Richardson bowling to Hamid, and this one is outside the outside edge again. Through it goes down low to Alex Carey.
I think that's a top chunk there.
Okay. No, it was very well played in the end. Hamid against Richardson. That one I fancy was a little closer to the outside edge. He dead set played at that one. None for 7 England. Second over. With stumps, bearing in mind the extra half hour, 1 hour and 24 minutes away. So we're figuring about 20 overs. 26 officially scheduled. They won't get there. Richardson bowls. Hamid is beaten or playing inside the line again. He may have just withdrawn the bat, almost Richie Richardson style, as he goes through the carriage.
If you're sitting square to the pitch here, you would think that there's been 4 play and misses in a row.
Yeah.
But this one again intentionally playing inside it. It's a bit off-putting as a bowler sometimes as well when you get people doing that.
It's a change in the field here. I saw Hamid looking away. Lyon, who normally makes his home at point, he's going on the onside because we've got a 4th slip in Marcus Harris, and Lyon replaces Harris at square leg. 4 slips a gully. Old school. Richardson bowls and Hamid flicks it straight to Lyon at square leg. No run. Score remains no wicket for 7. After Australia declared at 9 for 473 at the full of Jai Richardson's wicket for 9.
That's really well bowled. That ball didn't move away. You would assume when the 4th slip goes in that the bowler's going to try and swing the ball away again, but that was the straighter one. Well played in the end to keep it out.
Last ball of the over. Richardson up at around 140k. Bowls, and Hamid is beaten outside the off stump. Ball is short of a length. Great first over, Jai Richardson. That'll help him settle down in his 3rd test match. England no wicket for 7. Hamid is 3. He only made 1 ball off the bat in that over from Richardson as he played inside the line from the 2nd delivery, beaten with the 3rd. From the 4th, played inside the line, although it was a little closer of a decision. Whipped one to square leg. And then the final ball of the over beat the outside edge again. England no wicket for 7. 3 to Hamid, 4 to Rory Burns, and the battle between the 2 lefties, Burns and Starc, will continue.
Key takeaway there, I think, for Richardson is when he did play and miss. Played and missed by a decent margin. So looking back at what happened in the first innings, that just means you've got to pitch the ball up a bit more.
Any difference for you opening the bowling against lefty or righty?
Yeah.
Here's Starc.
Absolutely.
Bowling to Rory Burns. And Burns is getting an edge. He's out on your way, Rory. This is Stephen Smith who takes the catch. Stark strikes. Burns' woeful summer continues. He's out for 4. And England is 1 for 7. The new pink nut reaps the reward for the Australians, and Mitchell Stark caught by Smith. And Burns on his way for 4, 1 for 7.
Well, in that area asking the question, and Rory Burns could have left that. That was pretty short. We saw the Australian top order comfortably leaving that length of delivery all the time. That's what you can do at Adelaide Oval, but Rory Burns just limply playing that. Seemed to go with hardish hands as well. The ball comfortably carried. Well bowled Mitchell Stark.
It was not a great shot from a Test acting batsman, was it, under pressure? And could have left it, as you say, and Mitchell Stark grinning like a Cheshire cat. So now David Malan, England cannot get a start. So Malan comes in under pressure again, 1 for 7. The opening partnerships for England in Brisbane, obviously day 1 it was blot, and in the second innings they put on 23 and now 7. So David Malan comes in, who was one of the very few shining lights with the bat, scoring 82 in that second innings before becoming Nathan Lyon's 400th wicket. But the lefty's in under pressure again.
Such a hard proposition to face Mitchell Stark. His day-night tests. Strike rate of 36. It's just so effective. And if you see the packages of his wickets, it's always full, always challenging, asking the batter to drive.
Wouldn't you have thought the English bowlers may have looked at that? I won't start you, I won't start you. Let's concentrate on the here and now, because the tension is palpable. 3 slips gully. Point. Whitey Schmidt off. Rather square. Mid on, square leg, fine leg. Stark bowling to Malan. And he's forward. Tip and run on the offside. Nicely played by a veteran. And he gets a run to Nathan Lyon.
Such a difference in the way that Malan strikes that ball and Rory Burns. If you look at Mitchell Stark in his arm position when he bowls the ball, when he's bowling to the left-hander, he's not trying to be greedy and swing the ball around corners, and which is the tendency you try to do as a left-arm over-the-wicket bowler to a right-hand batsman, because you want to try and straighten the ball and get it straight down the line and bring LBW into play. So he almost gets a little bit greedy and bowls with a wider arm, almost like he's trying to get his left arm in front of the umpire and swing the ball a lot. It's a much better bowling action when he's bowling to the left-hand batter.
1 for 8. Stark to Hamid, and the right-hander plays that beautifully through the covers again. Head in pursuit. Has he timed it any better than the last time? I think Head might haul it in again. He does. Just inside from the rope. And for the second time in as many overs against Mitchell Stark, it's a beautiful push through cover by Hamid, but it yields him 3 rather than 4. He's 6, and England 1 for 11.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
When he lets it go?
Yeah.
So rather than let it go, if you imagine to a left-handed batsman, he's letting the ball go at, well, 11:50, almost at 12 o'clock,
yes.
Almost vertical. When he's bowling to a right-hand batsman, he's probably out at kind of 11 o'clock. He's bowling with a really sort of wide arm, almost.
See, the way I'm looking at the clock, he's 10 past 12 up there, and he's about 1:15 here.
Imagine you're on the TV.
Okay. It's Stark. He bowls, and Malan comes off his hip down towards fine leg. He gets 1, doesn't want a second run. Richardson scampers to his left of field, and that is a leg by. England 1 for 12. That's the first extra of the innings.
But I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to the cameraman out next door.
Yes. Anyway, I know what you're saying.
Excellent.
That angle goes further to Stark's left.
And that's just a bowler being greedy at trying to swing the ball as much as possible.
Now it's Hamid back on strike. 6 from 11 deliveries. Thus far, it's not to say it'll continue. He's far more comfortable against Mitchell Stark in the few deliveries he's faced than against Jai Richardson. Stark powers in. Hamid doesn't offer outside the off stump. As the ball off a good length, sails well wide of the off stump, and through it goes to Alex Carey. Australia resumed today on 2 for 221 and end up with 9 for 473 declared. Out today, Labuschagne 103, Travis Head 18, Cameron Green 2, Steve Smith 93, Alex Carey 51, Michael Nisa 35 and Jai Richardson 9, with Mitchell Stark 39 not out. And Ben Stokes 3 wickets, 3 for 113, 2 for 58 Anderson, and a wicket each for Stuart Broad, Chris Wokes, Ollie Robinson and Joe Root. Stark bowls to Hamid, again wide of off stump, almost anticlimactic as he shoulders arms. Through it goes to the keeper. England in trouble early at 1 for 12. What they need is Jonathan Agnew, and Aggers is coming in to join Dirk Nannis on Grandstand Cricket.
Grandstand Cricket, the Ashes, Australia versus England. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Yeah, right. Thanks, Andrew, for that. Oh, dear. Well, it was always going to be a tricky session, this. And England already 1 down. Crowd right up for it. Burns fails again. And England are 1 for 12. There's still plenty of cricket left tonight. Another hour and a quarter of play. I see an anxious-looking Joe Root sitting padded up, ready to go in the visitors' dressing room. And now David Malan waits for Richardson, who's there, and he bowls wide of the off stump. The ball goes flying through, and it's collected by Alex Carey, who was the first really to put some injection into the Australian batting innings that really got it right at the end there. Some terrific shots, and they put a flagging attack to the sword. They've, I think, scored probably more than they thought they might at 473. At one stage they might only get 430, 440. But Nisa, terrific innings out as well, and playing his first test, came out and, well, it showed no nerves or anything at all. And Richardson too, and he goes, bowls now outside the off stump. Malan played at that one, rather similar to the one that he got out to Brisbane actually, and in the first innings, just angled across, and the slips are waiting. Might just have played his side actually, to be fair to the left-hander. I think Hamid has generally played pretty much inside the line too, as you said earlier. I think looking from square on, it might look as if he's actually playing at it, Dirk. But I mean, I think he's left pretty well up to now. But Richardson's lively, and he does swing the ball away from the right-hander, and he's on his way again now. And bowls, and Malan again can allow that to go by. This time more obviously outside the off stump. But the crowd loving it. I mean, it's such a wonderful atmosphere. The dark sky, floodlights, beautiful remnants of the sunset behind us just to the left, and this pink ball just doing enough, and it just looks different, doesn't it? I mean, to seasoned watchers of cricket sit down and commentate, and every time there's the first ball, you go, oh, okay, yep, it's pink ball. It just looks different. So all of that adds to the atmosphere. Richardson again, dark haired, bowls outside the off stump again, doesn't make Malan play, and it's collected by Carey. But I mean, you can see, sense the warning lights flashing, can't you, for England here?
Terrific to be with you, Aggers. This is the first stint at the end of...
It is. Yeah. I know, and I've worked with you for ages, Dirk. It's lovely to see you again. Really good. Actually, do you know, one of the nicest things about the last 2 days has been catching up with all the old friends here who I haven't seen for so long.
Gee, there's a lot of them.
There is a lot of them. There is a lot of them. But it's just been such a friendly couple of days. In goes Richardson, bowls, and forward comes Malan, playing it nicely.
How do you go picking up the pink ball?
Quite difficult, if I'm honest.
And we're a long way away.
Yeah, we are. No, that last wicket, actually, I heard it. Not the Burns one, the last one of Australia's. I was commentating, didn't see it. I don't know what the crowd think. Whether the crowd can see this pink ball more easily than, say, a white one. I'm not so sure, because we are a long way away.
So do you think it just looks from square on, you've got absolutely no idea whether they played and missed or not?
Well, I wonder. I'd love to hear, actually. There's Richardson, too wide of the off stump again, and a little bit short. And if we were critical of England and their length, well, I think you've got to say Richardson just needs to get a couple of feet further up here. But he's looking lively, though. He's settling into his work. He's pulling on a very new-looking baggy green there, compared to some of the more worn and battered ones
amongst his teammates. There's a spring about the steps of the Aussies, though. They know. And the point here is, just say England do knuckle down and they get through to the next new ball. Well, that's going to be taken about the same time again. You know, with the light fading and the floodlights on. You know, it's tough. If you bat first and judge it right, it does give you a big advantage, I think, in the day-night game with the pink ball, because declarations and so on, you can work it if you bat well. Yes. On a flat pitch. In comes Stark from the far end, and Hamid allows that to pass by outside the off stump. Funnily enough, I can see the pink ball very easily on the telly. It seems to stand out quite well on the telly going down, but maybe it is the distance. We are a long way away here, which only underlines that brutal four that Stark hit off Stokes.
Straight back.
With two men back, long on, long off, on probably the longest straight boundary in the world. And neither of them could get there. Well, that was like a missile. No, there was some terrific hitting there. 1 for 12. Burns is out. And Stark turns in the distance. Comes loping in again. The slips are ready, and Hamid once more can allow that to pass harmlessly by outside the off stump. Crowd today 24,000, I note, so not as big as yesterday's, but then the first day of a test always gets people in. And lots of Christmas parties I saw today as we walked through the town. People all dressed up, ready to go. So I hope you've had a good time and enjoyed those. If you're listening in now, maybe a little bit weary for the lunch, but you've had a good time, I'm sure. Hot day. Not quite so hot tomorrow. About 30, I think, tomorrow. Stark again pauses for a moment, way down there at the far end. Fans chanting behind him as he runs in and he bowls, and Hamid does have to play it. This on the off stump, he just comes jabbing forward and rolls down to slip, and there is no run.
Mitchell Stark's been so effective in this day-night test match of cricket because he bowls so full, and I think at the moment he's just trying to get his radar right. But what I like, Hamid is perfectly happy and composed and content to let the ball go.
Well, I've got high hopes for Hamid. I think he can bat. I really do. He just needs to score. He just needs to just prove to himself that he can do it. Tough now though. Stark's on his way and he bowls to him. Oh, he lets that go. And that wasn't far away from hitting his off stump, but he let it go on length.
I think you can see from the Australian innings, you don't really need to try and score.
Yeah.
Look at what Warner did at the start of his innings.
Absolutely, yeah, Smith. No, it's been a strange couple of days in a way with the way that cricket's been played, and it almost paid off for England. There was a moment today, around about lunchtime actually, wasn't there, or the dinner break, or whatever you're going to call it, where they got those 3 wickets, and hang on, the Aussies aren't that far ahead, and if we do carry this on and get another couple, then they're not going to get that 410 or 20. In comes Stark, bowls outside the off stump, and Hamid lets it go, but of course it didn't happen. And,
but imagine if they didn't go to that short stuff yesterday.
Yeah, I agree. I think they'd have probably conceded more runs, but taken more wickets.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was saying this morning, I'd rather 5 for 270 than
absolutely
2 for 220.
No, I'm with you on that. And we've heard some excuses and stuff, but actually the last ball of the 80th over that Wokes bowled from this end, the last ball, in other words, with the old ball, just moved away, beat the bat of Labuschagne, who's on 90 odd, and you think, well, if you just bowled that length all day, it's plugged away, yeah, it might have been more than 220, it might have been 270. And comes Stark, bowls, and Hamid tries to drive there, doesn't time it, but it might have been for 5 or 6.
It must be frustrating as a broadcaster to always hear the excuses that they come up with. Always.
I ignore them now.
Just rubbish.
I know. I ignore them. I just you just don't take any notice of it, really. I mean, you just have to.
Does anyone call them on it?
Well, I try to. I mean, I was pretty firm with Root before this match. I said, why don't you judge your, back your own bowling? For a start, why didn't you bowl yourself at Brisbane and play the team that everyone else would have picked? We didn't get the chance to speak to Chris Silverwood. I'm quite interested in that relationship. You see, Chris Silverwood is the head man. He is everything. Okay, so he's the selector. He is the team manager, the team coach. He is the Supremo, as you would call him. So, Supremo, who's judged by England's performances, even more so than the captain, really, because he does take responsibility. In goes Richardson, bowls, and that's played quite late by Milan, out to point. Lyon is the fielder there, there's no run. Just say the Supremo, the big boss, says to the captain, right, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go short. After an hour of play, we're going to go short. We're going to bowl really dry. We're just going to bowl that short of a length, men back, 4 on the boundary, this and that and this and that. And so the captain says, I don't think that's right. I mean, I'm only saying, because they are Yorkshire folk and they both get on and they know each other. But I'm just saying, just say the captain says, well, actually, no, I don't think that is the right thing to do. Who gets the say? In goes Richardson outside the off stump this one, and Milan can allow it to go by.
I think that's been a little bit of the case with Australia as well over the last few years. It's been Justin Langer's team.
Right. And is he judged by performance and he's the supreme? Does he pick the team?
No.
You have got a chair of selectors, haven't you?
He's not quite Supremo. Well,
Yeah.
What's under Supremo? Vice Supremo?
Semi-Supremo. Yeah, Deputy Supremo. But no, Chris Silverwood is Supremo. He picks the team. It's his team.
Yeah.
He gets paid to carry the can. So if he says to Root, I'm the Supremo, this is how you're going to do it, and the captain actually thinks, I think it's rubbish. Richardson's gone round the wicket now. It's down the leg side. Milan's a little nibble at it. It's neatly taken by Carey, who's had a good day too. His batting was excellent today.
Who pulled the trigger when it all changed to be Silverwood?
Who pulled the trigger? Well, they got rid of Ed Smith, who was the selector. So that would have been Ashley Giles, who is the Supremo's Supremo. We have many Supremos. It's like North Korea. Now here's Richardson. That's pushed away into the offside, and there's no run as Milan again defends. Yeah, and if you disagree, you go out and no. Haven't quite got to that stage yet. But no, we have a lot of Supremos, and yet no obvious. I don't know. I mean, can you imagine Ian Chappell having a Supremo when he was captain?
Yeah.
Right, Ian, you're going to do that. Then if you win the toss, that's what you're going to do. And you'll tell Dennis to bowl with 2 slips and a gully, and then he's going to bowl a series of bouncers from. And I think I know what Ian would have said to that. It's Richardson bowling outside the off stump. I mean, I know it's a different time, and you didn't have coaches and managers, and the captain was in charge, and now you have all these people who have come in and have all got responsibility for stuff. But I just think this should be the captain should be the man he's got to carry out the.
And do you suspect that Root doesn't have the sway?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I'm just saying that because Silverwood because his neck's on the block, would he allow the captain to do his own thing?
It's pretty difficult for him to flick the captain, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, English captains don't get flicked, actually. Here's Milan playing forward to Richardson again, probing the off stump. Tidy over. Perhaps quite play enough, but it's 1 for 12 from 6 with Burns out. The last England captain who, as you put it, in the quaintly Australian way, who got the flick, was, I suspect, Kevin Peterson, actually, back in 2008. Doesn't happen. English captains are largely there for as long as they want. Aussie captains? Well, you've had that, yeah. You can't count.
There might have been one.
Yeah, but you can't count. Okay, so the Smith thing was different. But
yeah.
Going back through the years, I mean, I can't think of Mark Taylor. He would have finished, didn't he? Retired. Steve Waugh retired. He hung on grimly. I remember 2002. He wasn't fired. How many Aussie captains have been fired? I mean, for on-the-field performance rather than anything else. Obviously Payne, you can't put in that category. I mean, he resigned, didn't he? And Smith resigned.
Yeah.
So how many have been sacked in recent times? Going back 30 years or so, I don't know.
Rick?
With us, you see Gooch resigned, Atherton resigned. Now we've got Nisa there, bowling his first ball, and Hamid backed away at virtually the last moment. He should have been ready, because Nisa literally let the ball go, actually.
Wasn't a bad first ball either.
It wasn't a bad first ball, but for some reason Hamid backed away. Well, he backed away just literally as he let the ball go, and the umpire did call dead ball, before it passed the stumps. But that was a very late decision by Hamid. I don't know what put him off. But he looked up suddenly. You've got to be, I'm afraid, you've got to be ready for when the bowler's ready to go, the batsman's got to be ready too. In comes Nisa then, his first ball, and it's prodded away by Hamid down into the gully. Well, there's a case of me not seeing the ball. Did you see that one?
No.
I didn't either.
Not a chance.
Didn't see where that had gone.
The other issue we've got here is this.
Well, the windows could do with a clean. Our producer, I have to be honest, does very little during the day. And I really think tomorrow morning he'd get a ladder out. Maybe that one Stuart Broad used here against Mitchell Johnson for the sight screen at the far end. And clean, get the windows a bit of a clean. In comes Nisa, bearded, and he bowls full. Flicks in the onside, it's caught! Caught at mid-on. And it's a first test wicket for Michael Nisa. And I would hazard a guess that if he in some way dreamt about how he might get his first test wicket, caught mid-on off a drive, a firm drive, would probably be one of the last options he would consider. It doesn't matter. He's been mobbed by his teammates. He's got his first test wicket. England lose their second of this evening at 2 for 12. Hamid's walking off, having punched that hard to mid-on.
Well, I think he's played this ball as he's seen the length and he's gone to lean on it as though he wanted to drive it, but this ball swung in. I don't think he was necessarily expecting it to swing that far and in towards him, so been lured into the shot, went through with it, and all he could do was limply hit it up to shortish mid-on.
So Nisa takes a wicket with his second ball in Test cricket, which is pretty special, you have to say. I remember Richard Illingworth of England taking a wicket with his first ball, but I've not seen too many over the years. And to take a Test wicket, second ball, is A, special for him, but B, very liberating. Relax. He batted really well. Wicket already. Ooh, just run in and enjoy it now. No searching. He can just run in and bowl now. And he's got Joe Root coming out again with England in dire straits at 2 for 12.
Test cricket's easy.
Well, but you can just relax now, can't you? I mean, he scored runs, but when you play at this level, you're trying to prove it to yourself. You're trying to prove it to your teammates. You're trying to prove it to the supporters that you're good enough. And if you can get an early wicket like that, it takes so much of that anxiety away. Well, strange old dismissal, that punch to mid-on. I say, it doesn't matter. And Hamid's out for 6. It was Stark who took the catch. The crowd loving it. But a second ball wicket for Michael Nisa. I say, batted brilliantly as well, just in the way the game is poised. And now he's bowling to England's captain, with the crowd behind him. Nisa bowls to Root, a very hostile bouncer. We've got rain coming down now as well, just to add to the excitement. Light rain. It felt very thundery earlier, but I don't think the umpires will like this very much. Joe Root certainly won't. He's going all the way down the pitch. It's raining actually quite steadily, and that adds to the complexity of the situation for England. And Joe Root won't be pleased about this at all, and he's looking towards Rod Tucker. Good ball again, just outside the off stump. It climbed, hit high up on the bat and bounced just in front of Smith at second slip, but not by much. The umpire's still conferring, but they're going to carry on. Well, what drama. And we've still got, well, potentially about an hour of play left tonight. The rain has lightened a little, if I'm honest. And here comes Nisa again, bowls to Root, who goes back, steers that away through the gully. It's his favourite scoring area. And he might pick up 4. It's being pursued all the way down to the boundary. And in fact, he'll trot back for a third run. You can't leave your seats at the moment. So it's gripping stuff. And while Root will be ticking and love this sort of situation, he won't be enjoying it very much because, so the light rain falling. We've got a rain rate, thank you, Rick, and where are we? 8:55 p.m. Yeah, there's some blibs and blobs on the radar there, but nothing Nothing too bad, is there? I don't think. I think green is light on this. Obviously, the rain radars, different colours mean different things, but I don't think it's very threatening rain. And Milan's on strike. Nisa on his way, moves in bowls to him, short of a length, dabbed carefully into the offside. And there you go, an over that Michael Nisa will never forget. He's taken a wicket with his second ball in Test cricket. Slightly unusual, in fact, highly unusual. An opening batsman caught at mid-on. Doesn't happen very often, that's for sure. But it doesn't matter how you get your first one, you've got it. And he's off and running. The crowd's baying. Fantastic atmosphere here. The Riches, look at them waving their microphones around. I think it's their microphones. As Nisa goes down there to go and see them. Wonderful sight, great atmosphere. With an hour or 55 minutes anyway left of play on this second day. They're chanting his name. And Richardson is going to continue from our end. 3 slips and a gully waiting. He's on his way. He's bowling to Joe Root, who works that into the leg side. Doesn't go very far. This runs out to mid-wicket. Stephen Finn's alongside me. I warned you in the last Test match, Stephen, there are times it's not great to be a POM in the ABC box, and I'll just offer you the thought that maybe this is one of those times.
It feels that way. I almost feel as though we should just put our phones on, put 2010-11 on and commentate on that.
Well, remind ourselves of past glories, maybe, but it's tense, isn't it? I mean, it's brilliant atmosphere. Lots of bats fluttering around in the lights. As Richardson moves in, bowls to Root, who plays very late from the offside. Picked up by Lyon. And there's no run. It's, again, just done enough. I mean, that was a highly unusual dismissal, wasn't it? I was just saying before you sat down, I mean, Nisa, who'd have thought of all the ways he might get his first wicket, little nick behind or whatever it may be, but caught mid-on, wouldn't have featured too high in the list, but I mean, it doesn't matter, does it? And it's an unusual way for an opening batsman to get out.
Yeah, you see him stab down on those and hit them straight into the ground. It's almost as though it stopped in the pitch and he was through the shot way sooner than he thought.
There's Richardson bowls and Root plays that shuffling forward out towards mid-off. Lights of an aeroplane coming into land twinkle in the night sky as the aeroplane moves from right to left. And here the ground bathed in floodlight. Coal black overhead. And just a fantastic atmosphere. That rain has stopped. Or at least I'm pretty sure it's stopped. I can't see it up against the floodlights now. So the umpires do a good job there in staying on. I mean, you can't see where it's coming from or how much there is of it. Richardson, right arm over, bowls. And Root again on the back foot. Plays into the offside, 140 kilometres. So a lively pace that Jai Richardson's bowling. So you might want to pitch it up a little bit further than he is at the moment. That was a criticism of England's bowlers. Just a foot or two, half a metre, to really challenge the batsman, challenge his technique. We've got some reaction to that pink ball discussion we were talking about. Because Richardson and bowls. There's a lovely shot from Root driving, a good save though. That mid-off, you only get one for that. It's a good shot. We're talking about the pink ball, and it is quite tricky to see, I think. The pink ball's definitely harder to pick up than white or red when viewed live. This is from Brenton in the members. It looks great on TV, but it's really difficult to see live, particularly square on. So, I think that's right. It does take a little while to adjust, doesn't it? There is moments where it seems to disappear. TV cameras have red filters to highlight the pink ball. Here's Ruth, who's sitting downstairs. It's very hard to see live. I don't like it, says Ruth, who's sitting downstairs somewhere. Well, enjoy the evening, Ruth. Enjoy the atmosphere if you can't see the ball.
The England batters aren't like the pink ball either.
They can't see it either, so I wouldn't worry about it. In goes Richardson. He's there now, and he bowls to Milan, who allows that to go through outside the off stump. It's collected low down by Carey in front of first slip. Round they go. And it feels like someone should be coming in here, but I'm not sure. It's Jim. It's Jim coming in. So thank goodness I can get out of this chair. Jim, this is a non-wicket taking chair. Just so you know, as of now on, after Stephen and this break, Jim's coming in.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, Australia versus England. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
Well, folks, this is a challenging session with the ball wobbling around a bit when you can see it. And Nisa's full of energy. He runs up and bowls, and Root pushes away on the offside between cover and point and picks up a single. So it was always going to be that England would be out there at this time of the evening. Don't know. Have you seen the ball move a lot?
Not heaps, no. To be honest, the Hamid dismissal was strange. The only excuse or reasoning that I can give was that he just slightly snatched and pushed at it, potentially just held in the surface a little bit. It was a lot fuller than anything we'd seen so far from Michael Nisa.
3 slips in the gully. Wait. Nisa bowls. Milan leaves outside the line of the off stump. Yes, they've had a lot of leaves against this bowling. Haven't had to play at a lot of deliveries, and unfortunately for England's top order, 2 that they did play at. One was snicked from Burns straight to Smith, and the other was punched with a bit of bottom hand and ended up in the hands of mid-on and Mitchell Stark to give Nisa a wicket. He's on his way to bowl, and he pitches up at Milan, who just pushes away down towards mid-off. Was fielded by Travis Head. 2 for 17. Nisa's having a ball this evening. He clubbed a few 4s and a big 6, and he's got a wicket.
Yeah, it's amazing what that momentum can do for you as a bowler as well. I know when you go out there and you slog a few, you sort of grow in stature a little bit. It gives you that added bit of energy when you come have the ball in your hand, especially the momentum that Australia got at the back end of their batting innings. To then take that into the bowling innings is a massive, massive help.
Away from the northern end he goes in. All this lightning is that ball goes through outside the off stump. There was a big lightning strike above the ground, and that might cause the umpires to go off. And now that you can hear the rumble in the jungle, and that's enough with occupational health and safety for the umpires to feel it is no longer safe to stay out on the ground. And it was a clear lightning bolt above the ground that went off. Yep, and we're seeing a replay of it on TV. So that could be the end of play for this evening. You don't expect that to occur, but it has been a very warm day, and as is often the case when you get that kind of weather, it's followed up by rain or a storm. And Rick Finlay's weather map, which indicates some blobs of excitement somewhere in the sky away to the southwest, and there we go. Play has stopped, and play may well be completed, because I don't think the umpires are going to come back on with a storm lightning band in the vicinity. 2 for 17. So, whoo, for England. Take a deep breath. Stumps.
Come back when the sun's shining tomorrow morning. Yeah, every eventuality that England didn't want to happen today but almost did happen. They didn't make a breakthrough in the early part of the day. They were wasting the opportunity with Marnus Labuschagne taking advantage of a couple of lives to make his century. And then as the day went on, it just became more and more inevitable that Australia were just going to declare as soon as they deemed it the perfect conditions to bowl, and then to rub salt in the wounds of the England players to lose 2 wickets this evening. One to a good ball from Stark. Rory Burns just pushing at a ball around off stump, taken at second slip by Steve Smith, comfortable height, and Haseeb Hamid in bizarre fashion stabbing the ball to mid-on for Michael Nisa's first Test match wicket, and England going in 17 for 2, staring down the barrel of a first innings score of 473 from Australia. Gives Australia so much momentum going into tomorrow.
So let's stick to the positives for England here. What do you see on that surface, which now has well, it's going to have a tarpaulin on at the moment. The Hessians down on the pitch just in case it rains. The positives for England.
Well, the positive will be if they don't have to bat again under lights here and come back tomorrow, hopefully when it's sunny and the pitch is even paced, and they can start to build an innings. That Joe Root is not out, I think, is a positive at the moment. I thought the England bowlers, they toured well for a majority of the innings, but then it all got away from them in that final bit when they were tired and lethargic and had been in the field for 150 plus overs. It becomes very difficult to stifle that scoring rate. And Australia got away and got the momentum, and there's no doubt that was set up by the Australians' disciplined batting yesterday and through the first part of today for them to make sure that they were bowling at the correct time. So yeah, I'd say it's been a very tough day for England, to be honest.
Well, that's the advantage of winning the toss and batting and getting away as Australia did, abetted by a few missed opportunities for England. And today things looked to be going all right when Labuschagne was caught behind, but he got a reprieve on a no ball. It didn't help much. He only made one more, and he was LBW to Robinson. But thereafter, some excellent batting from Smith, Carey, and then Neser and Stark. It got Australia to a not massive but strong total given the normal conditions, with pink ball here of 9 for 473. And television's having fun as we sit and talk because they're replaying the lightning strikes. And yeah, they're quite spectacular, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't know what that's hit. It's hit something in the distance, so whatever's beyond the scoreboard. As you look from the Sir Donald Bradman Pavilion, if you would look over the top of the scoreboard, whatever big building is behind there, as the rain does start to come down now. Here, as you look into the light of the floodlight, and you can see the rain, not heavy, just dropping down on the ground. But yeah, there's a building in the background that's absolutely copped it from that lightning bolt.
Well, I hope it wasn't the cathedral, but I think it was a bit further up the road. And the rain is not heavy. I mean, if you're on the golf course, you wouldn't even pause with that coming down, would you?
No. I mean, the
you're an all-weather player, aren't you?
I'm a fair-weather player. Very fair weather. If it's cold or too hot, or it's raining, or there's the danger of snakes or bugs of any description coming out and getting me, then I'm off that golf course.
You've been playing here at all? You had a game?
No, I didn't bring my sticks. No, I'm not good enough to take them overseas, I'm afraid.
You'll have to get into it. Well, that could be the close of play. It's 16 minutes past 9. If we get to 9:30 without resumption, is that stumps? Rick, come on, wear your umpire's badge.
Sounds like a plan.
Sounds like a plan. Yeah, I think you're having $1 each way there. I would have thought, Dirk Nannis is joining us as well, that it's probably the end of the day. They're not going to risk coming back on with lightning around the place. But I'm assuming 9:30 is the cut-off if they don't get back out there, although they can play until 10. What do you reckon?
We're not getting back on. They're
okay, thank you.
Stationary down there next to the... they're looking like they're thinking of being busy, but they're not going to be.
Yes, well, we've heard on the grapevine that 9:30 is the cut-off, so we'll assume that. And we can probably assume with the covers on the square and a little bit of mizzle around the place that we're not going to get any more play tonight. But what play we've had is secured, sort of reaffirmed Australia's control of the game. What did you think of the bowling from the trio this evening with the score at, what is it now, 2 for 17?
Well, they've made some serious inroads, of course, but I think they could have bowled better. I thought
made them play more.
Yeah, I thought Richardson was a fraction short. Stark at times was full enough, but I just think it shows the danger of bowling straight on this surface. As soon as they're straight and full, it's such a challenge. And you look at the Hamid dismissal, he had to play at that, although his first intention was to drive the ball through the offside, but the ball swung in and he dollied it up. But it's the benefit of bowling full on this pitch. That's where I think England are so far behind in this game. I think it's from a tactical perspective when they had the ball in their hand.
Steve, you agree with that?
Yeah, I think when England would have come into this game talking about bowling dry. I heard Stuart Broad's interview this morning when he was talking about it, and he said the temptation would be to get the ball up there, but they felt as though that would give the Australian batters too many scoring opportunities, which you do have to risk sometimes when you are getting the bounce. We saw a number of balls bouncing over the stumps from a relatively full length yesterday, which meant that you needed to push it that little bit fuller. So especially in these conditions here, I think maybe it's different in the middle of the day when both teams are just playing a bit of a holding role until this period of the day where all the action seems to happen. But certainly under these conditions here, the premise should be to make the batters play as much as possible.
Yes, well, I can think of quite a few left-hand opening batsmen who would have got out in the way Burns did to Stark. I mean, it was a useful delivery, bowled at pace. I mean, how do you prevent yourself from doing what he did?
You leave the ball. I think if you look at what the Australian top order did, they left the ball extremely well, and he didn't have to play at that. The line was good.
It was quick, it's good pace.
Oh, yeah, well, it's coming that quick. It's pretty hard to make a decision.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have been able to. Finney would have, in his pomp.
Oh, in my pomp, yeah. I'd probably just hit it straight back past him in my pomp. But I'm a bit past that pomp now, so it probably castled me. But, it's a tough one as well. I think because there wasn't consistent swing in those opening couple of overs from Mitchell Starc. So he pushed a couple across the right-handers to begin, and then he brought one back, and then he pushed a couple into Rory Burns that he clipped through mid-wicket, and then that one holds its line. So it does make it incredibly difficult when there's slightly erratic movement from the ball when it's coming down, and again when it's coming at 90 miles an hour, to make that decision about whether it is going to carry on with the arm or whether it's going to leave you can be difficult. The premise of being an opening batter, I suppose, is to protect your stumps, and I think that's all Rory Burns was trying to do.
I think the important thing here is to leave.
It is, but if you think it's going to hit your stumps, then you have to play it.
Now, Rick is playing policeman over there. He's directing the traffic. What are you telling us, Rick?
Play's been abandoned for the day, and play will resume at 2:11 tomorrow PM.
2:11. That's an early start, isn't it?
Yes.
2:11. You sure it's 2:11?
Yes, that's 19 minutes we lost before 9:30.
You got that, Mr. Producer? 2:11. See you, Steve. He's heading off to do whatever he needs to do. 2:11. Right. Okay, I'm glad they've got Duckworth Lewis, mathematicians and algorithms and whatever to make the calculations to tell us that. So that's it for the day. We've had 8.4 overs. It's 2 for 17. And Sam Majeski, the fourth umpire, I think he's decided that, it's time to go up to the tea room and have a chat to the boys who've been umpiring, Rod Tucker and Blocker Wilson. And that means Australia, having declared at 9 for 473, have England in a little bit of bother at 2 for 17. Now, Dirk, you're moving around like a leopard on a tree. What's happening?
Well, I'm trying to do the right thing and sit on the right side of you, Jim, because over here where I've got this
on
chair...
my right, yes, you must sit on my right.
Yeah, this is not standard protocol. This isn't in the ABC manual where I'm sitting here.
Yes, Ian Chappell's come in to join us, and there's more lightning in the distance. If you were out there batting and you saw that, would you immediately just turn on your heel and go?
So I don't remember lightning being a great problem, although...
Well, you didn't play at night very often.
No, we did. I do remember Willie Watson opening the batting late at the SCG, and the lightning went off, and he reckoned it had WW on the lightning, and he just said to the umpires, "See you later, I'm off. It's got my name on it." And there was a time when I played where you could appeal against the light.
Not the lightning.
No, I don't recall lightning being a big problem, but you could definitely appeal against the light. Then it went into...
It is raining now. It is raining now. Definitely raining.
Scottish rain?
A bit heavier than that, yes.
But then they put it in the umpire's hands, and you couldn't appeal against the light.
I've been off the lightning before. T20 game in Benoni in South Africa on the Highveld there.
Where the Highveld, yes.
When the lightning storm came in, and we bailed before the lightning actually struck because it just looked like a sheet of lightning strikes every 5 seconds coming straight at the ground, and we all just ran into the change room. So But now that we're looking out, there's actually quite a lot of lightning strikes further off from the city now, and I'd be pretty comfortable sitting in the rooms, although Australia would have wanted to stay out there, of course.
What did Lee Trevino say? Hold a one iron in the air, because even God couldn't hit a one iron.
I remember as a kid, while we're on this diversion, before we go to grandstand at Stumps, because it is raining, the covers are down. That's it, folks. Go and have a cup of tea, or, down to the local if it's still open. 2 for 17. And I saw Trevino give a demonstration of how to play out of a bunker with a 3-iron when the pin was only about 10 yards away. And he and I think Ballesteros might have been the other one, Sammy Sneed. It was unbelievable how they could do that, because it's got no loft on it.
Well, Sevi grew up doing a bit of caddying, I think, and they learned to play with basically one club.
Yeah.
Lee Trevino played for his living at one stage with not much money in his pocket, and he would bet on himself to win the match. And in the words of Lee Trevino, I remember reading his book there at one stage, he said, we all leak oil, it's a matter of how much we leak. Some don't leak as much as others.
Are you a golfer, Dirk?
I try to hack around a bit.
Now,
yeah,
you
might
have been the bloke or your relation who was at Greater Greensbury getting a lesson from Sam Sneed, and he kept turning up every week, and he kept wondering how he might improve. And after 6 lessons, he said to Sam Sneed, he said, I'm paying good money, Sam. Why I am not improving? And Sam said to him, he said, if I were you, I'd give up.
Yeah. Sam was being brutally frank.
I think Sam was always brutally frank. But here we are talking about golf, because this is a cricket commentary from the Adelaide Oval where there is no play. And these are the sorts of things that you get up to when you haven't got any cricket to talk about. I'm not going to describe the lightning. Can you just describe what we saw down behind the fig trees?
Look out there. It's not raining, Jim.
Stop raining. Get them back out there. Start playing again. I better just give some information, Rick, if you've got a scorecard about what happened today, in case anyone has missed it. 9 for 473, folks. And these were the batsmen out. Labuschagne, LBW Robinson, 103, I think he got, Rick. Anyway, Smith, LBW Anderson, that was plumb, and he reviewed it. 93. Head bowled Root, 18. Green bowled Stokes, 2. Kerry caught Hamid bowled Anderson, 51. Nisat had a romp in the middle, and he made 35 briskly. He was caught by Broadoff Stokes. Richardson went 3-6, caught for 9 by Butler off Wokes. And Starkers was 38 not out, 9 for 473. Stokes took 3 wickets, Anderson 2, and the other blokes 1 each. Burns caught Smith bowled Stark 4. Hamid caught Stark bowled Nisa 6. And who's in there at the moment? Joe Root's on 5, and Milan 5. So we'll hold for a few more minutes before we go to a grandstand at Stump. So, all right, folks, what's going to happen in this game? Who wants to go first? Put your hand up. I'm not saying you are. Dirk.
Just an observation. If it's too dangerous and they come off the lightning, why do they let all the groundsmen just stand out in the middle and do their work? Are they expendable?
Good question. That will be on the front page of the paper tomorrow. Officials ignore the health and safety of the ground staff.
They're mostly security, and no one worries about security, do they?
They're dispensable, are they?
Well, they are mostly security guards on the ground, although we do have one of the ground staff with the hose out watering the bowlers' run-ups.
There's a bloke walking across the ground with some metal object. I mean, surely he's in danger. If the lightning hits that, he's dead. I mean, that's a very bad idea, isn't it?
What's he got there? A leaf blower?
I think he's got a leaf blower, yeah. But anyway, that's like walking across with a 2-iron, not a 1-iron. And there's more lightning down at the far end.
Yeah, and what about the guys with the hose? Water and electricity are not a good combination.
No, I think there'll be a Royal Commission, for sure, into all of this. It's not a good idea. What do you think about the game? Have England got a chance of getting out of it from here?
I can't see England even drawing the game, but I think Australia would have been very disappointed they didn't get to bowl more. It looked like really good bowling conditions, and I think they would have liked at least 20 overs at them, and well, they could have had 3 or 4 wickets, which would have been exactly what Australia wanted.
I think had they known that there was a risk of this, or had they known that this would have happened in terms of the weather, they probably would have pulled the pin a little bit earlier. But hindsight's a beautiful thing.
Bowling is the important thing. I mean, you always think, doesn't matter what position you are in the Test team, you always think 20 wickets is the hardest thing to get. I mean, runs, you figure batsmen will come along and you'll get reasonable sort of score. But getting the 20 wickets is always the thing that exercises your mind.
I don't think it's going to be safe to leave the ground tonight. We'll have to stay here. I'm seeing a lot of lightning. I mean, there's a health and safety issue for the staff as well in this box, as well as the ground staff. Rick's looking very concerned. He doesn't like lightning.
How do we get home?
Well, we don't. We stay here, sleep on the floor. It's happened before in ABC offices and commentary boxes. So there we go. And, you know, it's 9:30. I mean, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go down to Grandstand at Stumps with Andrew Moore. G'day, Andrew. He's not there? Oh, there he is. Okay. Well, look, we'll have a bit of Roxy music, and then Andrew's going to come in and serenade you for half an hour with the boys.
ABC Sport now has its very own newsletter, and we'd be pumped to have you on board.
The ABC of Sport will provide a wrap of all the best stuff that's happening in sport every week.
Simply go to abc.net.au/connect
and get ready for a sport hit in your inbox every Friday.
Get on board with the ABC of Sport newsletter
for content that makes you think
or allows you not to.
Grandstand at Stumps.
And he gets the edge, caught at second slip. Goes off the edge, down to the boundary, and he's caught. Caught it flying leg. Driving through cover, he's hit that one with better timing. He'll race to the right for 4.
Grandstand at Stumps. Welcome. I'm Andrew Moore alongside Dirk Nannis and Kristen Beams after a rain-shortened second day of the second men's Ashes test between Australia and England at Adelaide Oval. Normally we're coming to you from ground level, but because of the rain, more particularly because of the lightning around the place, we're in the broadcast box for Grandstand at Stumps, where the situation is a great day for Australia again, an horrific day for England again. The Australians having resumed on 2 for 221. They end up declaring at 9 for 473. Out today, Marnus Labuschagne, LBW, Ollie Robinson for 103, his 6th Test century, 305 deliveries and 8 boundaries. Travis Head was bowled by Joe Root for 18. Cameron Green bowled by Ben Stokes for 2 from just the 5th delivery he faced. And then after the dinner break, Steve Smith so close. LBW to Jimmy Anderson for 93 of 201 deliveries, 12 fours and 1 6. And he put on with Marnus Labuschagne, a partnership of 120, and they averaged 65 together as a pair. Alex Carey came in and batted beautifully in front of his home crowd before he was out. Caught by Hamid at cover off Jimmy Anderson for 51 off 107 deliveries, 5 boundaries in just his second test. And then in the final session, Michael Neser on debut batted brilliantly before he held out to Stuart Broad at long on off Ben Stokes for 35 of 24 deliveries, 5 fours and a 6. Jai Richardson came and went, caught Butler bowled Wokes for 9 from only 3 deliveries at a massive 6 over mid-wicket in front of the Sir Edwin Smith stand. And with the full of his wicket, Australian captain Steve Smith clapped their hands, called them in with Mitchell Starc 39 not out of 39 balls with 5 fours. 25 extras, 9 declared for 473. The innings lasting 150 overs and 4 balls. For England, James Anderson got the rewards late. 29 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 58. Stuart Broad, 26 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 73. Chris Wokes, 23 overs and 4 balls, 6 maidens, 1 for 103. Ollie Robinson, 27 overs, 13 maidens, 1 for 45. Ben Stokes, 25 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 113. He started to go for a lot of runs late, but he did pick up the 3-for. And Joe Root, 20 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 72. England went into bat with 92 minutes left. Officially 26 overs to play, but it only took 2 and a bit overs for Mitchell Starc to strike. He got rid of Rory Burns, who played at a ball he could have left, and was comfortably snapped up at slip by Steve Smith. Burns out for 4. It was 1 for 7. And then Nasib Hamid, well, he lasted until the 7th over before he played a drive, and the in-swing perhaps got him as he drilled it to Mitchell Stark, was caught at mid-on. And Michael Neser, what a debut, what a day he's had. Picks up a wicket with his second ball in Test cricket. He was out for 6, and it was 2 for 12. And when the rain, lightning and so on came in the 9th over, England 2 for 11. Joe Root is there with Dawood Malan. Malan not out 1. Joe Root is 5. And remember, they put on a partnership of 162 in the second innings of the first Test at the Gabba. For Australia, Mitchell Stark, 3 overs, a maiden, 1 for 11. Jai Richardson, boy, he was spot on, wasn't he? 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 1. And Michael Neser, 1 over and 4 balls, 1 for 4. Former Australian leg spinner Kristen Beams. Welcome, Beamsy. It was another really dominant day for Australia, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It looked like a tough day for England, but a very good day for Australia, and they've probably played it the way that they wanted to play it, knowing that they could control when they were going to get out there with a pink ball. I like to see the acceleration in the back end of that innings, and it looked like it changed gears a little bit. And then with the ball spot on, you can't ask for too much more to have that little crack of 8.4 overs and end up with 2 wickets. I think that was a perfect finish, and they walk away very content with how the last 2 days have gone.
Former fast bowler Dirk Nannis. Dirk, the English side, they had some questionable tactics throughout, which we've discussed ad nauseum for 2 days. Equally, not a whole heap of luck going their way. Maybe the only bit of luck was the lightning and the rain to avoid the last 49 minutes of play.
That's pretty much the only thing that's gone their way today, isn't it? Look, they've been better today, absolutely, with the ball. Probably too fast again to go to that short bowling. I don't think they saw any benefit out of doing that across the entire innings. But then with the bat, just desperately wanting again. And I think they saw Malan and Root, the way they were playing so assuredly, front and back foot just there towards the end. I think that's the blueprint they have to go with. But unfortunately, it seems like they're the only 2 people in the side who are actually playing that way.
I was fearing at the back of the box if Root particularly went, but even if Milan went, this could have been catastrophic in the last hour.
But Milan looks organised.
Yes, he
doesn't
does.
he?
Yeah.
He's played nothing flashy. He understands that he needs to leave the ball. I think if you look at what happened at the start of the Australian innings when Dave Warner was 1 off 28 balls or whatever it was, they were so content to leave the ball. I think if we're being hypercritical for the Australian bowling, I think Richardson sort of fell for a bit of the trap of what the England bowlers were. They were bowling a bit short. Yes, they weren't getting hit. There was a lot of play and misses, but not really necessarily challenging because by the time the ball nipped away, it had nipped too far and it wasn't catching the edge. So I think Australia just have to take the medicine a bit and just go back to trying to hit the stumps time and time again. And the rewards are there. This pitch is still moving around. There's plenty of movement in this wicket to take 20 wickets, and it's just a matter of being patient enough and strong enough to be able to hit the stumps time and time again.
Yeah, well, the Australians, if we go back to their innings, as I say, they resumed on 2 for 221, and we're hopeful of having a word on the phone with the Australian captain Steve Smith on grandstand at stumps. Marnus Labuschagne, he resumed today on 95, and I guess today, Beamsy, his innings continued like it did the day before, where he gave 2 chances, the ball was beating the bat. He was given out off Ollie Robinson's first ball. He nicked one, he was caught behind, but then as he got to the gate, they looked at the replay and it was a no ball. So he got recalled, but his luck finally ran out in Ollie Robinson's next over when he was trapped LBW not playing a shot.
Yeah, I mean, how lucky are you? And there's probably no better feeling, I think, as a batter being, he was just about ready to get the applause from the crowd and ready to raise the bat, and then all of a sudden they said, no, back you come, you can have another go at it. And I think he's rode his luck really well, but he was very patient and worked through some difficult periods, and at least I think from an England point of view, it didn't then linger on for another 30, 40 runs. I think that nearly would have probably broken England at that point, but he just seems to know how to make runs.
Luck just goes his way constantly, and it would be so frustrating to be someone who doesn't have the same amount of luck in the team. Let's take for example a Marcus Harris who sits there and just thinks, oh no, now how to get out that way, and it just seems to find a way to get out all the time. And then you're looking at someone like Marnus Labuschagne, who everything seems to go to ground. Every catch seems to be dropped. It just seems to be the rub that he has. Yeah, but good on him. Well, you're getting a luck like that, make mountains of runs, and he's doing it.
Yeah. Well, how would you compare it, Dirk, to when a bowler's having a frustrating day in that, you know, you might beat the outside edge like Ollie Robinson 10 times a day and that luck's not going your way. Now, if you're a batter and you're playing miss, or you're dropped and you're feeling a little bit frustrated, you've got to snap back for the next ball or you're going to be out again. What's the difference between that and a bowler?
Well, I don't think necessarily bowling is always a reflection of how well you bowl. You can have an amazing bowling effort, take no wickets, the guy at the other end's taken 5. Or the guy who follows you after your spell takes wickets. I think the beauty of being a bowler is that you can, if you're having a bad day, you get whacked to the boundary, you can still go back to the end of your mark and bowl again. You can kind of work your way back into form. As a batter, when you're out, you're back in the shed.
Game over. Yeah.
But wondering why you play the game.
Yep.
It's a lonely place.
Captain Steve Smith, we again hopeful of speaking to him very shortly, but it seemed to be an innings that he really had to fight hard for, particularly for that first 50 runs or so, and he brought up his half century off 135 deliveries, and he finished out for 93 of 201 deliveries. So the fluency did start to come, but it wasn't, if you look at Steve Smith in 2019 against England, everything was so effortless and driving England mad, whacking balls from way outside off stump through mid-wicket for 4 with some regularity. So in some ways it was a really admirable innings because he did fight so hard.
Yeah, it felt like it had a lot of up and down. I think the way that England bowled was a factor. I think they bowled a lot of short stuff, so he probably had to be a little bit more patient. I think he was, at times, it nearly felt like he was overly patient. Like he was like, you know what, I'm actually going to spend some really good time here. And we didn't see him play as many attacking shots. But I think the England bowling was a bit of a factor. I think he worked through some difficult periods. But it was a really good innings for him. And no doubt coming back in with the captaincy as well, I'm sure he felt like that was a really important part, that not only you're taking the reins, but still you're able to make that contribution. But when he wanted to and when he wanted to change gears, he looked like, all of a sudden the wicket was playing a little bit easier, and, he's a class player.
What you make of his innings, Dirk?
I wasn't listening.
Steve Smith.
No, he's had a day today where I just admire the way he changes gears with his batting. Steve Smith, he seems so completely organised, and whilst the other end was struggling a little bit, he just always looked assured. Carey came to the crease and you wondered, well, how is Carey going to play? Is he going to be nervy? Steve Smith down the other end just never puts a foot wrong. And I like the way, one thing that I didn't talk about when his innings was going today is the way that he tries to minimise his modes of dismissal. And you see him go across the stumps and go back. That whole time when the ball's moving around, he's trying to minimise his mode of dismissal and minimise the chop-ons, minimise the edges. That's something that I really admire about the way he goes about his work.
Dirk Nannis, Kristen Beams, I'm Andrew Moore on ABC Sport. Grandstand at stumps with England 2 for 17 in reply to Australia's 9 declared for 473. Let's find out how the captain is feeling after so close to another 100 against England, but Australia in such a strong position. Steve Smith gratefully gives us his time, I think, down around the dugout area here at Adelaide Oval. G'day, Steve. How are you going?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Mate, very well. Congratulations on where Australia is at over these 2 days. We're just talking about your innings. It was one of those that I guess like Marnus Labuschagne in some ways, you had to fight really hard, especially in that first 50.
Yeah, that's right. It's a pretty tough wicket. Even the ball yesterday, I think, was still doing plenty, 80 overs old before they took that new one. So, it's a wicket. You've really got to grind and back your defence, leave well, and then cash in when they bowl you something loose. So that was essentially the game plan. And, fortunately, I guess it worked for a few of us in the first innings and got us in a nice position.
Now, here you are averaging over 60 in Test cricket. You've got 27 centuries to your name, 11 against England. What's the mindset difference between being out for 93 and scoring those 7 extra runs?
Oh, it would have been nice, obviously, to score another 7, but got one to shoot and see him back at me. It was a decent ball, I think, from Jimmy. So, no, look, it doesn't really matter too much to me. The position we're in is outstanding. I thought the tail played exceptionally well. Michael Nessa, you know, in his first Test match, really took the game on, and Mitchell Stark as well, and Jai Richardson at the back end too. So, got us some nice, handy runs. Obviously, it would have been nice to have, you know, been able to finish play tonight and not come off for the Lightning, but you know that happens, and we've still got a pretty new ball in the morning that hopefully will move around as well.
You were mentioning there that it was difficult to score and it was a difficult pitch. How much easier was it made by the tactics that England used?
Yeah, there were some strange tactics at certain times. You know, I thought they probably bowled a fraction short with their first new ball. Probably didn't hit the stumps as much as hopefully our boys will do. You know, we were able to leave quite a bit on length and sort of get ourselves into the innings. I think it's important that you're hitting the top of the stumps as much as possible. So, you know, that's the plan for our boys. Hopefully they can execute that tomorrow and challenge the defence of the England batters and take a few early ones and put them under some pressure.
Steve, in terms of the declaration, was it a matter of getting a certain number of runs in front, or was it more around that time frame with the lights coming into effect and the conditions for the pink ball under lights?
It wasn't so much the runs. I think it was handy the way our boys finished off. You know, the aggression they showed and the execution of the tail and Carey there. So that was handy. It was more the time. You know, I wanted around 20-odd to 25 overs. And we know, you know, the inroads you can make under lights, it's very difficult to bat. But having said that, I still believe there's plenty in the wicket. We saw last year bowling with the new ball in the day, our boys bowled India out for 30. So there's still plenty in the wicket. And hopefully we can put the ball in the right areas while it's new in the morning and make some early inroads.
A very unique situation to captain and the way you've come back into captaincy for this game. What's your attitude when you realise that this captaincy is just a temporary thing?
Yeah, look, I'm pretty chilled and relaxed. You know, obviously leading this week in you know pretty strange circumstances, obviously. But look, I'm just trying to lead on from where Paddy started last week, and help the boys have some success in this series. And you know, I'll continue after this week to help Paddy out in any way that I can, and help him grow as a leader and help this team evolve and hopefully turn into a very successful team.
What do you see as a challenge for him in his captaincy when it's so young?
Oh, honestly, I'm not sure yet. It's, you know, we'll see as we go along. But Paddy is, you know, he's a terrific leader of man, and he's got a good cricket brain about him, and he understands the game really well. So I'll help him wherever I can, but you know, he's going to do a terrific job.
And for you personally, Steve, how have you found the last few weeks? It's been crazy with Tim Payne down as captain and then standing down as a player, and Pat Cummins as the new captain, and he wanted you by his side, and now all of a sudden with what happened to Pat the other night, you're thrust into this captaincy. Just as a person, how have you coped with that whirlwind?
Yeah, look, it has been a strange couple of weeks, but look, I think you've just got to, you know, crack on and keep moving forward. You know, things in life happen, and it's unfortunate sometimes, but you know, you got to keep moving forward. And yeah, I think that's the goal of this team. Obviously, we started really well last week with a good win there in Brisbane, and hopefully we can continue that momentum here. We started this Test match well, and yeah, it'll be nice to finish this one off as well.
Now, we normally do this show after stumps from down the field, the field level, but we wussed out because of the rain. Is that you? I can see. Is that the umbrella finally gone over your head?
It is, mate. It's pouring down here, so can we wrap this
I'll
up?
let you go.
All right.
Go get dry, Steve. We appreciate your time.
No worries. Cheers, guys.
Good on you, mate. Steve Smith, the Australian captain. And it was only the last 10 seconds I noticed the umbrella go up. And the rain, admittedly, has just started to fall a little bit heavier. And we appreciate Steve Smith joining us on the phone with Australia in such a commanding position. And it must have been strange, Dirk, no matter how experienced Steve Smith is, no matter what experience he's had as a leader and then, being in the wilderness in terms of leadership for 3.5 years, for this opportunity to come about like this.
It's got to be easier, though, doesn't it? I would have thought this is a far easier set of circumstances for him to come into a test match and have the captaincy. And I don't think it would necessarily have an effect on the way he plays as a batsman, but certainly he'd feel much more in the game off the field.
Yeah, and I think you can also have a little impact as well if there's, some little things that you're thinking that, you're probably not sure whether it's your time and place to say those things. I think you can actually throw those out when you know you're only going to be in the role for a short period of time. And that actually could be really helpful to a Pat Cummins as well, to have a different voice come in. You just say a few things, try and do a few things differently, and then you basically say, righto, Pat, back to you. And it probably allows Pat Cummins to sort of maintain those relationships a bit. So I'm sure there's not a whole lot on the list, but if there was anything there, I think that is a little opportunity out of this test match as well.
All right, Alex Carey came in, and a big moment for him, only his second test match and his first test match at home. He came to the crease at 5 for 294, and England had actually taken two very quick wickets, Travis Head and Cameron Green. And he did a wonderful job, Alex Carey, and he managed to raise the bat. Let's relive the Alex Carey half-century.
Now Robinson starts a new over and Carey goes to the onside for a run and a 50. His maiden half-century in Test cricket, 50 not out. Hometown applause, deserved applause. He's played a very good hand here.
He finished with 51 off 107 deliveries with 5 boundaries, and his batting fit the situation perfectly, didn't it?
Yeah, and he looked really comfortable. This is a ground he knows how to play on. There's probably a lot of things for Alex Carey that kind of just fell into place, and you haven't even noticed that this guy's just very new to Test cricket, and I think that says a lot about how comfortable he is. I think maybe transferring some form over from the white ball cricket as well. He's used to being in this environment, so it doesn't actually feel like it doesn't feel like it should feel, I think.
No, I think that's spot on. I love the way he seems completely at ease with the situation, at ease with playing Test cricket. He looks composed on the front and back foot, doesn't seem flustered, isn't playing shots early in his innings that you think, oh, geez, that's a bit streaky, that you would expect someone who's, just getting their second chance or like he is. There is a lot to like, and he has a very long future.
So then, Michael Neser. Now, I'll ask you first about his batting, and we'll get to the Aussie bowlers in a sec, Dirk, but he just came out, and he rode his luck. He ends up with 35 of 24 deliveries.
Is it the best situation to come in on your with the bat? To come in and know that you can just come out and slog. It does not matter. It didn't matter if he got nipped out for a duck. It didn't matter if he made 50 off 25 balls. It just didn't matter. Go out and play. And what that did do is change the mindset of Australia from being, just sort of scraping to a pretty good score and we'll just declare, to actually Australia were miles in front when they made the declaration. They had the wind in their sails and they could come out and just bowl however they felt like and just try and take wickets, and that's what they tried to do.
Would that make a difference to his confidence when he took the ball, the fact that he's made that contribution with the bat first of all?
100%. And just being out there in the middle and actually just having those experiences, I think are really important. And it probably took a lot of pressure off. And he seems like the kind of guy that just wants to do a job for the team. And everything that we've heard about him in the lead-up suggests that he's that kind of guy. That he just looks like he's like, right, you know what? This is the job. This is what I need to do. I'm going to go and execute that. And then all of a sudden you're walking off. You feel confident. You've been out in the middle. You say, yeah, this is Test cricket. And then, great, they throw you a ball. It's pretty new, and away you go. It's pretty simple stuff.
And he did it with a smile.
And took a wicket with his second delivery. This is how it happened.
In comes Neser, bearded, and he bowls full. Flicked in the onside, it's caught. Caught at mid-on. And it's a first test wicket for Michael Neser, and I would hazard a guess that if he in some way dreamt about how he might get his first test wicket, caught mid-on off a firm drive, would probably be one of the last options he would consider. It doesn't matter. He's been mobbed by his teammates. He's got his first test wicket.
Incredible. He's only bowled 10 balls. He was bowling his second over when the rain and lightning came. He has 1 for 4. So on that limited window, what did you see from him?
The second ball that he bowled in Test cricket was an in-swinging delivery, which is it's a pretty tough ball to bowl. And, the surprise the batsman. The good thing about that delivery was it asked the batsman to drive, and that's exactly what he was supposed to do. So, yes, it might be lucky that he got his first wicket caught at mid-on, but it's exactly what he had to deliver, which was hit the stumps. And so he deserved it.
The other new face in the Australian team, albeit not his debut, first test in a couple of years, he's had all sorts of injury problems. Jai Richardson now, he sits wicketless after his 4-over spell, but he was on the money from the first ball.
Yeah, he looked really good, and if we were being really critical, I think he could have been slightly fuller, but I think what we saw was somebody who's just come back into the side and looking really comfortable and showing that he deserves the talk that's been around him. And, we were talking about, before the first test whether, I'm not sure it was great talk, but there was a bit of talk about whether he would play or whether it would be Mitchell Starc. And I think Mitchell Starc obviously had to play. There's no questions about that. But I think the fact that he was spoken about in that first test just goes to show how good his preparation's been, how good his Shield form has been, and now he's stepped in and done exactly what I think all the hype has been.
The first wicket to fall was Rory Burns. He went for 4, kind of meek in some ways, or Mitchell Starc hit the outside edge, caught by Steve Smith at second slip, and the opening partnership over 7. Now, rare cameo from our wonderful scorer and statistician Rick Finlay on grandstand at stumps. Rick, we mentioned at the time the England opening partnerships are really struggling, and you've found some stats to certainly back that up over a long period of time.
Yes, I was looking for a century opening partnership by England against Australia in Ashes tests, and I had to go back to 2010 to find the last one. Boxing Day test, Cook and Strauss put on 159. The next test at Sydney they put on 98, and since then there's been nothing as much as those two partnerships.
Yeah.
So 52 partnerships without a century partnership, average of 22.11 for each partnership. In the same time, Australian opening partnerships have been averaging 41.
Thank you, Rick. That's a huge difference, isn't it? And clearly an ongoing issue for England, and Rory Burns doesn't seem to be doing much at the moment, Dirk, to alleviate any of those concerns.
Oh, you feel for the guy. He just seems to be a sitting duck at the moment, and there is so much going on with his technique, and sometimes we can be a bit too critical of technique when batsmen are failing, and we think, well, it's a technique that's to blame. But there is just so much going on that it's incredibly easy for someone like that to be out of form, because if one of those moving parts is slightly out of sync, you're just struggling. And I think there tonight, that was just a poor judgment. There was a ball that on length he should have left. Granted, the ball's coming at 150k an hour, so it's incredibly difficult to make that split-second decision. But it was short enough that probably, if you take the model of what the Australian batters did, it was a ball that he should have left, and he should have still been out there.
We lost 49 minutes of play in the end, allowing for the extra half hour because of rain and lightning, and I've just noticed still a bit of lightning down at beyond the cathedral end here at Adelaide Oval. Couple of minutes left. We look ahead to tomorrow, Beamsy, and we've got a 19-minute earlier start than normal at 2:11 local time and 2:41 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. The English side, they need a day 3 Gabba effort with Joe Root and Dawid Malan to put on a lot of runs, don't they?
Yeah, they do, and there's so much pressure on Joe Root, and I think, they mentioned it before about how, India got rolled in the daylight hours, and that it was still, a tough thing to be out here in the early afternoon and actually face. And I think it's going to be the same tomorrow. I don't think it's going to be like, oh great, we're going to show up and it's going to be a road and it's going to be really easy to bat on. I think it's going to be really tough work for Malan and Root, and so there's going to be huge question marks there.
Now, I don't want to preempt our pre-game show tomorrow, Dirk. Tell me what the first hour might mean tomorrow.
Look, I just think this has... If Australia can get their lengths right, I think this has got calamity written all over it from an England perspective. They've been out in the dirt for 2 days. They're going to be tired. They're on the back foot. You've got Australia thinking that they're going to come in and take bags, and I think that's what's going to happen.
We went into day 3 last summer, Australia and India, thinking evenly poised. There's nothing even about the state of this game, but India was rock and roll for 36. So who knows how dramatic it will be tomorrow. I hope England do show some fight. Thank you, Kristen Beams. Thank you, Dirk Nana. See you early afternoon tomorrow. And Quentin Hull will be on Summer Grandstand from midday. That's Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Coverage of the cricket will start here.